Now for section 4. Imani McGuire is tall and thin, with an afro so white it looks like a dandelion puff. Her trailer is a double-wide, painted canary yellow. There's a beautiful rag rug on the floor. The walls are covered in photographs of her and her husband at various stages of their lives. She's perfectly willing to talk, but she has a question. Are you vaccinated? Double? Moderna. Take off your mask, then. I got my second shot in April. Holly takes it off and puts it in her pocket. There are his and hers recliners on the rug facing a small TV. Draped over one is a half-finished yellow sweater. Imani picks up her knitting. I'm sorry to interrupt your day. Oh no, I love company, Imani says. And besides, they already spun the wheel on The Price is Right. That's the best part. Her needles are already flying, the sweater growing before Holly's eyes. That's going to be beautiful. Hell of a thing to be knitting on a hot day, but cold weather always comes. Someone will buy this at the church sale. I have more put away, plus scarves and mittens. Now how can I help you? Holly tells her how Keisha got to know Ellen Kraslow and how Ellen just disappeared. I put her name out on Twitter, but so far I've only heard from one person, and he was no help. Nor will any of the others be, Imani says. She won't go anywhere near her hometown, Traverse, Georgia. She is a sweetie, Miss Gibney. Holly, please. A sweetie, smart as a whip and strong. She'll find her way. You say she won't go back to her hometown. Why is that? For what seems like a long time, there's only the click of Imani's needles. Then she looks up. Is your kind of investigator bound by confidentiality? Like a lawyer or a priest? Holly thinks this isn't a real question but a test. She has an idea Imani already knows. In any case, it doesn't matter. Honesty really is the best policy. I have some degree of privilege, but not as much as lawyers or priests. Under certain circumstances, I'd have to talk to the police, but they aren't involved in this. Holly leans forward. What you say to me stays with me, Ms. McGuire. Call me Imani. All right, Holly smiles. I'm going to take you at your word, Holly, because I cared for that girl. I just want you to know that I'm no tattletale. Noted, Holly says. May I turn on my phone and record this? No, you may not, Imani says, and her needles click, click. I don't think I'd tell you at all if you were a man, but women, we know more than they do, don't we? Yes, we do. All right, then. Ellen was on her family's bad side ever since she was 12 or 13 when she gave up eating meat. She was a total vegan. Her family was part of one of those strict churches, and when she quit eating meat, they quoted the Bible at her. The pastor counseled her. Imani puts a sarcastic emphasis on counseled. I'm a former member of a similar church myself, and I know you can always find scripture to support what you believe. Then when she was 14, they caught her with another girl. Oh, Holly says. Oh is right. She tried to run away, but they brought her back, her family. I don't suppose you know why? Because she was their cross to bear, Holly says, thinking of times when her own mother said something similar. So, yes, I do, Holly says, and something in her voice opens the door to the rest of the story. When she was 18, she got raped, Imani continues. They wore masks, but she recognized one of them by his stutter. He was from her church, sang in the choir. She said he had a good voice and didn't stutter when he sang. Imani wipes an eye with the back of her hand. Then her needles resume their flight. You know what they kept talking about? Meat. How they were giving her the meat, and didn't she like it? She said one of them tried to put it in her mouth, and she told him he'd lose it if he did. So that boy hit her, and for the rest of it, she was only partly conscious. And guess what came of that? Holly knows this too. She got pregnant. Indeed, she did. Went down to Planned Parenthood and got it taken care of. When her folks found out, they told her she wasn't part of the family anymore. Her daddy said she was a murderer, like Cain in the Bible, and told her to go away. But Traverse, Georgia was no paradise to Ellen, so she didn't go east. She went north, worked a lot of different jobs, and ended up here at the college. Holly sits silent, looking at the needles. It occurs to her that next to Ellen Kraslow, she hasn't had it so bad. She didn't tell me that all at once, Imani says. It came out in pieces. except for the last part about the rape and the abortion. That came out all at once. She was looking down at the floor the whole time. When she was done, I put 2 fingers under her chin and said, "Look at me, girl." And she did. I said, "God sometimes asks us to pay up front in this life, and you paid a high price. From now on, you are going to have a good life, a blessed life." That was when she cried. "Here, have a tissue." Until she takes it and wipes her eyes, Holly hasn't realized she's crying herself. "I hope I was right about that," Imani says. "I hope that wherever she is, she's fine, but I don't know. For her to leave so suddenly, I just don't know. The woman who came for her things, clothes, her laptop, her little TV, she said Ellen was going back to Georgia, and that didn't sound right to me. She might have said something about Atlanta." "What woman?" Holly asks, all her senses on high alert. "I can't remember her name, but she seemed all right. She had Ellen's keys. I recognized the lucky rabbit's foot Ellen kept on her keyring." "Was this woman driving a van? One with a blue stripe down the side?" Holly is sure the answer will be yes, but she's disappointed. "No, a little station wagon. I don't know what kind, but my husband would, working at the impound. And he was here. He stood on the porch when I went over, just to make sure everything was all right. Did I do wrong?" "No," Holly says and means it. There was no way Imani could have known. "When did this woman come?" "Well, it's been a while, but I think it was after Thanksgiving, but before Christmas. We'd just had the first real snowfall. I know that." "What did she look like?" "Old," Imani says. "Older than me by maybe 10 years, and I just passed 70, and white." "Would you recognize her if you saw her again?" "I might," Imani says, sounding doubtful. Holly gives her one of her business cards and asks her to have her husband call if he can remember what kind of car it was. "I actually helped her carry out the laptop and some of the clothes," Imani says. "The poor old lady looked like she was in pain. She said she wasn't, but I know sciatica when I see it." Now we move forward to March 27th, 2021. When Barbara arrives at the old poet's house on Ridge Road, glowing from her 2-mile bike ride, Marie Duchamp is sitting on the couch with Olivia. Marie looks worried. Olivia looks distressed. Barbara is mystified. She can't imagine what Olivia feels she needs to apologize for. Marie speaks first. "I encouraged her and I took the envelope to Federal Express. So if you want to blame someone, blame me." "That's nonsense," Olivia says. "What I did was wrong. I had no idea, and for all I know, you will be pleased. But either way, I had no right to do what I did without your permission. It was unconscionable." "I don't get it," Barbara says, unbuttoning her coat. "What did you do?" The 2 women look at each other, then back at Barbara. "The Penley Prize," Olivia's mouth is trembling. "I don't know what that is," Barbara says, more mystified than ever. "The full name is the Penley Prize for Younger Poets," Olivia explains. "It's jointly sponsored by the Big 5 New York publishers. I'm not surprised you don't know of it, but most English majors know about it. The Penley Prize is open for submissions each year on March 1st. They get thousands, and the response is rapid, because most of the submissions are awful, I suppose." Now Barbara understands. "You what? Sent them some of my poems?" Marie and Olivia share a glance of guilt. "How many?" Barbara asks. 7, Olivia says. "Short ones. The rules specify no more than 2,000 words. I was just so impressed by your work, its anger, its terror, that..." She doesn't seem to know how to continue. Marie takes Olivia's hand. "I encouraged her," she says again. They expect her to be angry, Barbara realizes. She's not. A little shocked, that's all. Then in the last 2 or 3 years, something changed. There has been a mysterious jump, not just in her ability, but in her ambition. It makes her think of a documentary she saw about Bob Dylan. A folk singer from the 60s said, "He was just another guitar player trying to sound like Woody Guthrie." Then all at once, he was Bob Dylan. It was like that. Maybe her brush with Brady Hartsfield had something to do with it, but she doesn't believe that's all. She thinks a previously dormant circuit in her brain just fired up. Meanwhile, they're looking at her like a pair of middle school girls caught smoking in the bathroom, and she can't have it. Olivia, Marie, 2 girls in my class took naked selfies for their boyfriends, and the pictures turned up on the internet. That's embarrassing. This, not so much. Did you get a rejection letter? Is that what this is about? Can I see it? They exchange another of those looks. Olivia says the Penley judges compile a long list of finalists, sometimes 60, sometimes 80. This year it's 95. You are on it. Marie has the letter. Marie hands Barbara a sheet of heavy fancy paper. At the top is an embossed seal featuring a quill pen and an ink pot. The letter is addressed to Barbara Robinson, care of Marie Duchamp, at 70 Ridge Road. I'm surprised you're not angry, Olivia says. It was such a high-handed thing to do. Sometimes I think my brains have fallen out of my ass. But Marie starts. Encouraged her, I know, Barbara murmurs. It was high-handed, I guess, but I was the one who just turned up one day with my poems. That was high-handed, too. She barely hears herself. She's scanning the letter. It says the Penley Prize Committee is pleased to inform her that she has been placed on the long list. If she wishes to be considered further, she needs to submit a larger body of poems by April 15th. There's also a paragraph about previous winners. Barbara knows 3 of the names. It ends with congratulations on your superior work. She puts the letter aside. What's the prize? $25,000, Olivia says. But that isn't the important part. A collection of the winner's work is published by one of the participating houses. This year it's Random House. The book always attracts notice. Last year's winner appeared on TV with Oprah Winfrey. Is there any chance I could... Barbara stops. It feels like crazy talk. Very unlikely, Olivia says. But should you be shortlisted, that would be significant. The chances that your collection would be published by a small press would be fairly high. The only question is whether or not you want to proceed. You certainly have enough poems for the long list submission, and if you continue to write, I'm sure you'd have enough for a book. There's no question about what she wants. I really would have let you submit them, she says. If you had asked me, a girl can dream. Olivia's cheeks go pink. It was very wrong, she repeats. I had Marie use her name on the envelope because mine would have been recognized, and I didn't want to influence the judges. I thought you might get a few words of encouragement. That was all I hoped for. She smiles. You two didn't think this out very well, did you? No, Marie says, your poems. You've also read them, I take it. Marie blushes. All of them, they are wonderful. Although you still have far to go, Olivia quickly adds. Barbara reads the letter over more closely. Her surprise is giving way to a new emotion. She's thrilled. We should send the poems, she says. Might as well grab for the brass ring. You'll help me pick them out, Olivia, won't you? The old poet smiles, mostly with relief. That would be my pleasure. The key, I believe, is your poem Faces Change, with its sense of horror and dislocation. Those are your strongest poems. It has to be a secret for now, just between the 3 of us. Because of my brother, he's supposed to be the writer in the family, and I'm pretty sure his book is going to be published. If he does get it published, and if he gets good money for it, I can talk about this. If I should make the shortlist, that is. If I don't, he never has to know, okay? Would he really be jealous, Marie asks, of poetry? No, Barbara says. He'd be happy for me, but he's been working so hard on his book, and I won't steal any of his spotlight. I love him too much to do that. She hands the letter back to Marie. This letter stays here, but I'm glad you did what you did. You are generous, Olivia says. Other than in their work, poets rarely are. Marie, what would you think about the 3 of us splitting a can of beer to celebrate the fact that we're still friends? I think that's a wonderful idea, Marie says, getting up, but that's another secret we 3 have to keep. She nods toward Olivia. From her doctor. She leaves for the kitchen. Barbara says, You're the generous one, Olivia. I'm glad to have you for a friend as well as a teacher. Thank you. I must have done something right because some providence saved the best student for last. It's Barbara's turn to blush with happiness. Tell me what you're reading, Olivia says. School is in session. You suggested The Beat Poet, so that's who I'm reading. I got an anthology at the college bookstore. Ginsberg, Snyder, Corso, I love him. Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Is he still alive? He died a month ago. He was older than I am. I want you to read some prose if you're game. It may help you. James Dickey to start with. You know his poems, and there's a famous novel, Deliverance. I saw the movie, Barbara says, Men in Canoes. Yes, but don't read that one. Read To the White Sea. Lesser known, but better for your purposes. I want you to read at least one Cormac McCarthy novel, All the Pretty Horses or Suttree. Will you do that? All right, she says, though she's reluctant to leave the beats behind. I'm actually reading prose now. That book you told me about, The Forgotten City by Jorge Castro. I like it. Marie comes back with 3 glasses and an enormous can of beer on a tray. I suppose Jorge finally went to South America, Olivia says. He used to talk about going back to his roots, which was nonsense. He spoke Spanish like a native, but he was born in Peoria. I think he was ashamed of that. Did I tell you I saw him shortly before he disappeared? Running. He always ran at night, to the park and back again. Even in the rain, and it was raining that night. I certainly never saw him again, but I remember because I was writing a poem and it turned out to be a good one. She sighs. His partner was devastated. He left shortly after, I think, to look for Jorge. Came back broken-hearted and with a drug problem. Stayed 6 months and then left again. As the Wicked Witch of the West said, what a world, what a world. Enough of sadness, Marie says, pouring. Let's drink to good times and great expectations. Good times only, Olivia says. Leave the future out of it. The only person unhappier than a writer whose expectations aren't fulfilled is one whose dreams come true. Barbara laughs. I'll take your word for it. They clink glasses and drink. Now we continue our story on July 26th, 2021. Chapter 1. At 11:15 in the morning, the universe throws Holly a rope. She's in her office, with all the furniture reassuringly in place, filling out an insurance company payment invoice. Every time she sees one of those jolly insurance ads on TV, she mutes the sound. The ads are a laugh a minute. The companies themselves, not so much. You can save them $250,000 on a fake claim and still have to bill them 3 or 4 times before you get paid. The phone rings just as she's finishing the last few lines of the annoying 3-page form. Finders Keepers, Holly Gibney speaking. How can I help? Hi, Miss Gibney. This is Emilio Herrera. From the Jet Mart, we talked yesterday. Yes, we did. Holly sits up straight, the invoice forgotten. You asked me if any other of my regulars ever just stopped showing up. And have you thought of someone, Mr. Herrera? Well, maybe. Last night I was watching The Big Lebowski, and that made me think of the bowling guy. He used to come in all the time. He'd buy snacks and soda and sometimes rolling papers. Nice kid. He seemed like a kid to me. I'm pushing 60. But his picture could have been in the dictionary next to the word stoner. What was his name? I don't really remember. Corey, maybe? Cameron? This was 5 years ago at least, maybe more. What did he look like? Skinny, long blonde hair. He kept it tied back, probably because he drove a moped. And it was noisy, covered with silly stickers like Nuke the Gay Whales and I Do Whatever the Little Voices Tell Me To. Also Grateful Dead stickers. He used to come in just about every weeknight in warm weather. We used to talk about movies. He always got the same thing, candy bars, a Pico soda, and sometimes rolling papers. What's a Pico? Holly asks. Peru Cola. Kinda like Jolt. I think he'd go up to Drive-In Rock and watch the movies at Magic City. You can see the screen really well from up there, he said. I've been there and you can, Holly says, excited now. She turns over the insurance form and scribbles Corey or Cameron, moped with funny stickers. He said he only went up on weeknights because there were too many kids on the weekends. I said, what's the point when there's no sound? And he said, it doesn't matter. I know all the dialogue. Which was probably true of the old movies they show there. You can't handle the truth, Holly can't resist saying. Right, that's a famous one. Anyway, that guy was a regular, like clockwork. He'd get off his shift, drive his noisy little moped here, buy his candy and soda, and then off he went. And when did he stop coming in? I don't know exactly, but Trump was running for president. I remember that because we joked about it. I voted for Clinton, Holly says. You called him the bowling guy? Sure, because he worked at the Strike 'em Out. It was right on his shirt. Now for section 2. They talk a little more, but Herrera can't remember anything else of value. It shouldn't be hard to find out the bowling guy's name, though. Holly cautions herself that it may not mean anything. And yet, same store, same street, no car, about the same time of evening when Bonnie Ray went missing, and Drive-In Rock, where Holly herself was sitting after finding Bonnie's earring. She checks her iPad and sees that Strike 'em Out Lanes opens at 11. They'll know the bowling guy's name. She heads for the door, then gets another idea. Imani McGuire didn't allow her to record their interview, but Holly recapped the high points on her phone afterward. She opens that recording now, but even as she's about to push play, the name of Imani's husband comes to her. Yard from the impound yard. She finds the number for the city impound and asks if Mr. Yardley McGuire is there. Speaking, he says. Mr. McGuire, my name is Holly Gibney. I spoke with your wife yesterday. About Ellen, he says. Imani says you had a good talk. Don't suppose you tracked Ellen down, did you? No, but I may have stumbled across someone else who went missing a few years earlier. He drove a moped that was covered with stickers. One of them said, "Nuke the gay whales." Oh sure, I remember that moped, Yard McGuire says. It was here for a year at least. One of the guys finally took it home for his kid, but he tuned it up first because it was noisy, Holly says. Yard laughs. Yeah, pretty much just like that. Where was it found or abandoned? Gee, no idea. The guy who took it might know. And listen, it wasn't like he stole it. The license plate was gone, and nobody bothered to run the registration. Holly gets the other man's number, thanks Yardley, and tells him to give her best to Imani. Then she calls the other man. After 3 rings, she gets voicemail and leaves a message. Then she walks around her office, running her hands through her hair. Even without knowing the bowling guy's name, she's 90% sure that he's another victim of the person she's coming to think of as the Red Bank Predator. It's unlikely that the Predator is an old white lady with sciatica, but possibly she's covering up for someone, her son maybe. She thinks of calling Pete and even of calling Isabel Janes at the police station. But she doesn't. She wants to handle this herself. Now for section 3. The lot of Strike 'em Out Lanes is big but sparsely populated. Holly parks, and as she's opening her door, her phone rings. It's Jerry Holt, the man from the impound. Sure, I remember that bike, he says. When nobody came for it after a year, I gave it to my kid. Does someone want it back? No, nothing like that. Good, because he wrecked it doing jumps in a gravel pit, broke his arm. My wife gave me hell. I just want to know where it was found. Do you happen to know that? Oh yeah, Holt says. It was on the worksheet, Deerfield Park, in that overgrown part they call the thickets. Near Red Bank Avenue, Holly says, more to herself than to him. That's right, one of the groundskeepers found it. Now for section 4. There are 2 signs on the bowling alley doors. One says open, the other says no mask, no problem. Holly pulls hers up and goes in. The foyer is decorated with framed group shots of children. There are 20 lanes, but only 3 are in use. The sound of the balls and the crash of the pins is loud. A lanky young man in an orange-striped Strike 'em Out shirt is at the counter, pulling a beer for a bowler. For a wild moment, Holly thinks she's found her missing man, alive and well, but his name tag says Darren. Want shoes, he asks. What size? No thank you. My name is Holly Gibney. I'm a private investigator. His eyes widen. Shut up! Holly pushes on. I'm looking for information about someone who used to work here a few years ago. A young man. His name might have been... Can't help you. I've only been here since June. You want to talk to Althea Haverty. She owns the place. She's in the office, he points. Holly walks to the office as more pins explode and a woman gives an exultant whoop. She knocks. Someone inside says yow, which Holly takes as an invitation. She's chasing the case, and when she's doing that, her natural shyness disappears. Althea Haverty is a very large woman sitting behind a cluttered desk. She's got a handful of papers in one hand. What's the problem? She asks. Is the pinsetter on 11 broken again? I didn't come to bowl, Holly says, introducing herself and explaining what she wants. You're talking about Carrie Dressler, Althea says, putting her papers aside. He was the best worker I ever had, got along with the customers and had a way of cutting off the drunks without pissing them off. He was a doper, but these days, aren't they all? It never got in the way, never late, never called in sick. Then one day he's just gone. Boom. Like that. You're looking for him, huh? Yes, Holly says. Penny Doll is the client, but she's now looking for all of them, the missing. Well, his folks aren't paying your bills, I can tell you that. Althea puts her hands behind her head and stretches. He came here from some little town in Minnesota. Stepfather beat him up a lot, he said. Mother looked the other way. He finally got sick of it and left. All that young man cared about was movies and working here. Plus dope, probably. But I don't ask, don't tell. Do you think something bad happened to him? I think it's possible. Can you help me pinpoint when he left? Let me see. She opens a desk drawer and starts pawing through it. I hate to think something happened to Carrie. The bowling league just isn't the same without him. She plugs a flash drive into her laptop, puts on a pair of glasses, and hunts and pecks. Okay, Carrie started here in 2012. He got his last paycheck on September 4th, 2015. 6 years ago, almost. Then he was gone. She takes off her glasses and looks at Holly. My husband had to take over for him. That was before he had his heart attack. Do you have a picture of Carrie? Come out to the Bowlaroo with me. The Bowlaroo is a restaurant where a tired-looking woman is serving burgers and beer. The walls are decorated with framed photos of bowling teams. Look at this place, Althea laments. This used to be a good business. If it goes on like this, I'll be out of business, all because of some fake flu. She points to a photo of 7 older men and 1 young man with his long blonde hair tied back. The young man and one of the older guys are holding up a trophy. Underneath it says Golden Oldies Winter League Champs 2014-2015. Can I take a picture? Holly asks, already raising her phone. Be my guest, Holly snaps it. He's in a couple of others, too, Althea says, pointing them out. Carrie would bowl with any league team that was short a player. He was very popular and a good bowler, but he'd hold back when he was subbing. He fit in with any team, but these guys were his favorites. She has led Holly back to the Golden Oldies photo. Because they played in the afternoons, when this place was pretty dead even before COVID. They could do afternoons because they were retired, but I think Carrie had something to do with it too. Why do you say that? Because after he stopped working here, the Oldies switched to Monday nights. Is it possible that Carrie might have talked to any of those guys about his plans to leave? I guess he might have. Anything's possible. Do they still play? The men in this picture? Some do, but at least a couple are gone. She taps a smiling, white-haired man. Roddy Harris still comes most weeks, but these days he just watches. Bad hips, he says, and arthritis in his hands. This one is dead. This one I think had a stroke, but this guy still plays. She taps the man holding up the trophy with Carrie. In fact, he's the team captain. Hugh Clippard's his name. If you want to talk to him, I can give you his address. Do you get a lot of complaints? Girlfriend, you'd be surprised, Althea says. Competition gets pretty hot. I remember a match between 2 women's teams that ended in a fight. It was Carrie who broke them up. He was good at that too. Gee, I miss him. I would like Mr. Clippard's address and his phone number if you have it. She follows Althea back to her office. Holly doesn't for a minute believe Carrie Dressler told any of the oldies about his plans to leave, because she doesn't think he had such plans. His plans were changed, perhaps permanently. But if an old woman cleaned out Ellen's trailer, it's possible that one of these old men knew her, might even be related to her. Because the Red Bank Avenue predator isn't picking his victims at random. He knew Ellen was on her own. He knew Carrie was on his own. He might have known Peter Steinman's mother had a drinking problem. He knew Bonnie had recently broken up with her boyfriend, her father was out of the picture, and her relationship with her mother was strained. In other words, the predator had information. He was picking his targets. Holly is perfectly aware that her theories could be entirely wrong, but her gut tells her they're right. She doesn't want to know if Carrie confided in one of the golden oldies about his plans. She wants to know if any of them know or may even be married to a woman who suffers from sciatica. Here you go, Althea says, and hands Holly a sheet of notepaper. Holly folds it and puts it in her pocket. Anything else you can tell me about Carrie, Miss Haverty? Althea sighs. Just that I miss him. I bet the oldies who were here when he was miss him too. He was a good worker, and there are fewer and fewer of them around. Thank you for your time, Holly says, and offers an elbow. Althea looks amused. No offense, but I don't do that. Holly thinks my mother died of that fake flu, you gullible bitch. What she says with a smile is none taken. Now for Section 5. Holly slow walks across the lobby, listening to the roll of the balls and the crash of the pins. She is about to push open the door, bracing herself for the wave of heat that will hit her, then stops, her eyes wide with amazement. My God, she thinks, really? Now we go back in time to May 19th, 2021. Marie and Barbara are having coffee. Olivia, with her irregular heartbeat, is having caffeine-free iced tea. When they're all seated in the living room, Olivia tells Barbara what lies ahead regarding the Penley Prize. She speaks more hesitantly than usual. Barbara finds this troubling, but what Olivia says is as sharp as ever. They drag it out as if it were a television competition like Dancing with the Stars, instead of a poetry award that hardly anyone cares about. Around the middle of June, the shortlist will be narrowed to 10. In mid-July, they will announce the 5 finalists. The winner will be declared a month or so later. Not until August, Barbara asks. As I said, they drag it out. At least you won't be required to submit any more poems, which is good in your case. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your supply of new work may be almost empty. The last 2 you showed me seemed a little forced. They might have been, Barbara says. She knows they were. You are allowed to send a few more poems, but I suggest you don't. You've sent your best. You agree? Yes. You need to rest, Olivia, Marie says. I can see it in your face and hear it in your voice. Olivia holds up a hand without looking at her caregiver. If you are one of the final 5, you'll be required to write a statement of poetic purpose. An essay. You saw that on the website, did you not? Barbara did, but only skimmed that part, never expecting to get as far as she has. But the mention of the website raises an idea. Are the 15 finalists listed on their website? I don't know, but I should think so. Marie? Marie already has her phone out and quickly finds the answer. Yes, they're here. Damn, Barbara says. You still intend to keep this a secret? Marie asks. Because having made it this far is one hell of an accomplishment, Barb. Well, I was going to. At least until Jerome signs his contract. I guess the cat's out of the bag, huh? Olivia snorts a laugh. Be serious. The Penley Prize is hardly front-page news. I imagine the only people who check that website are the finalists themselves, their friends, and their families. I think your secret is safe. May I return to the essay I mentioned? She reaches for her glass of iced tea, and it almost falls, but Marie catches it. Sure, go ahead, Barbara says. Then you better lie down. A statement of poetic purpose, not to exceed 500 words, Olivia says. You may no longer be in competition when the finalists are announced, but it won't hurt to be thinking about it. Will you do that? Yes, but Barbara has no idea what she'll say, if it comes to that. You'll help me with it, won't you? She asks. Not at all, Olivia says, sounding surprised. Anything you say about your work needs to come from your own heart and mind. Understood? Well, nothing. Heart, mind, subject closed. Now tell me, are you still reading prose? Olivia, enough, Marie says. Please. Again, the hand goes up. I read that book you recommended, Barbara says. Now I'm on Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. Oh my, that's a dark one, but full of vision. And I'm reading Catalepsy by Professor Castro, the one who taught here. Olivia chuckles. He was no professor, but he was a good teacher. Gay, did I tell you that? I think so. Gay as could be, Olivia says. Attitudes about that were a little less tolerant 10 years ago, but most of the faculty accepted him. We enjoyed his sharp wit, which was the armor he wore to protect his basic kindness. Jorge was a very kind man, but there was at least one member of the faculty who didn't like him at all, may even have loathed him. I believe if she had been department head, she would have found some way to get rid of him. Emily Harris? Olivia gives Barbara a sour, interned smile. None other. I don't think she has much use for people who aren't white, which is one reason I made sure to steal you away from her, even though I'm older than God. And I definitely know she doesn't like those who are, in Emily's words, a bit flamboyant. Help me up, Marie. I believe I'm going to fart again when you do. Thank God at my age, farts are relatively odorless. Marie helps her up. Think about that essay, Barbara. I hope you'll be one of the fortunate 5 asked to write one. I'll put my thinking cap on, Barbara says. It's something her friend Holly sometimes says. Halfway to the stairs, Olivia stops and turns back. Her eyes are no longer fierce. She's gone back in time. I remember the department meeting when the future of the poetry workshop was discussed and Jorge spoke up very eloquently in favor of keeping it. I remember it like it was yesterday, how Emily smiled and nodded while he spoke as if saying, good point, but her eyes didn't smile. She meant to have her way. She's very determined. Marie, do you remember her Christmas party last year? Marie rolls her eyes. Who could forget? What about it? Barbara asks. Olivia, Marie begins. Oh, hush, woman. This will only take a minute, and it's such a great story. The Harrises have a party a few days before Christmas every year. Last year, with COVID running wild, it seemed the tradition would be broken. But was Emily Harris going to let that happen? I'm guessing not, Barbara says. You're guessing right. They had a Zoom party, but that wasn't good enough for our Emily. She hired a bunch of young people to dress up in Santa outfits and deliver goodie baskets to the partygoers who were in town. We got a basket ourselves, even though we chose not to join the Zoom call. Indeed we did, Marie says. A pretty blonde delivered it. Now for God's sake. Yes, boss. Yes. With Marie helping her, the old poet makes her slow way to the stairs, where she settles into the chairlift. At that meeting about the poetry workshop, when it looked like Jorge might sway the vote, Emily never lost that smile of hers, but her eyes. Olivia laughs at the memory as the chair starts to rise. Her eyes looked like she wanted to kill him. We now return to July 27th, 2021. Chapter 1. Kids Bowl for Health reads the sign over the group shots of the school children who came here to bowl in the days before COVID made an end to such outings. Holly looks around to make sure she's not observed. Darren, the young man now doing Carrie Dressler's job, is leaning beside the beer tap, studying his phone. Althea Haverty is back in her office. Holly is afraid the picture she wants may be glued to the wall, but it's on a hook. She worries that nothing will be written on the back, but there is, and neatly printed, 5th Street Middle School Girls, May 2015. Holly puts the picture back on its hook and carefully straightens it. A dozen girls in dark purple shorts, which Holly recognizes as the 5th Street Middle PE uniform. 3 rows, 4 girls in each. They are sitting cross-legged in front of one of the lanes. In the middle row, smiling, is Barbara Robinson, with the medium-length afro she wore back then. She would have been 12, a 6th grader if Holly's not mistaken. Carrie Dressler isn't in the photo, but if he started working at 11, when the bowling alley opened, he would have been on duty when the kids came in. Holly goes out to her car, barely noticing the heat and for once, not wanting a cigarette. She gets the air conditioning going and finds the photo she took of the Golden Oldies, the one that features team captain Hugh Clippard and Carrie holding up the trophy. She sends it to Barbara with a brief message. Do you remember this guy? With that done, the little nicotine bell begins to ring. She lights up and gets rolling. It's time to start knocking on doors, starting with Hugh Clippard's. Now for Section 2. The Victorian houses on the graceful downhill curve of Ridge Road are nice, but the ones on Laurel Close, deeper into the Sugar Heights neighborhood, are even nicer. If that is, your definition of nice includes really expensive. Holly couldn't care less. As far as she's concerned, if the appliances in her apartment work and the windows don't leak, everything is fine. A groundskeeper would just be an annoyance. There is such a fellow outside the Clippard residence. which is a Tudor-style home with a big, velvety lawn. He's mowing the grass as she pulls in at the curb. Holly thinks, a new millionaire parks and watches a man on a riding mower clip the Clippard's grass. She calls Hugh Clippard's number. She's prepared to leave a message, but he answers and listens while Holly gives a brief version of her interest in Carrie Dressler. "What a great young man," Clippard exclaims when she finishes. He is, Holly will discover, an enthusiastic sort of person. "Happy to talk to you about him. Come on around back. My wife and I are out by the pool." Holly pulls into the driveway and gives the groundskeeper a wave. He gives her a return flick of his hand and keeps on mowing. For the life of her, Holly can't see what there is to mow. To her, the grass already looks like the surface of a freshly vacuumed billiard table. She takes her iPad, it has a bigger screen for the picture she wants to show Clippard, and walks around the house. She pauses to peek into a dining room with a table that looks long enough to seat a football team. Hugh Clippard and his wife are on matching lounge chairs in the shade of a vast blue umbrella. The pool, the same shade of blue, isn't Olympic-sized, but it's not a kiddie pool either. Clippard is wearing sandals and tight-fitting red swim trunks. He sees her and bounces up. His belly is flat and rippled. His hair is long and white, slicked back wet against his skull. Holly's first impression is that he's 70. When he gets close enough to shake hands, she sees that he's quite a bit older, but in awesome shape for a man of his age. He grins at her hesitation to take his hand, showing perfect white teeth that probably didn't come cheap. "We're both vaccinated, Ms. Gibney, and we plan to get the boosters as soon as they're approved. May I assume you have also had the shot?" "Yes," Holly says, shakes his hand and lowers her mask. "This is my wife, Midge," he says. The woman under the big umbrella is at least 20 years younger than Clippard, but not in such sculpted shape. There's a little round bulge under her one-piece bathing suit. She takes off her sunglasses, gives Holly a lazy wave with them, then returns to her paperback, which is titled The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. "Come on in the kitchen," Clippard says. "It's sweltering out here. You okay, Midge?" The only answer is another lazy wave, this time without looking up. She clearly doesn't give a fuck. The kitchen is about what Holly expected. The fridge is a Sub-Zero. The clock over the granite counter is expensive. Clippard pours them each a glass of iced tea and invites her to tell him in more detail why she's here. She does, mentioning Bonnie, but focusing on Carrie. "Did he say anything to you about his plans, confide in any way? I'm asking because Miss Haverty said you guys were his favorite league to bowl with." Holly doesn't expect much from his answer. One look at Midge Clippard has told her that she's not the old woman Imani McGuire saw cleaning out Ellen Kraslow's trailer. "Carrie," Clippard exclaims, shaking his head. "He was a hell of a good guy, I can tell you that much, and he could roll a ball, too." He raises a finger. "But he never took advantage. He always matched his skills to those of the teams we bowled against." "How often did he substitute?" Holly asks. "Pretty often," Clippard says with a chuckle. "They don't call us the Golden Oldies for nothing. Someone was usually out with a strained back, a pulled muscle, or some other old age ailment. Then we'd yell for Carrie and give him a round of applause if he could bowl with us. He wasn't always able to, but he usually managed. We liked him, and he liked us. Want to hear a secret?" "I love secrets," Holly says. Hugh Clippard lowers his voice to a near whisper. "Some of us used to buy weed from him. He didn't always have great stuff, but it was usually good stuff. One of our guys wouldn't touch it, but most of us weren't against a joint now and then. Back then it wasn't legal, you know." "Who was the one who wouldn't touch it?" "Roddy Harris. We called him Small Ball because he bowled with a 10-pound ball. Most of us used 12s or 14s. Was Mr. Harris allergic to marijuana?" "No, just crazy," Clippard shouts and bursts out laughing. "A good guy and a decent bowler, but nutty as a fruitcake. We also called him Mr. Meat. Roddy makes that Atkins diet guy look like a vegetarian, claims meat restores brain cells and certain vegetable products, including cannabis, destroy them." Clippard stretches and his abs ripple, but she sees wrinkles on the insides of his arms. Time, she thinks, is the great avenger. "Gosh, this takes me back," he says. Most of these guys are gone. When I started with the oldies, I was teaching at Bell College, living downtown, and day trading on the side. Now I'm in the investment business full time, and as you can see, business has been good. He sweeps his arm around, indicating the high-priced kitchen, the backyard pool, and perhaps even his younger wife. Trump is an idiot, and I'm glad he's gone, he says, but he was good for the markets. More iced tea? No, thank you. This is fine. Very refreshing. As to your question, Miss Gibney, I can't remember Carey ever talking to me about plans to leave town or change jobs. He seemed perfectly happy to me. Crazy about the movies and always riding that noisy little mope of his. You say someone found it in Deerfield Park? Yes. Crazy. Hard to believe he'd leave it behind. That was his trademark. May I show you a picture? You'll have seen it before. It's hanging in the bowling alley restaurant. She calls it up on her iPad. Clifford bends over it. Winter championship, right? He says. Those were the days. Haven't won it since, but last year we came close. Can you identify the men in the picture? And do you by any chance have their addresses and phone numbers? Memory challenge, Clifford cries. Let's see if I'm up to it. May I record this on my phone? Holly asks. Knock yourself out. This is me, of course, and this is Roddy Harris, also known as Small Ball and Mr. Meat. He and his wife live on Victorian Row. Ridge Road, you know. Roddy was in life sciences, and his wife, I don't recall her name, was in the English department. He moves his finger to the next man. Ben Richardson is dead, heart attack 2 years ago. Was he married? Is his wife still in town? He gives her an odd look. Ben was divorced when he started bowling with us. Miss Gibney, do you think one of our guys had anything to do with Carey's disappearance? No, nothing like that, Holly assures him. I'm just hoping one of them might be able to tell me where Carey went. Got it. Moving right along. This bald guy with the big shoulders is Avram Welch. He lives in one of those lakeside condos. His wife died some years back, if you're wondering. He still bowls. He moves to another bald man. Jim Hicks. We called him Hot Licks. He and his wife moved to Wisconsin. How am I doing? Terrific, Holly exclaims. Midge wanders in. Having fun, kids? You bet, Clifford cries, either not catching the faint sarcasm in his wife's voice or choosing to ignore it. She pours herself a glass of iced tea, then gets a bottle of liquor from a cabinet. She pours a splash into her glass, then holds the bottle out to them. Why not, Clifford says. God hates a coward. She pours a shot into his glass. What about you, Miss Gibney? A little wild turkey will liven up that iced tea. No thank you, Holly says. I'm driving. Very law-abiding of you, Midge says. Ta-ta, kids. And out she goes. Clifford gives her a look of mild distaste, then returns his attention to Holly. Do you bowl yourself, Miss Gibney? I don't, Holly admits. Well, league teams are usually just 4 players, he says. But during the regular season, we sometimes bowled with 5 or even 6 guys, because in the over 65 league, someone is almost always injured. Who's this one? Holly asks, pointing to the picture. Ernie Coggins, lives in Upriver with his wife. He still bowls with us on Monday nights, if her caregiver can come in. She has advanced degenerative disc disease, poor woman, wheelchair-bound, but Ernie's in great shape, takes care of himself. Now Holly understands what's bothering her about Clifford, because it's bothering him. Most of the men in the photo are falling apart, and if their average age is 80, why wouldn't they be? The body wears out, which seems to be something Hugh Clifford doesn't want to admit. He is in denial. Desmond Clark isn't in the picture, Clifford says. He and his wife are dead too. They were in a plane crash down in Florida. He was piloting. Damn fool tried to land in heavy fog. He speaks in what's almost a monotone. He takes a big slug of his spiked iced tea and says, I'm thinking of quitting. For a moment, she thinks he's talking about drinking, then decides that's not it. Quitting the Golden Oldies? Yes, I used to like that name, but these days it kind of bothers me. The only ones in this picture I still bowl with are Avram and Ernie. Small Ball comes, but just to watch. It's not like it used to be. Nothing is, Holly says gently. No, but it should be, and could be, if people would only take care of themselves. He's staring at the picture. Holly is looking at him and realizes that even his six-pack abs are starting to show wrinkles. "Who is this last one?" she asks. "That's Vic Anderson. Slick Vic, we used to call him. He had a stroke. He's in a care home upstate." "Not Rolling Hills by any chance?" "Yes, that's the name." The fact that one of the old bowlers is in the same care home as her Uncle Henry feels like a coincidence. Holly finds that a relief, because seeing Barbara Robinson's picture in the bowling alley had felt more like fate. His wife moved up there so she could visit him more often. "Sure you don't want a little pick-me-up, Miss Gibney? I won't tell if you won't." "I'm fine, really," Holly says and stops recording. "Thank you so much, Mr. Clippard." He's still looking at her iPad, almost hypnotized. "I really didn't realize how few of us are left." She swipes away the picture, and he looks up as if not entirely sure where he is. "Thank you for your time." "You're very welcome. If you find Carrie, ask him to drop by sometime, will you? At least give him my email address. I'll write it down for you. And the numbers of the ones that are still around." "You bet." He tears a sheet from a pad and jots down the information, consulting his phone as he does. Holly notes that his hand trembles slightly as he writes. "Time, the Avenger," she thinks again. She doesn't dislike old people. It's just something about the way Clippard is handling his old age that makes her uneasy. She basically can't wait to get out of there. Now for Section 3. There's only one upscale shopping center in Sugar Heights. Holly parks there, lights a cigarette, and smokes with the door open, her feet on the pavement. Her car is starting to stink of cigarettes, and not even the air freshener she keeps in the center console completely kills the odor. What a nasty habit it is, she thinks, and yet how necessary. Just for now, she tells herself, and thinks of St. Augustine praying that God should make him chaste, but not yet. Holly checks her phone to see if Barbara has answered her message with the photo of Carrie Dressler and the Golden Oldies. She hasn't. Holly looks at her watch and sees it's only 2:15. There's plenty of daylight left, and she has no intention of wasting it. So what's next? Get off her ass and knock on doors, of course. There were 8 bowling oldies in 2015, including Desmond Clark, the one not in the picture. 3 of them don't need to be checked out. 4, if she counts Hugh Clippard. He looks capable of overpowering Bonnie and the skateboard kid, but for now she puts him aside with the 2 who are dead and the one living in Wisconsin, though that should be checked out. That leaves Roddy Harris, Avram Welch, and Ernie Coggins. There's also Victor Anderson, but Holly doubts a stroke victim is sneaking out of a nursing home to abduct people. She knows it's very unlikely that any of the Golden Oldies is the Red Bank predator, but she's more and more convinced that the abductions of Dressler, Kraslow, Steinman, and Bonnie Ray Dahl were planned rather than random. The predator knew their routines, all of which seemed to center around Deerfield Park. The bowlers knew Carrie. She doesn't need to mention the other missing people unless she gets a feeling that questions about Carrie are making someone nervous. She knows the signs to look for. Bill taught her well. Better to keep Ellen, Pete, and Bonnie as her secret weapons, at least for now. It never once crosses her mind that Penny Dahl has outed her on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Now for Section 4. While Holly is smoking in the shopping center parking lot, Barbara Robinson is staring uselessly into space. She's shut off all notifications on her computer and phone, allowing only calls from her parents and Jerome to come through. The Penley Prize essay, a requirement for the 5 finalists, has to be in the mail by the end of the month, and that's only 4 days away. Make it 3, actually. She wants to take her essay to the post office on Friday to be sure of the postmark. To be eliminated on a technicality, after all this, would be maddening. So she gets back to work. Poetry is important to me because horrible, like the first line of a middle school book report. Delete. Poetry matters because worse. Delete. My reason for delete, delete, delete. Barbara shuts off her computer, spends some more time staring into space, then gets up from her desk and changes into shorts and a t-shirt. She ties back her hair and goes running. It's too hot to run, but it's all she can think of to do. She circles the block. By the time she gets back to her house, she's sweating and gasping for breath. Nevertheless, She goes around the block again. A neighbor looks at her like she's crazy. She probably is. In front of her computer, she had felt frustrated and scared because Olivia refuses to help, because her mind was as blank as the screen. But now, running full out, she realizes what was beneath the fear and frustration. She's angry. She feels like she's being toyed with, made to jump through hoops like a circus dog. Back in the house, she takes the stairs 2 at a time, leaves a trail of her clothes on the way to the bathroom, and gets in the shower with the water turned all the way to cold. She lets out a scream and clutches herself. She sticks her throbbing face in the cold spray and screams again. It feels good to scream, so she does it a 3rd time. She gets out of the shower shivering and covered with goosebumps, but feeling better, clearer. She towels off and goes back to her room. She reaches for the button to turn on her computer, then thinks, "No, wrong." She grabs one of her school notebooks, flips past scribbled notes, and comes to a blank page. She tears it out almost carelessly, glad of the frayed edge. She's thinking of something Olivia had said, "If they give you ruled paper, write the other way." Barbara does that now, writing her essay quickly across the blue ruled lines. The requirement is no more than 500 words. Barbara's is much shorter. And it turns out Olivia is here to help her after all, with something else she said in one of their morning meetings. "I write poetry because without it I am a dead engine," she writes. She pauses only for a moment, then adds, "That I should be asked to write an essay about my poetry after sending so much of it to you is idiotic. My poetry is my essay." She folds the ragged-edged sheet twice and stuffs it in an envelope that's already stamped and addressed. She throws on some clothes, runs back downstairs, and sprints down the block, not caring about the fresh sweat. She needs to do this before she can change her mind. There's a mailbox on the corner. She drops the envelope inside, then bends over, gasping for breath. "I don't care if I win or lose," she thinks. I don't care. She may regret what she wrote later, but not now. Standing at the mailbox, she knows it's the truth. The work matters. Nothing else, not prizes, not being published, not being rich or famous, only the work. Now we go back in time to July 1st, 2021. At 8:03 p.m., Bonnie Ray Dahl bikes down Red Bank Avenue and turns in at the Jet Mart. At 8:04, she gets off her bike, takes off her helmet, and shakes out her hair. She puts the helmet on the seat and goes inside. "Hey, Emilio," she says with a smile. "Hey," he responds, smiling back. She goes to the back cooler and grabs a Diet Pepsi. She pauses at the snack rack, picks up a package of Ho-Hos, considers it, and then puts it back. Outside, a van passes the store, heading downhill. At 8:05, Roddy Harris is driving the van. He has a syringe of Valium in his pocket. Emily is already in the wheelchair, ready to go. Tonight, she needs it. Her sciatica has returned with a vengeance. Roddy pulls into the cracked lot of what used to be a car repair shop. "One Christmas elf coming right up," he says. "Just hurry," Emily snaps. "I don't want to miss her. This is agony." She turns the wheelchair to face the door. Roddy presses a button and the door rolls back. The ramp slides out. Emily rides it down to the pavement. Roddy turns on the 4-way flashers and gets out. They can't afford to miss her. Emily is in bad shape, and Roddy isn't much better. His hips hurt and his hands are stiff, but the real problem is his mind. It keeps drifting. He refuses to believe it's Alzheimer's, but he's definitely gotten foggy. A fresh infusion of brains will fix him, and the rest of the elf will fix Emily. At 8:06, Bonnie has put the Ho-Hos back and is at the counter, her wallet in hand. "Why don't you think again about those Ho-Hos?" Emilio says as he rings her up. "You're in good shape. They won't hurt you." "Get thee behind me, Satan," she says. "My body is a temple." "If you say so," Emilio replies. "At this Jet Mart, the customer is always right." They both laugh. Bonnie puts her change in her pocket, slides her backpack off one shoulder, and puts her soda inside. She zips the pack closed and shoulders it. "Have a good night, Emilio." He gives her a thumbs up. At 8:07, Bonnie puts on her helmet, gets on her bike, and pauses just long enough to adjust one of her pack's straps. Not far down the hill, across from the part of the park known as the Thickets, Emily is maneuvering her wheelchair around the rear of the van. The pavement is cracked and uneven. Each jolt sends a shock of pain through her lower back. She presses her lips together to keep from crying out. "Flag her down," she whispers. "Don't fail, Roddy. Please don't fail." Roddy has no intention of failing. If Bonnie won't stop, he'll kick her off her bike as she tries to pass. He turns to Emily and sees something he doesn't like. The wheelchair's guide light is still on. It's hard to believe a wheelchair has a dead battery if the light is still working. And the girl is coming, speeding down the hill. "Turn off the light," he whispers. "Emily, turn off the goddamn guide light." She does, just in time, because here she is, their Christmas elf. Roddy steps off the sidewalk, waving his arms. "Can you help us, please? We need help." Bonnie speeds past, too far into the street for him to even think about kicking her off her bike. But then she brakes, swerves, and comes back. He's relieved. She pedals slowly, a little wary at first, but there's still enough light for her to see who was waving her down. "Professor Harris? What's up? What's wrong?" "It's Emily. Her sciatica is very bad, and the battery in her wheelchair died. Can you help me get her inside? I want to take her home." "Bonnie?" Emily asks weakly. "Bonnie doll, is that you?" "It is. Oh my God, Emily. I'm so sorry." Bonnie gets off her bike and pushes down the kickstand. She hurries to Emily and bends over her. "What happened? Why did you stop here?" A car passes. It slows. Roddy's heart stops. Then it speeds up again. Emily has no good answer for Bonnie's question, so she just moans. "We need to get her around to the other side," Roddy repeats. "Can you help me push?" He bends as if to take one of the wheelchair's handles, but Bonnie pushes him aside and grabs both. She turns the wheelchair and pushes it around the back of the van. Roddy skirts the ramp, leans in the open driver's side door, and turns off the flashers. "Should I call someone?" Bonnie asks. "My phone." "Just get me up the ramp," Emily gasps. "I'll be fine once I get home and take a muscle relaxant." Bonnie positions the wheelchair facing the ramp and takes a deep breath. She bends down, gets a good grip, and pushes. Halfway up the ramp, just as she thinks she won't be able to finish, the wheelchair's motor hums to life. The guide light comes on. At the same moment, she feels a wasp sting the back of her neck. Emily rolls into the van. Roddy expects Bonnie to collapse, just as the others did. He's just injected her with 15 milligrams of Valium. Instead, she straightens up and turns around. Her hand goes to the back of her neck. It's her eyes that convince him the drug is working. They are floating in their sockets, her face slack with bewilderment. "What did you do? What? Why won't she go down?" Emily asks shrilly from the van. "Be quiet," he says. "She will." But instead of going down, Bonnie stumbles toward the back of the van and the street beyond. Roddy tries to grab her. She pushes him away with surprising strength. He stumbles backward, trips, and lands on his rear end. His hips howl. "She's getting away," Emily cries. He scrambles to his feet. Bonnie has veered away from the van and is now stumbling along the front of the abandoned repair shop, one hand sliding along the rusty roll-up door to keep from falling. She makes it all the way to the end of the building before he can throw an arm around her neck and pull her back. She still tries to fight him, twisting her head from side to side. Her bike helmet thuds against his shoulder. One of her earrings flies off. He drags her back toward the van, gasping for breath. One flailing elbow connects with his cheekbone. Sparks flash in front of his eyes. He loses his hold on her, but then her knees buckle and she finally drops. He turns to Emily. "Can you help me?" She gets partway up, winces, and sits back down. "No, if my back locks up, I'll only make matters worse. You'll have to do it yourself. I'm sorry." The alternative is jail, headlines, and prison. He seizes Bonnie under the arms and drags her toward the ramp. Part of the problem is her backpack. He gets it off and hands it up to Emily. "Open it," he says. "Get her phone." Emily is already taking the SIM card out of Bonnie's phone, killing it. He drags Bonnie up the ramp. Emily reverses the wheelchair to give him room. He'd like to catch his breath, but they've been here too long. He kicks Bonnie's legs away from the door. The note, he gasps. It's waiting in the back pocket of the passenger seat. Emily has printed it, working from various notes Bonnie has made during her brief time working for her. It's not an exact replica, but it's short. I've had enough. Roddy puts it on the seat of her bike and wipes it with his sleeve to remove any fingerprints. He gets into the driver's seat, gasping for breath. His heart is beating at an insane rate. He pushes the button that retracts the ramp and closes the door. It's 8:18 p.m. Now we continue our story on July 27th, 2021. Chapter 1. Just look at this, Avram Welch says, pointing at his knees. Double knee replacement. August 31st, 2015. Hard to forget that day. Carrie was at the Strike 'em Out the last time I came, in the middle of August, and he was gone the next time I went. Does that help any? It absolutely does, Holly says, though she doesn't know if it does or not. When was the next time you went back to the bowling alley after your operation? I know that too, Welch says. November 17th, it was the first round of the over 65s tournament. I still couldn't play, but I came to cheer on the oldies. You have a good memory. They are sitting in the living room of Welch's third-floor condominium. There are model ships in bottles everywhere. The place of honor is held by a framed photograph of a smiling woman in her mid-40s. Welch points at the picture now. I ought to remember. It was the next day that my wife, Mary, was diagnosed with lung cancer. She died a year later. And do you know what? She never smoked. Hearing of a non-smoker who died of lung cancer always makes Holly feel a little better about her own habit. She supposes that makes her a terrible person. I'm very sorry for your loss, she says. Welch is a small man with a big potbelly and skinny legs. He sighs and says, Not as sorry as I am, Miss Gibney. She was the love of my life. We had our disagreements as married people do, but we never let the sun go down on our anger. Althea says you all liked Carrie, Holly says. The golden oldies, I mean. Everybody liked Carrie. He was a tribble. I don't suppose you know what I mean by that, but... I do, Holly says. I'm a Star Trek fan. Right, okay. You couldn't not like Carrie. Kind of a space cadet, but friendly and always cheerful. I suppose the dope helped with that. He was a smoker, but not cigarettes. He puffed the bud, as they say. I think some of the other members of your team might also have puffed the bud, Holly ventures. Welch laughs. Did we ever? I remember nights when we'd go out back and pass a couple of joints around, getting stoned and laughing like we were back in high school. Except for Roddy, that is. Old Smallball didn't mind us doing it, but he didn't do pot. Didn't believe in it. We'd smoke up, then go back inside, and do you know what? Know what? It made us better bowlers. Huey the Clip especially. When he was stoned, he'd put it right in the pocket more often than not. He flings his hands apart, simulating a strike. Not Roddy, though. Without the magic smoke, the professor was the same old average bowler he always was. Isn't that a riot? Absolutely. Holly leaves the condominium having learned just one thing. Avram Welch is also a friendly, harmless person, just like a tribble. If he were to turn out to be the Red Bank predator, everything she's ever believed would fall to ruin. Her next stop is Rodney Harris, retired professor, average bowler, also known as Small Ball and Mr. Meat. Now for Section 2. Barbara is reading a Randall Jarrell poem called The Death of the Ball Turret Gunner, and marveling at its 5 lines of pure terror when her phone rings. Only 3 callers can currently get through, and since her mom and dad are downstairs, she doesn't even look at the screen. She just says, "Hi, Jay. What do you say?" I say I'm staying in New York for the weekend, Jerome says, but not in the city. My agent has invited me to spend the weekend in Montauk. Isn't that cool? Well, I don't know. I have an idea that sex and business don't mix. He laughs. She has never heard Jerome laugh so easily and frequently as he has during their last few conversations, and she's glad for his happiness. You can be cool on that score, kiddo. My agent, Mara, is in her late 50s, married with children and grandchildren, most of whom will be there. Barbara admits she does not remember Mara's last name, although she's sure Jerome has told her. Roberts, what is up with you? He asks. For a moment, she's silent, just looking at the ceiling, where fluorescent stars glow at night. Jerome helped her put them up when she was 9. If I tell you, will you promise not to be mad? I haven't told Mom and Dad yet, but I guess once I tell you, I'd better tell them. Just as long as you're not pregnant, sis, he says, his voice a mix of joking and seriousness. It's Barbara's turn to laugh. Not pregnant, but you could say that I'm expecting. She tells him everything, going all the way back to her initial meeting with Emily Harris, because she was too afraid to approach Olivia Kingsbury on her own. She tells him about her meetings with the old poet, how Olivia submitted her poems to the Penley Prize Committee without telling her, and how she's still in the running for the prize. She finishes and waits for jealousy or lukewarm congratulations. She gets neither and is ashamed she ever felt she had to hold back. Jerome's reaction, a babbling and excited mixture of questions and congratulations, delights her. So that's it. That's where you've been. Oh my God, Barb. I wish I was there so I could hug the shit out of you. That would be mondo nasty, she says, and wipes her eyes. The relief is so great she feels she could float up to her stick-on stars. She thinks how good her brother is, how generous. What about the essay? Did you kill it? He asks. I did, Barbara says. You bet I did, she thinks. They'll read it and toss it in the trash. Great, great, he says. Tell me again about the woman whose son disappeared, she says. I can listen now. You know, with both ears. I wasn't before. He tells her not just about Vera Steinman, but recaps the whole case. He finishes by saying Holly may have, purely by accident, uncovered a serial killer who operates on the Red Bank Avenue side of Deerfield Park, or at the college, or both. And I figured something out, he says. It was bugging the hell out of me, but it finally clicked into place. You know, like one of those ink blot pictures that you stare at, and all at once you see it's the face of Jesus or Dave Chappelle. What? She asks. He tells her. They talk a little more, and then Barbara says she wants to tell her mother and father about the Penley Prize. Before you do that, I need you to do something for me, he says. Go down to Dad's old study, where I've been working on the book, and find the orange flash drive. It's sitting next to the keyboard. Can you do that? Sure. Plug it in and send me the folder marked pics. Mara is thinking the publishers will want photos in the middle of the book, and they may want to use them for promotion too. For your tour, she says. Yeah, except if COVID doesn't go away, it's likely to be a virtual tour on Zoom and Skype. One of them is a photo of the Biograph Theater, where John Dillinger was shot. Mara thinks it would make a great cover. And Barbara... What? I'm so happy for you, sis. I love you. Barbara says she feels the same and ends the call. Then she cries. She can't remember ever being quite this happy. Olivia has told her happy poets are usually bad poets, but right now, Barbara doesn't care. We now return to July 2nd, 2021. Chapter 1. Bonnie wakes up thirsty and with a mild headache, but nothing like the hangover symptoms Jorge Castro and Carrie Dressler had felt on waking. Roddy had used an injectable ketamine solution on them, but switched to Valium for Ellen and Pete. This was because post-mortem samples showed some cellular damage in Castro's and Dressler's bodies. It hadn't reached their livers, thank God, the liver being the center of regeneration, but it was still worrying. Cellular damage there could conceivably contaminate the fat, which he uses for his arthritic hands and Emily uses for her sciatica. There are many uses for the various organs of their subjects, but the liver is what matters most, because it is the consumption of the human liver that preserves vitality and lengthens life. The liver must first be awakened, and calf's liver triggers that awakening. Human liver would undoubtedly be even better, but that would mean taking 2 people each time, one to donate a liver and the other to feed on it before being slaughtered. The Harrises have decided that would be too dangerous. Calf's liver serves very well. Bonnie knows none of this. What she knows is that she's thirsty and her head hurts. She also knows she's a prisoner. The cell she's in appears to be in someone's basement. It's hard for her to believe it's below the tidy Victorian home of the Professors Harris, but harder not to. The basement is big, lit by dim fluorescent lights. The space in front of the cage is bare, clean cement. Beyond it is a flight of stairs, and beyond that is a workshop containing power tools. The biggest item, on the far side of the room, is a metal box with a hose that goes into the wall. She assumes it's a heating and air conditioning unit. Bonnie sits up and massages her temples. Something falls to the futon she woke up on. It's one of her earrings. The other is gone, probably knocked off in the struggle. And there was a struggle. It's hazy, but she remembers stumbling along the front of a deserted building, trying to hold on to consciousness, but Rodney grabbed her and pulled her back. She looks at the little golden triangle, not real gold but pretty, and tucks it under the futon. One earring is no good, but also, its 3 corners are sharp. It might come in handy. There's a porta-john in the corner of the cell, and she knows what it means. Someone intends for her to be here for a while. It's still hard for her to believe that someone is Professor Rodney Harris. It's easier to believe that Emily is his accomplice, or more likely, he is hers. Emily is the dominant one in their relationship, and though Emily had tried to be friendly, Bonnie never completely trusted her. Bonnie examines the bars of the cage. They are home-welded but rock solid. There's a keypad, but it's covered, and even if she could get to it, guessing the right combination would be like winning the lottery. Like the previous inhabitants of this cell, she sees the camera lens peering down at her, but she doesn't yell at it. She's a smart woman and knows that at some point, someone will come, and they're not going to apologize and say it's all been a terrible mistake. Bonnie is very frightened. There's an orange crate against the far wall with 2 bottles of water on it. She opens one, drinks half, and recaps it. Then she uses the porta-john. She can't do anything about the camera, so she lowers her head and covers her face, as she did when she was a small child who had done something naughty. She tries to reason why they took her and can't get far. Sex would seem the most obvious motive, but they're old. Too old? Maybe not. And if it's sexual at their age, it's got to be something weird, something that won't end well. Could it be some kind of experiment? She's heard that Rodney Harris was a little eccentric on the subject of nutrition, but can he be actually insane, like a mad scientist in a horror movie? His laboratory must be somewhere else. What she's looking at is just a workshop where a retired old man might build bookcases or birdhouses or jail cells. Bonnie turns her mind to who might figure out she's missing. Her mother is the most likely, but Penny won't realize something is wrong right away. They're not on the best of terms at the moment. Her ex-boyfriend? Forget it. Keisha might, but with the library barely running in the summer, she might just assume Bonnie is taking some time off. Or maybe Keisha will think Bonnie just decided to leave town. Bonnie has talked about wanting to go west, but that's just talk. And Keisha knows it, doesn't she? A door opens at the top of the stairs. Bonnie goes to the bars. Rodney Harris comes down, slowly, as if he might break. He stops a safe distance from the cell and sets a tray on the floor. When he straightens, Bonnie sees a purple bruise on his right cheekbone. It spreads up to his eye and down to his jaw. The sight of it makes her simultaneously furious and savagely happy. "I got you, didn't I?" she thinks. "I got you good." Why, she asks. Roddy says nothing. Emily has told him that is by far the best course. You don't talk to a steer in a pen. "What did I ever do to you, Professor Harris?" "Nothing at all," he thinks as he goes to get the broom, leaning against the stairs. Bonnie looks at the tray. There's a plastic cup lying on its side with a brown envelope tucked into it and a slab of raw meat. "Is that liver?" she asks. No answer. He pushes the tray through a hinged flap at the bottom of the cell. "I like liver," Bonnie says, "but with fried onions, and I prefer it cooked." He makes no reply, just goes back to the stairs and starts up. "Professor," she asks. He turns to look at her, eyebrows raised. "That's quite a bruise you've got there." He touches it and winces. This also makes Bonnie happy. "You know what?" she says. "I wish I'd knocked your fucking crazy head right off your fucking neck." The unbruised side of his face reddens. He seems about to reply, but restrains himself. He goes up the stairs and she hears the door slam. This also makes her happy. She pulls the envelope from the cup. It's for a drink called kachava. She's heard of it but never had it. In spite of everything, she's hungry. She tears off the top, dumps it in the cup, and adds water from her other bottle. She stirs it with her finger, thinking they could at least have provided a spoon. She tries it and finds it quite good. Bonnie drinks half, then sets the cup on the lid of the porta-john. She goes to the bars. The old professor is a compulsive neatnik. The concrete floor is spotless. The wrenches are hung on pegs in descending order, so are the screwdrivers and saws, and Bonnie puts her hand over her mouth. She was scared. Now she's terrified. What she's looking at brings the reality of her situation home to her. She has been imprisoned like a rat in a cage, and unless there's a miracle, she's not getting out alive. Hanging like trophies on the pegboard next to the rolls of tape are her bike helmet and her backpack. Now we continue with July 27th, 2021. Chapter 1. Holly drives down Ridge Road and parks in a 2-hour zone. She opens her window and lights a cigarette. Then she calls the Harris residence. A man answers. Holly gives her name and occupation and asks if she could drop by to ask a few questions. "What's this regarding?" he asks. Holly repeats her name and says she's interested in Carrie Dressler. "I've been working on a case where Mr. Dressler's name came up. I went by the bowling alley where he worked." "Strike him out, Lanes," he says, sounding impatient. "That's right. I'm trying to track him down. It has to do with a series of auto thefts. I can't go into the details, but I'd like to talk to him. I saw the picture of your bowling team with Mr. Dressler in it, and I just thought you might have some idea where he went. I've already talked to Mr. Clippard and Mr. Welch, so since I'm nearby, Dressler has been stealing cars," he asks. "I really can't go into that, Mr. Harris. You are Mr. Harris, aren't you?" "Professor Harris, I suppose you can come by, but don't plan on staying long. I haven't seen young Mr. Dressler in years, and I'm quite busy." "Thank you," but Harris has already hung up. Now for Section 2. Roddy puts his phone down and turns to Emily. Her sciatica has eased a bit, and she no longer needs the wheelchair, but she's using her cane, her hair needs combing, and Roddy has an unkind thought. She looks like the old witch in a fairy tale. "She's coming," he says, "but not about the doll girl. It's Dressler she's interested in, or so she says." "You don't believe that, do you?" "Not necessarily, but it makes a degree of sense. She claims to be investigating a series of car thefts. It could be. I doubt private detectives work just one case at a time. She's got separate cases involving 2 of the people we've taken. That would be a very large coincidence, wouldn't it?" They happen. And why would investigating Bonnie Dahl lead her to the bowling alley? That girl was no bowler. "Her name is Gibney, Holly Gibney. Perhaps I should talk to her when she comes." Roddy shakes his head. "You didn't know Dressler, I did. It's me she wants to talk to, and I'll handle it." "Will you?" she asks, giving him a searching look. "You said on guarding instead of regarding. I don't know how to say this, my love, but—" "I've slipped a cog," he says. "There, I've said it for you. Did you think I wasn't aware? I am, and I'll make allowances." He touches her cheek. She presses her hand over his and smiles. "I'll be watching from upstairs." "I know you will. I love you," he says. "I love you too," she says, and makes her slow way to the stairs. Now for Section 3. Holly mounts the Harris porch and rings the bell. The door is opened by a tall, slim man wearing jeans and a polo shirt with the Bell College logo on it. His eyes are bright and intelligent, but beginning to sink in their sockets. His hair is white, with pink scalp peeking through. There's the ghost of a bruise on one cheek. "Miss Gibney," he says, "come into the living room, and you can take off the mask. There's no COVID here, assuming there is such a thing, which I doubt." "Have you been vaccinated?" she asks. He frowns at her. "My wife and I observe healthy protocols." That's answer enough for Holly. She says she'll be more comfortable with her mask on. She wishes she'd worn disposable gloves as well. "As you wish," he says. Holly follows him down the hall into a big wood-paneled room lit by electric sconces. The drapes are pulled to keep out the afternoon sun. Central air conditioning whispers. Light classical music is playing quietly. "I'm going to be a bad host and not ask you to sit," Harris says. "I'm writing a lengthy response to a rather stupid article in the Quarterly Journal of Nutrition, and I don't want to lose my train of thought. Also, my wife is suffering from a migraine, so I'd ask you to keep your voice low." "I'm sorry," says Holly, who rarely raises her voice. Besides, my hearing is excellent. That much is true, Emily thinks. She's in the spare bedroom watching them on her laptop. A tiny camera is hidden among the knickknacks on the mantelpiece. She's concerned that Rodney will give something away. He's still sharp most of the time, but as the day goes on, he has a tendency to misspeak and grow forgetful. She knows this is common in those with the onset of Alzheimer's or dementia. The syndrome is called sundowning. But she refuses to believe that can be true of the man she loves. Still, a seed of doubt has been planted. Holly tells Harris the car theft story, which she has refined on the way over. She plans to use it when she talks to Ernie Coggins, who interests her the most because he's still bowling and still married. Now for Section 4. Barbara goes down to their father's old office. Jerome's computer is now on the desk, with papers piled on both sides. She assumes the thick stack on the right is the manuscript of his book. She sits down and thumbs through it to the last page, 359. Jerome wrote all of this, she marvels, and thinks of her own book of poems, which will be much shorter. The orange flash drive is where Jerome said it would be. She turns on the computer, types in Jerome's password, and waits for it to boot up. The wallpaper is a picture of Jerome and Barbara with their dog, Odell, who has since passed away. She plugs in the drive. There are drafts of his book, correspondence, and a file labeled Pics. Barbara opens it and looks at a few photos of their notorious great-grandfather. There are also photos of an all-black nightclub where patrons are dancing while a band plays. She finds the one of the Biograph Theater, and then one of John Dillinger himself, lying on a mortuary slab. She closes the Pics file, drags it to an email addressed to her brother, and sends it off. To the left of the computer is a litter of notes. Beneath them is a MapQuest printout of Deerfield Park and the surrounding area. Curious, Barbara picks it up. It has nothing to do with Jerome's book and everything to do with Holly's current case. There are 3 red dots with Jerome's neat printing below each of them. Bonnie D., July 1st, 2021, is on the east side of the park across from the overgrown area known as the Thickets. The dot for LNC, November 2018, is on the Bell College campus, on top of the Memorial Union, home of the campus restaurant. The last red dot is for Peter S., late November 2018. Barbara also knows this location. It's the Dairy Whip. One of them could have been me, she thinks, there but for the grace of God. Her chore is done. She shuts down the computer and gets up to leave. Then she sits down again and picks up the MapQuest printout. She takes a red pen from a coffee mug on the desk. She makes another dot on Ridge Road across from Olivia Kingsbury's house. Beneath the dot, she prints, Jorge Castro, October 2012. Even as she does it, she feels like she's being silly. Probably Castro just said, "Fuck this stupid English department," and left. But with Castro added to Jerome's map, she sees something interesting and a tiny bit disturbing. The dots almost seem to circle the park. Bonnie's came in the summer instead of the fall. But didn't Barbara see somewhere that homicidal maniacs tend to wait a shorter and shorter time between their kills? Like drug addicts shooting up more frequently? LNC and Peter S. don't fit the pattern. They disappeared close together. Maybe because the killer didn't get what he wanted from one of them. You're giving yourself the creeps, Barbara thinks, seeing monsters where there's really nothing but shadows. Still, she probably should pass on the information about Jorge Castro. She picks up her phone to call Holly, and it rings in her hand. It's Marie Duchamp. Olivia is in the hospital with an irregular heartbeat. This time, it's serious. Barbara forgets about calling Holly and hurries downstairs, telling her mother that she needs to use the car. "Is it a scholarship? Did you get a scholarship?" her mother asks. "No, it's something else," Barbara says. "All right, dear," her mother says. "Drive carefully." Now for Section 5. Holly asks Rodney Harris if he has any idea where Carrie Dressler might be now. Did he talk about plans to leave the city? Did he sometimes appear to have large amounts of cash? She asks, adding a new detail to her story. "I know he had a drug habit. Thieves often do." "He seemed like a nice enough fellow," Harris says, frowning as if trying to remember something. "Didn't know him well, but I knew he used drugs. Only marijuana, so he said, but there may have been other ones." His raised eyebrows invite Holly to confide, but she only smiles. Certainly cannabis is a known gateway for stronger substances, he goes on in a lecturing tone. Not always, but it is habit-forming and impairs cognitive development. Upstairs, Emily winces. Temporal lobe, dear, she thinks, and don't get carried away. Pardon the lecture, Miss Gibson, Roddy says, as if he's heard her. I will now climb down from my soapbox. Holly laughs politely. She touches one of the gloves in her pocket and wishes again she could put them on. Meanwhile, Harris continues. Some of the other members of my team used to go out back with Dressler and smoke a joint, as they say. So did some of the women. The hot witches, Holly asks. Harris's frown deepens. Yes, them, and others. One guesses they were attracted to him, but as I may have said, I didn't really know him. I had no idea of his financial situation, and I'm afraid I have no idea where he may have gone. Leave it there, love, Emily thinks. See her to the door. Roddy takes Holly's elbow and does just that. Now I'm afraid I must return to my work. I totally understand, Holly says. It was a long shot at best. She gives him her card, careful not to touch his fingers. If you think of anything that might help, please give me a call. When they reach the door, Emily switches to the hall camera. May I ask how you plan to proceed? Roddy asks. Don't, Emily thinks. Oh, don't, Roddy. But the woman tells Roddy she can't talk about it and offers her elbow. With a smile that says he must suffer fools, Roddy touches it with his own. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Harris. Not at all, miss. What was your name again? Gibney. Enjoy the rest of your day, Miss Gibney, and I wish you success. Now for Section 6. As soon as Holly hears the front door close behind her, she reaches deep in her pocket for the hand sanitizer. Forgetting her mask with the boys at the Dairy Whip was bad, but at least they were outside. Her conversation with Rodney Harris happened in a room where the central air conditioning could have spread the virus everywhere. You're being silly and hypochondriacal, she thinks, but that is the voice of her mother who died of the virus. She finds what she was looking for, a little bottle of Germ-X, and squirts a dollop into her palm. She rubs her hands vigorously, thinking that the sharp smell of alcohol, which used to terrify her as a child because it meant a shot was coming, is now the smell of comfort and conditional safety. Upstairs, Emily is watching this and smiling, seeing that mousy little woman frantically dry washing her hands. That's funny. We now return to July 3rd, 2021. Chapter 1. The Harris's latest guest doesn't eat the raw liver and tries to ration what remains of her water, but eventually both bottles are empty. She swirls her finger around the empty drink cup, getting the last of the powder, but that only makes her thirstier. She's hungry too. Bonnie tries to remember what she last ate, a tuna and egg sandwich. She would give anything to have that sandwich back right now, not to mention the bottle of Diet Pepsi she bought at the Jet Mart. But there is no Diet Pepsi and no phone, only her helmet and her backpack, which looks like it's been emptied, hanging on the wall with the tools. The raw liver starts to look good to her, so she pushes it out of the cage, giving the tray a final shove so it will be beyond her reach. Get thee behind me, Satan, she thinks, and swallows. She can hear the dry click in her throat and thinks that the liver must still be full of liquid. She goes back to the futon and lies down, but she keeps looking at the dish with the liver on it. After a while, she drifts into a thin, dream-haunted doze. Eventually, Rodney Harris comes back, and she wakes up. He's wearing pajamas with fire trucks on them, plus a robe and slippers, so Bonnie wrongly assumes it's evening. She further assumes that it's now been a day since they kidnapped her. I want some water, she says, trying not to croak. Please. He takes the broom and slides the tray back through the flap. Eat your liver, then you can have water. It's raw and has been sitting out all day, all last night too, I guess. Is it the third? He doesn't answer, but from his pocket, he takes a bottle of water and holds it up. Bonnie can't help licking her lips. After a day at room temperature, the piece of liver looks like it's melting. Eat it, all of it, then I'll give you the water. Bonnie decides she was half right. It's not about sex. It's some kind of weird experiment. He's not just a little eccentric, he's completely insane. She thinks eating the liver is the least of her problems. She has to get out of here, and that means being smart and not panicking. Her life depends on it. This time she's able to restrain herself from licking her lips. She kneels and pushes the tray back through the slot. Bring me a fresh piece, and I'll eat it. With water, though, to wash it down. He looks offended. I assure you that liver isn't microbially damaged. In fact, like many other cuts of meat, calf's liver is best at room temperature. Have you never heard of aged steak? It's turning gray, she says. You're being troublesome, Ms. Dahl, and you are in no position to make deals. I'm trying to meet you halfway, she says. You have some reason for what you're doing, I guess, and I'm agreeing to do what you want, but not that piece. I won't. He turns and stomps back up the stairs, pausing only once to glare at her over his shoulder. Bonnie swallows and listens to the dry click in her throat. I sound like a cricket, she thinks, one dying of thirst. Now for section 2. Emily is in the kitchen. Her face is drawn with pain, and she looks her age. More than her age, actually. Roddy is shocked. It's not fair that their special meals, so full of life-extending goodness, should wear off so quickly. It was 3 years between their first and second subjects, and 3 years between the second and the third. Now they have Bonnie Dahl, and it's not only been less than 3 years, but the symptoms of old age have been creeping up for months. Is she eating it? Emily asks. No, she says she will if I give her a fresh piece. Give it to her, Emily says in a nagging voice. I can't bear this pain. Just a little longer, he soothes. I want her thirstier. Thirst makes livestock more agreeable, and she may yet eat that one. She pushed it through the slot, but I noticed that this time she left it within reach. Emily has been standing, but now she sits down with a wince and a gasp. All right, if it must be, it must be. She hesitates. Roddy, is this diet of ours really doing anything? Or has it just been our imaginations all along? When your migraines cease, is that psychosomatic, he asks. And your sciatica, your arthritis, and mine. Do you think I like this? He holds up his hands. His knuckles are swollen, and he can only straighten his fingers with an effort. Do you think I like searching for words I know perfectly well? Or going into my office and realizing I don't know what I came in for? You've seen the results for yourself. It used to last longer, Emily whispers. That's all I'm saying. If she eats the liver tonight, then tomorrow? Roddy knows that 48 hours would be better, and 96 before the harvest is best, but the doll girl is young, and the awakening of her own liver should happen quickly. Besides, he can't stand to see his wife suffer. Tomorrow night, he says, assuming she eats. Assuming, Emily says, thinking of the stubborn vegan girl. She's not like the black girl, Roddy says. She more or less agreed to eat if I gave her water. More or less, Emily says with a sigh. Roddy doesn't seem to hear her. He's staring off into the distance. At last he says, but I must be careful. She hasn't asked enough questions. There's been no begging and no screaming. It wouldn't do to slip up. Then don't, Emily says and takes his hand. I'm depending on you. He gives her a smile. We won't celebrate July 4th this year, dear heart, but on the 6th we feast. Now for section 3. Roddy returns to the basement at 10 o'clock that night, after helping Emily back upstairs. She's in bed, where she'll lie awake and in pain for most of the night. He assures himself that her questioning of their special meals is caused by her pain, but it still bothers him. He's holding the backup slab of liver, having seen from the video feed that Dahl has continued to refuse the first one. He wishes they had more time, but Emily can't wait. Soon she'll be insisting on pain pills, and those things are death in a bottle. He sets the plate down and tells Dahl to push out her empty drink cup. She does. He takes a bottle of water from his robe pocket and pours a little into the cup. Then he uses the broom to push the cup toward her, careful not to tip it over. She lifts the flap and reaches out. Just hand it to me, Professor, she says. He almost does it, then chuckles. I think not, he says. When the cup is close enough, she grabs it and drinks it down in 2 gulps. Eat your liver and I'll give you the rest, he says. Refuse and you won't see me again until tomorrow night. It's an empty threat, but Dahl doesn't know that. You promise you'll give me the rest of the water? Hand to heart, assuming you don't vomit. And if you vomit after I'm gone, Emily will see it. Then we'll have trouble. Professor, I'm already in trouble. Wouldn't you agree? She asks. She worries him more and more. She even scares him a little. Instead of answering, he uses the broom to push in the liver. Doll doesn't hesitate. She picks it up, sinks her teeth into the raw flesh, and tears off a bite. She chews. He looks at the tiny droplets of blood on her lower lip with fascination. On July 5th, he will roll those lips in flour and fry them in a skillet. Lips are fine sources of collagen, and hers will do wonders for his knees and elbows. In the end, this worrisome girl is going to be worth the trouble. She is going to donate some of her youth. She takes another bite, chews, and swallows. Not terrible, she says. It's got a thicker taste than cooked liver, dense somehow. Are you enjoying watching me eat, asshole? Roddy doesn't reply, but the answer is yes. I'm not getting out of this, am I? There's no sense saying I'll never tell a soul, is there? Roddy is prepared for this. Of course you will, he says with a look of surprise. This is a government research project. There will be certain tests, and you will have to sign a non-disclosure form. But once you've done that... He's interrupted by her laughter, both humorous and hysterical. If I believe that, you've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell me. Just give me the fucking water when I finish this. Her voice trembles, and her eyes shine with tears. Roddy is relieved. Keep your promise, she says. Now we continue our story on July 27th, 2021. Chapter 1. Holly returns to her former parking spot in the 2-hour zone and smokes a cigarette with the car door open and her feet on the pavement. It occurs to her that there's something exceptionally perverse about taking all the proper precautions against COVID and then filling her lungs with this carcinogenic crap. I have to stop, she thinks. I really do, just not today. The Golden Oldies bowling team is probably a dead end. It's hard for her to remember now why she ever thought it would lead to anything. Was it just because Carrie Dressler also visited the Jet Mart Bonnie used on a regular basis? Well, Dressler's also gone, leaving his moped behind, but those are pretty thin connections. It certainly doesn't seem to her that Roddy Harris is a likely candidate for the Red Bank Predator, if there even is such a person. She doesn't know if Harris's wife suffers from sciatica as well as migraines. Finding that out might be possible, but it doesn't seem like a priority. But it's pretty obvious Harris has his own problems. On guarding for regarding, Clover for COVID, temperature lobe for temporal lobe, and forgetting her name. There's also the way he simply stopped a couple of times, frowning and looking into space. It doesn't necessarily mean he's suffering from the onset of Alzheimer's. But the age is right. Also, that's the way it started with Uncle Henry, she says. But since she started investigating the oldies, she might as well finish the job. She snuffs out her cigarette and heads for the turnpike. Ernie Coggins lives in Upriver, which is only 4 exits away. It's a quick trip, but now that her uncle has come to mind, she can't stop thinking about him. When was the last time she visited? In the spring, wasn't it? Yes. Her mother had guilt-tripped her into it last April, before she got sick. Holly gets to the Upriver exit, slows down, then changes her mind and continues north toward Covington, where both her mother's house and the Rolling Hills Elder Care Center are located. It's also where another member of the Golden Oldies bowling team is living, so she can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, Victor Anderson may not be any more mentally competent than her uncle. According to Hugh Clippard, Anderson suffered a stroke, and if he's in long-term care, he's probably not recovering. Holly can check him off her list, though, and talk to Ernie Coggins tomorrow, when she's fresh. Plus, turnpike driving soothes her, and when Holly's in a calm state of mind, things sometimes occur to her. But the whole thing is starting to feel like a wild goose chase. Her phone lights up 3 times on the 4-hour drive to the same Days Inn where she stayed 3 nights before. She doesn't answer, even though her car is Bluetooth equipped. 1 call is from Jerome. 1 is from Pete Huntley. The 3rd is from Penny Dahl, who undoubtedly wants an update, and deserves one. Now for Section 2. By the time she gets to Covington, Holly's stomach is growling. She goes through the Burger King drive-thru and orders without hesitation. Her favorite at Burger King is always a big fish, a Hershey's pie, and a Coke. As she approaches the payment window, she reaches into her left pocket for one of her emoji gloves and only finds her hand sanitizer. She grabs a tissue from the center console and uses that to offer her money and take her change. The girl in the window gives her a pitying look. Holly finds a glove in her right pocket and puts it on just in time to take her food at the second window. She checks in at the motel and has to laugh at herself when she realizes she has once again arrived without luggage. She could make another trip to the Dollar General, but decides against it, telling herself her underwear will be fine for one more day. There's no point in going to the Elder Care Center tonight either. Visiting hours end at 7. She eats slowly, enjoying her fish sandwich and the Hershey's pie even more. There's nothing like empty calories, she sometimes thinks, when you're feeling confused and unsure of what to do next. Oh, you know perfectly well what to do next, she thinks, and calls Penny Doll. Penny asks if she's made any progress. I don't know, Holly says. This is the God's honest truth. Either you have or you haven't, Penny says. Holly doesn't want to tell Penny that her daughter might have become the latest victim of a serial killer. It may come to that, but while she's still unsure, it would be too cruel. I'm going to give you a full report, she says, but I want another 24 hours. Are you all right with that? No, I'm not all right with that, Penny says. If you've found something, I have a right to know. I'm paying you for Christ's sake. Let me put it another way, Penny, Holly says. Can you live with that? I should fire you, Penny grumbles. That's your right, Holly says, but an end-of-case report would still take me 24 hours to prepare. I'm chasing a couple of things. Promising things? I'm not sure, Holly says. She would like to say something more hopeful, but she can't. There's a silence. Then Penny says, I expect to hear from you by 9 tomorrow night, or I will fire you. Fair enough. It's just that right now I don't have my... She was going to say ducks in a row, but Penny ends the call before she can. Now for section 3. Next, Holly calls Jerome. Before she can even say hello, he asks if she's talked to Barbara. No, should I? Well, she's got some pretty amazing news, but I want her to tell you. Spoiler alert, she's also been writing and just happens to be in the running for a literary prize with big bucks attached. $25,000. Are you kidding me? I'm not. And don't you tell Mom and Dad. She may not have told them yet, but that's not why I called. I finally figured out what was bugging me about that van, the one in the security footage from the store. What was it? The body is too high. It's not jacked up like one of those monster trucks, but it's noticeable. I looked online, and the only vans like that are custom jobs for people with disabilities. The chassis gets raised to allow for a wheelchair ramp. Now for section 4. Holly calls Pete from beside the ice machine where she's having a smoke. He has come to the same conclusion about the van as Jerome, only he calls that kind of vehicle a crip wagon. Holly winces, thanks him, and asks him how he's doing. He says he's feeling stronger every day. It crosses her mind that he's trying to convince himself. She puts out her cigarette and sits on the stairs to think. Now she has one almost concrete thing to tell Penny tomorrow night. It seems more and more likely that Bonnie was taken by someone pretending to be disabled. Or maybe not just pretending. Holly thinks of something Amani said. The poor old lady looked like she was in pain. She said she wasn't, but I know sciatica when I see it. She wishes now she had gotten a look at Emily Harris. She should check at the college to see if anyone knows anything about her physical condition, and she'll be sure to get a good look at Ernie Coggins' wife when she talks to him tomorrow. Back in her room, she lies on the bed and calls Barbara. Her call goes straight to voicemail. She asks for a call back before 10:30, when she'll shut off her phone, say her evening prayer, and go to sleep. Then she calls Jerome back. I can't get Barbara, and my curiosity is killing me. Tell me what's going on. It's really Barbara's news, Holly. Pretty please, with sugar on it? Okay, but only if you promise to act surprised when Barb tells you. I promise. So Jerome tells Holly how Barbara has been writing poetry in secret for a long time and met with Olivia Kingsbury. Olivia Kingsbury, Holly exclaims, sitting up straight. Holy frijoles! You know her, I take it. Not personally, but my God, Jerome, she's one of America's greatest poets. I'm amazed that Barbara got up the courage to approach her, but good for her. Barb's never been short on guts. When I was a teenager trying to write my own poems, I read everything of Kingsbury's I could get my hands on. I didn't know she was still alive. Almost 100, Barb says. Anyway, this Kingsbury checked out Barbara's poetry and agreed to mentor her. The end result was Barb got put up for this prize, the Penworth or something. The Penley Prize, Holly says. She's awestruck and delighted for her friend. Yeah, that sounds right. But don't bother asking what I've been up to, Hollyberry, my $100,000 and all. Not to mention my glitzy weekend in Montauk coming up. You wouldn't want to hear about the party where Spielberg might show up, or any of that boring old stuff. Holly does, of course, and they talk for almost half an hour. He tells her about his lunch at the Blarney Stone, the advance check, discussions about his book's launch, and plans for promotion. When they have exhausted what he calls Jerome's excellent New York adventure, he asks her to update him on the case. She does, finishing by confessing that her investigation of the bowling team is probably a dead end. Jerome disagrees. It's a valid line of investigation, Hall. Dressler worked there. He was targeted. I think they all were. No, I'm sure. Maybe, Holly says, but I doubt if it was by an elderly bowler. The one I'm seeing tomorrow is actually a stroke victim. I guess I was hoping one of them is protecting a younger relative or friend. Protecting or enabling. The truth is, she's still hoping for that. She has less than a day before she needs to update her client, and she'd like to have something concrete to tell Penny. But more importantly, she wants something concrete to tell herself. Now for Section 5. While Holly is talking to Jerome, Barbara Robinson is sitting with Marie Duchamp in a waiting room at Kinnair Memorial. They're waiting to find out if the doctors have been able to regulate Olivia's heartbeat. They are also waiting, though neither of them says it, to find out if the old poet is still alive. Barbara calls home and gets her father. She tells him that she's at the hospital, waiting for news about an old friend named Olivia Kingsbury. That's the bad news, but there's also good news. She tells him to call Jerome, and he'll explain everything. Are you all right, honey? Her father asks. The answer is no, but she says yes. He asks when she'll be home. Barbara says she doesn't know, repeats that she's fine, and ends the call. To pass the time, she checks her voicemails. She has one from Holly, but doesn't want to talk to her yet. She's trying to concentrate all her psychic energy on keeping Olivia alive. Stupid, she knows, but who knows? There really are more things in heaven and earth than most people believe. Barbara has seen some of them for herself. She also has a text from Holly, and to this, she replies with a brief two-word response just as Olivia's doctor comes in and approaches them. One look at his face tells Barbara and Marie that the news is bad. Now for Section 6. While Barbara is reading Holly's text and sending her brief reply, Emily Harris is standing at her bedroom window, looking down at Ridge Road. When Roddy comes in, she turns to him, crosses the room slowly, and gives him a hug. Someone's feeling better, Roddy says. She smiles. Little by little, my dear. The detective woman didn't seem very impressive, did she? With her mask and her prissy little questions. She did not. But we must keep an eye on her. I tend to think you're right, that she may be investigating Dressler and Dahl as separate cases for separate clients, but I still find it hard to believe. And if she was here partly because of the Dahl girl and didn't say so, it's because she suspects something. They walk to the window together and look out at the nighttime street. Rodney Harris is thinking that if what they have done comes out, they would be branded as crazy. His academic reputation would be ruined. Emily, the far more practical of the two, is still thinking about Bonnie Dahl. Something else is nagging at her, but she ignores it. What could the Gibney woman find out? Not much. Maybe nothing. Dahl did some secretarial work for me after Christmas, but only for a short time, and I paid cash. I asked her to keep quiet about it for that reason, reminding her that it was undeclared income. Before Christmas, too, Roddy says, as an elf, yes, for the party. But there were at least a dozen elves, all paid in cash, and they were forbidden to post about it on social media. Roddy snorts. You might as well tell the wind not to blow. Emily admits that this is true, but she knows Bonnie Doll never posted about her job as a Christmas elf. Emily has checked. She knew the secretarial job was coming, and she didn't want to lose it. She may have told her mother. It's Emily's turn to snort. Not that one. She thought her mother was a meddling bitch, and her boyfriend is out of the picture. The Gibney woman doesn't know about our brief relationship with the doll girl. At least she didn't this afternoon. Did you see how afraid she was to touch you? What a mouse. Emily laughs, then winces and clutches her lower back. My poor honey, Rodney says. What about a little fresh cream for your ouchies? She gives him a grateful smile. That would be good. And Roddy, do you still have Thing 1? Thing 1 is their taser. Yes. Carry it, just in case. Don't forget. He forgets so much these days. I'll carry it, and I won't forget. Do you still have Thing 2? Yes, she kisses him. Now help me off with my nightgown. Now for Section 7. Bill Hodges once told Holly that a case was like an egg. This was near the end of his life, when he was in a lot of pain and on a lot of medication. Most cases are fragile, the way eggs are fragile, he had said. Why? Because most criminals are idiots. So you treat a case like an egg, you crack it, you beat it, you put it in a pan with some butter, then you make yourself a nice little omelet. Holly's case starts to crack in her days-in room as she's kneeling by her bed and saying her prayers. Her phone starts playing its little tune. She doesn't recognize the number and almost rejects the call, but she's on a case, so she takes it. Hello, is this Holly? Holly Gibney? It is. Who's this? Randy? Randy Holston? You came around asking about Tom and his girlfriend Bonnie? That's right. You told me to call if I remembered anything, remember? I did. Have I what? Thought of anything, Randy. Yeah, but it probably doesn't mean anything. I was at this party, right? New Year's Eve, and I was pretty drunk. So you said, and I was in the kitchen, and this Bonnie came out, and we talked a little. I did most of the talking, and she mostly just listened. I think maybe she came out to get away from Tom. Did I tell you that? You did. But she said one thing I remembered. I didn't when we talked at Starbucks, but I did after. What was it? I asked her what she did over the Christmas break, and she said she was an elf. I go, what? And she says, I was a Christmas elf. Doesn't mean anything, right? Holly channels The Empire Strikes Back. Everything means something. It does. Randy cracks up. Yoda, beautiful. You rock, Holly. Hey, if you ever want to go out and grab a burger and a beer sometime. Holly thanks him, says she'll take it under consideration, and gets off the phone. She finishes her prayer on autopilot. An elf. She said she was a Christmas elf. It's probably not important, but as Yoda might also say, interesting it is. Penny might know what Bonnie was talking about, but Holly doesn't want to talk to Penny again until she has to. What she wants, now that she's wide awake, is a cigarette. She dresses and goes down to the ice machine. On the way, she has an idea. After she lights up, she finds Lakeisha Stone's number in her contacts and calls. If this is another church donation pitch. It's not. It's Holly Gibney, Keisha. Can I ask you a quick question? Sure, if it will help you find Bonnie. You haven't, have you? Holly, who is more and more sure that Bonnie is no longer alive, says, not yet. Did she ever say anything to you about being a Christmas elf? Keisha laughs. It's not crazy at all, girlfriend. She was a Christmas elf. If Santa's elves dress up like Santa, that is, with the beard and the red hat, but she did have elf shoes, cute green ones with curly toes. She got them at Goodwill, she said. Why would you ask that? Was it at a mall, a seasonal thing? No, for a Christmas party. The party was on Zoom because of COVID, but the elves went around to the party people with snacks and 6-packs of beer. Or maybe some of them got champagne. Faculty, you know, they have to keep up appearances. Holly can feel something warm working its way up her back. There's still nothing real here, but she's rarely had a stronger intuition. Whose party was it, do you know? These old retired professors. He was in life sciences, she's in the English department. The Harrises. Now for section 2. Holly lights another cigarette and walks around the Days Inn parking lot, too deep in her own thoughts to bother policing up the butt of her last one. She just steps on it and keeps walking, her head down and her brow furrowed. She's having trouble keeping up with her own suppositions and has to remind herself that they're only suppositions. Bill had talked about how a case was like an egg. He also talked about blue Chevrolet syndrome. As soon as you bought a blue Chevrolet, you saw blue Chevrolets everywhere. Supposition, she keeps telling herself as she lights yet another cigarette. Not fact, only supposition. True enough, but Carrie Dressler worked at the Strike 'em Out lanes. Roddy Harris, also known as Small Ball, bowled at the Strike 'em Out. Not only that, Carrie sometimes bowled on Roddy's team. Bonnie Dahl worked for the Harrises over Christmas, although it was only a one-night gig. And as for Ellen Kraslow, she calls Keisha back. Me again, I'm sorry to bother you if you were getting ready for bed. Keisha laughs. Not me, I like to read late when the house is quiet. What's up? Do you know if Bonnie had any further association with the Harrises? After the Christmas party gig, I mean. Actually, yeah, Keisha says. Bonnie worked for the Mrs. Professor for a while early this year, writing thank you letters and putting her contacts in order. Stuff like that. She showed her some computer stuff too, although she thought Mrs. Professor knew a little more about computers than she let on. Keisha hesitated. She said that maybe the old lady had a little bit of a crush on her. Why do you ask? I'm just trying to trace her contacts and what she was doing between the end of 2020 and when she disappeared, Holly says. This is only a half-truth. Can I ask you one more question? Not about Bonnie, but about the other woman you mentioned? Ellen Kraslow? Sure. You said you guys used to talk with her in the campus restaurant, but didn't you say she also worked in the Life Sciences building? Yes, it's right next door to the student union. Does it matter? Probably not, but maybe it does. Rodney Harris might still have an office in the Life Sciences building. College professors never really retire, do they? Even if he doesn't, he could have had one when Ellen went missing. Now for section 3. Holly is out of cigarettes, but there's a 7-Eleven next to the motel. She's walking there when her phone lights up again. It's Tanya Robinson. Holly says hello and sits on a bench outside the convenience store. Dew has fallen, and the seat of her pants gets wet. Ordinarily, this would bother her a great deal, since she doesn't have another pair of pants. Now, she barely notices. I wanted to fill you in on Barbara, Tanya says. Holly sits up straight. Is she all right? She's fine. Did she tell you her news? I'm thinking she's had so much going on today that she hasn't had time. Holly pauses briefly, but if Tanya knows, it's probably all right to say she does. She didn't, but Jerome did. It's wonderful. In poetry circles, the Penley Prize is a pretty big deal. Tanya laughs. Now I've got 2 writers in the family. It's hard to believe. My own grandfather could hardly read at all. Barbara has been meeting with a local poet named Olivia Kingsbury. I know who she is, Holly says. She doesn't bother to tell Tanya that Kingsbury is a lot more than just a local poet. Jerome says she's been mentoring Barbara for months now, and today is the first I learned of it. I suppose she felt like she'd be accused of copying her brother if she told, which is ridiculous. But that's Barbara. Anyway, the 2 of them have become very close, and today Miss Kingsbury had to go to the hospital for an irregular heartbeat. Yes, it's too bad, but at her age things go wrong. Olivia Kingsbury is close to 100. They got her stabilized, but the poor old thing has cancer. She's had it for years, Barbara said, but now it's spread to her lungs and brain. Barbara said some more, but it was hard to make out because she was crying. I'm so sorry. She asked me to call all her friends. She's going back to Miss Kingsbury's house with the old lady's caregiver, who's as broken up as Barbie is. The 2 of them are going to spend the night, and I guess tomorrow they'll bring Miss Kingsbury home. The old lady told them she doesn't want to die in the hospital, and I don't blame her. That's very grown-up of Barbara, Holly says. She's a good girl, a responsible girl. Tanya is crying a little herself now. She plans to stay there the rest of the week and over the weekend, but it may not be that long. Barbara said Miss Kingsbury made it clear that if her heart acts up again, she doesn't want to go back to the hospital. Understood. Holly is thinking of her mother who did die in the hospital, alone. Give Barbara all my love, and about the Penley Prize, congratulate her on making the shortlist of the shortlist. I will, Holly, but I don't think she cares about any of that just now. I offered to go over, and Barbara said no. I think she and Marie, that's the caregiver's name, want to be left alone with Miss Kingsbury. She doesn't seem to have anyone else. She's outlived them all. Now for Section 4. The subtext of Tanya's call is that Barbara will be out of touch while attending to Kingsbury during her friend and mentor's final illness. But when Holly gets back to her room with 2 fresh packs of cigarettes, she calls Barbara anyway, straight to voicemail. She says Tanya filled her in, and if Barbara needs anything, she only has to call. She says she's sorry bad news came so close on the heels of the good. I love you, Holly finishes. She gets undressed, brushes her teeth with her finger and a little motel soap, and goes to bed. She lies on her back, looking up into the dark. Her mind won't turn off, and she's afraid she's in for a sleepless night. She remembers she has a few melatonin pills rattling around in the bottom of her bag and takes one with a sip of water. Then she checks her phone for text messages. Tonight, there's just one, and it's from Barbara. Only 2 words. Holly sits on the bed, reading them over and over. That heat is working its way up her spine again. The text she sent Barbara, along with the picture of Carrie Dressler and the Golden Oldies bowling team, was brief. Do you remember this guy? Barbara's reply, almost certainly sent from the hospital, judging by the timestamp, is even briefer. Which one? Now let's go back in time to July 5th, 2021. Chapter 1. I believe you'll be able to assist me tonight, Roddy says as he enters the bedroom. Emily bares her teeth in a pained smile. The hamburger he's brought her, rare as she likes it, is still on the night table. She has managed only a single bite. I don't think I'll even be able to get out of bed tonight, let alone assist you. You'll have to do it yourself. This pain is beyond belief. He's holding a tray with a napkin on it. Now he lifts it, showing her a goblet filled with a white, lard-like substance streaked with red filaments. Beside it is a spoon. I've been saving it, he says. This isn't true. The fact is, he forgot all about it. He found it in the freezer while looking for a frozen dinner. He heated the suet pudding in the oven very gently. Microwaving kills most nutrients, a known fact. Emily's sunken eyes brighten with greed. She stretches out a hand. Give it to me. You should have given it to me yesterday, you cruel man. I didn't need you yesterday. Tonight I do. Half inside and half outside, Emily. You know the drill. Half and half. He gives her the goblet and the spoon. Peter Steinman wasn't a particularly fatty child, but what he did give up when he was rendered was edible gold. His wife begins to eat quickly. A drool of fat containing a few hair-like strands of tendon rolls down her chin. Roddy scoops it up and tucks it back into her mouth. She sucks his finger. He snatches the goblet back from her before she can eat all of it. He almost drops it but saves it. Turn over, I'll raise your nightgown. I can do it. She does, revealing her wrinkled thighs and scrawny buttocks. He begins smoothing the remains of the fat and tendon on her left buttock and down her inner thigh, where the sciatic nerve is sending out its high voltage. She gives a little moan. Better? I think, yes, better. Oh God, it is. He gets every last bit from the goblet and continues to spread and knead. Soon the shine of the fat is almost gone as it sinks in, soothing that nasty red nerve and putting it back to sleep. No, not to sleep, he thinks, only a doze. Real relief will begin later with the girl's liver, and then nourishing soups, stews, and cutlets. There are little white crescents of fat under his nails. He licks and gnaws them clean, then pulls her nightgown back down. Now rest. Sleep if you can. Get ready for tonight. He kisses the sweaty hollow of her temple. Now for Section 2. Shortly before 11 that night, Bonnie Dahl wakes to find herself lying naked on a table in a small, brightly lit room. Her wrists and ankles are clamped. Rodney and Emily Harris are watching her. Both are wearing elbow-length gloves and long rubber aprons. "Peekaboo," Roddy says, "I see you." Bonnie's head is still fuzzy. She could almost believe this is a dream, the worst nightmare ever, but she knows it isn't. She raises her head. It feels as heavy as a concrete block, but she manages. She sees they have drawn on her with a marker. It's like a weird map. "Are you going to rape me after all?" Her mouth is dry. The words are husky. "No, dear," Emily says. Her face is pale and hollow-cheeked, little more than a skull. Her eyes glitter. Her mouth is a crimped line of pain. "We're going to eat you." Bonnie begins to scream. Now let's go forward in time to July 28th, 2021. Chapter 1. Emily stands at the bedroom window in the hour before dawn, looking out at Ridge Road, empty except for the moonlight. Behind her, Rodney is sleeping with his mouth open, snoring loudly. The sound is mildly annoying, but Emily envies him his rest. She woke at 3:15, and there will be no more sleep for her tonight, because she knows what was nagging at her. She should have known as soon as Gibney called with that made-up story about Dressler being suspected of car theft. It was so obvious. Why hadn't she? At first, she wondered if she was beginning to lose her mind, the way Rodney is losing his. But she knows it isn't so. Her mind is as sharp as ever. It's just that some things are so big, so obvious, that you ignore them. Like an ugly, oversized piece of furniture that you get used to and just walk around. Until you run into it face first, or until you have a dream about a certain black vegan woman. And I knew, Emily thinks. I must have. I told him separate cases involving two of the people we've taken would be a very large coincidence. He shrugged it off, said coincidences happen, and I accepted that. Accepted it, God, how stupid. Not once had she remembered that Gibney, using her Lauren Bacall fan alias, had sent out queries to the Kraslows she had found on Twitter. She supposes that Dahl and Dressler really could be a coincidence. But Dahl, Dressler, and Kraslow? No. Emily turns from the window and makes her slow way into their bathroom. Standing on tiptoe, she reaches the top of the medicine cabinet and finds a dusty brown bottle with no label. Inside are 2 green pills. These are their final escape, should they be needed. Emily can still hope they won't be. She goes back into the bedroom and looks down at her snoring husband. He looks so old, she thinks. She lies down and puts the little brown bottle under her pillow. She'll tell him what she now knows and should have known earlier in the morning. For now, let the old dear sleep. Emily lies on her back, staring up into the dark. Now for section 2. The melatonin worked. Holly wakes up feeling like a new woman. She showers and dresses, then checks her phone. She set it to Do Not Disturb and sees that she got a call from Pete Huntley at 1:15 in the morning. There's a voicemail, but it's not Pete. It's his daughter, calling on Pete's phone. "Hey Holly, this is Shauna. Dad's in the hospital. He had a relapse. Goddamn COVID won't let him go. He said he was feeling stronger every day," Holly thinks, like the Chicago song. "He tried to take a bag of trash down to the garbage chute," Shauna's voice continues. "He fainted in the hall. Mrs. Lothrop found him and called 911. I've been with him all night. No heart attack, no ventilator. Thank Christ for that. He seems better this morning, but I guess he might be one of those long haulers. They're going to run some tests and then send him home. They need the room. This fucking shit's everywhere. You better take care of yourself." That's where the message ends. Holly feels like throwing her phone across the room. It is, as Shauna Huntley might say, a goddamn bad way to start a goddamn day. She remembers Althea Haverty at the bowling alley talking about the fake flu and looking at Holly's offered elbow with mild contempt. Holly doesn't wish her in the hospital with an oxygen mask clamped over her fat, COVID-denying face. But actually she does. Now for section 3. Holly drives through Burger King for breakfast, wearing a fresh pair of gloves to pay at one window and pick up her food at the next. She eats in her room, checks out, then sets off for Rolling Hills Elder Care. She gets there still too early for visiting hours, so she parks, opens her door, and smokes a cigarette. She texts Barbara, asking what she meant by "which one?" She gets no reply, didn't expect one, and doesn't really need one. Barb must have recognized Rodney Harris as well as Carrie Dressler. Holly is very curious about how she met Professor Harris. One thing she knows for sure is that the idea of Barbara anywhere near Harris makes her uneasy. She Googles Professor Rodney Harris and gets all sorts of information, including pictures of a younger version with dark hair. She Googles Professor Emily Harris and gets another load of information, confirming what Keisha had said. Bonnie knew Emily Harris. She worked for her, in fact. Rodney knew Carrie Dressler. He didn't smoke dope with him, but he did bowl with him when the Golden Oldies needed a sub. Rodney could have known Ellen Kraslow. He could have chatted her up. They worked in the same building, and according to Keisha, Ellen was not averse to conversation. She texts Barbara again, this time being more specific. "Is it Rodney Harris you recognized? Have you met him? I know you're busy, but let me know when you can." She checks her watch and sees that it's 9 o'clock. Visiting hours have officially begun. She doesn't expect to get anything new from Victor Anderson, if she gets anything at all, and she knows she won't get anything from Uncle Henry. But she's here now, so she might as well go ahead. She can be done by 10, check in with Pete, and then get on the road back to the city. Will she stop to talk with Ernie Coggins? She might, but she's leaning against it. All signs point to the Harrises. Now for Section 4. Holly goes to the front desk and states who she wants to visit. The woman on duty checks her computer and makes a brief call. She says Henry Sirraw is currently getting a sponge bath. Victor Anderson is in the sunroom, and although he's alert, he's very hard to understand. If Holly would like to wait, his wife usually comes in shortly after visiting hours begin, and she understands him perfectly. "Evelyn is a jewel," the woman says. Holly agrees to wait for Anderson's wife because she's had an idea. It's probably a bad one, but it's the only one she has. Her partner is in the hospital, Jerome is in New York, and Barbara is occupied with her dying friend. Even if she were not, Holly wouldn't ask for her help. Not after what happened with Chet Ondowski. She boots up her iPad and looks at pictures of 93 Ridge Road, both on Zillow and on Google Street View. She's seen the house. What she wants now is a look at the garage, but she's disappointed. The driveway dips down, and she can only see the roof. Enlarging the picture doesn't help. A slim woman comes in, white pants, white sneakers, white hair in a fashionable pixie cut, and approaches the desk. They speak, and the woman at the desk points to where Holly is sitting. Holly gets up, introduces herself, and holds her elbow out. Mrs. Anderson, Evelyn, gives it a tap and asks how she can help. "I'd like to ask your husband a few questions, a very few, if it won't tire him out. I'm investigating the disappearance of someone who used to work at the Strike Him Out lanes, Carrie Dressler. I understand Mr. Anderson sometimes bowled with him." "Translate?" Mrs. Anderson says with a smile. "Yes, I can do that. I never met Mr. Dressler, but I know who he is. Vic said he was an excellent bowler and a nice fellow, called him a mensch." She lowers her voice to a whisper. "I think they sometimes went out back to smoke pot." "So I've heard," Holly whispers back. "Do you suspect foul play?" Evelyn is still smiling behind her mask. Holly, who suspects exactly that, says she's only trying to find out where he went. "Well, come on," Evelyn Anderson says cheerfully. "I doubt he can help you, but his mind is as clear as ever, and it will do him good to see a new face." Now for Section 5. In the sunroom, a few old people are eating breakfast. An old TV show is on the big screen. Victor Anderson is in a wheelchair, turned away from the TV so he can look out at the lawn, where a man is cutting the grass. Anderson is a big man from the shoulders to the waist, but below that he has very thin legs and bare feet blotched with eczema. His mask is pulled down around his neck. Evelyn says, "Hi there, handsome, want a date?" He looks around and Holly sees half of his face is drawn down in a grimace that shows his teeth on one side. The other side of his face tries to smile. He says, "Hi, you fool." Evelyn ruffles his gray hair and kisses his cheek. "I brought you company. This lady is Holly Gibney. She wants to ask you a few questions about your bowling career. Is that okay?" He gives a downward jerk of his head that might be a nod and says something. "He wants to know what it's about," Evelyn translates. "Carrie Dressler," Holly says. "Do you remember him?" Anderson says something and gestures with his right hand. His left lies dead on the arm of his chair. He says he can hear you. He's not deaf, Evelyn says. Holly reddens. It's okay. I'd pull up his mask, but then I wouldn't understand him either. He has been vaccinated. Everyone here has. Holly taps her upper arm. Me too. You remember Mr. Dressler, don't you, Vic? You called him a mensch. Meh, Anderson agrees and makes his one-sided smile again. Holly thinks there was a time when he must have looked like a handsome, strong actor. Excuse me 1 minute, Evelyn says and leaves them. Holly draws up a chair. So you do remember Carrie, Mr. Anderson? Yef. And you remember Rodney Harris, right? Adi all ore. Evelyn comes back. She has a small bottle of lotion. He says sure. I don't know what all means. I do, Holly says, small ball, right? Anderson does another of his jerky nods. All, aight? His wife kisses him again, then kneels and begins rubbing cream into his scaly feet. There is a matter-of-fact kindness to this that makes Holly feel both glad and like crying. Answer Ms. Gibney's questions, Vic, and then we'll have a nice little visit. Would you like some yogurt? Ore. All I'm really curious about, Mr. Anderson, is how well Professor Harris knew Carrie. I guess not very well, right? Anderson makes a chewing motion as he tries to wake up the paralyzed side of his face. Then he talks. Holly can only get a few words, but Evelyn gets everything. He's saying that Roddy and Carrie were good buddies. Ooh, duddies, Anderson agrees and then goes on. Evelyn continues to work the cream into his feet as she listens. She smiles and once laughs out loud. The professor didn't go out with the others to smoke, but sometimes he'd buy Carrie a beer after the game. Vic says the professor encouraged Carrie to talk about himself because no one else ever did, Holly says. She got that part. To Vic, she says, let me be sure I understand, and then I'll let you get to your yogurt. You'd say they were good friends? Anderson gives his jerky half-nod. Yef. Did they drink beer together at the bowling alley? Ellie's. Next door at Nellie's, Evelyn says, and caps the lotion. Do you need anything else, Miss Gibney? He tires easily these days. Holly says, please call me Holly, and no, that was it. Why the interest in Professor Harris? Evelyn asks, and wrinkles her nose a little. Did you know him? Holly asks. Not really, but after the tournaments there was always a meal at someone's house. When it was our turn, we had a barbecue, and the professor basically took over the grill. He said I was doing the burgers all wrong. I was polite about it, but I thought it was very rude. Also, raw, Anderson interjects. His grin is simultaneously awful and charming. Ass raw. That's right, Evelyn says. They were half raw. I couldn't eat mine. Why are you so interested in Professor Harris? I thought it was Carrie you were investigating. Holly puts on her best perplexed expression. It is, but I keep thinking if I talk to enough members of the bowling team, I'll find a thread I can pick up and follow. I've already talked to Mr. Welch and Mr. Clippard. Ooey, Anderson says. Ooey-a-clee. Good old Huey the Clip, Evelyn says absently. Yes, I got that. Vic, did Professor Harris drive a van? Anderson does that chewing thing again as he thinks it over. Then he says, Ooh, bayou. I didn't get that, hon, Evelyn says. Holly did. He says it was a Subaru. Now for section 6. At the desk, she tells the receptionist she'll be back to see her uncle shortly, but she forgot something in the car. This is a lie. What she wants is a cigarette, and she needs to think. She smokes in her usual position, driver's door open, head down, feet on the pavement, before going back inside to see Uncle Henry. She's glad she came to see Vic Anderson, partly because it cheered her to see such long-term affection between a husband and wife, but mostly because it casts a fascinating light on Rodney Harris. He drives a Subaru instead of a disability van, which is no big surprise, but to Holly, he looks more and more like someone who might be covering for the Red Bank Predator, or helping him. According to Professor Harris, he and Carrie Dressler were just acquaintances. According to Vic Anderson, they sometimes had beers together. Anderson said Harris encouraged Dressler to talk about himself because no one else ever did. Just a kindly old professor drawing out a lonely young man. Possible, But if so, why had Harris lied about it? The idea that Rodney Harris had a crush on Dressler occurs to Holly, but she dismisses it. The possibility that Harris was gathering information seems more likely. Harris isn't killing people, not at his age, and the idea that his wife is helping him is ridiculous. So if what Holly is thinking is true, they must be covering for someone. She needs to find out if they have children, but right now she has to go see the human vegetable who still looks like her uncle. But as she gets up, something else occurs to her. Holly doesn't like Facebook and only goes on it occasionally, but she goes there often as Lauren Bacall fan. She does so now and visits Penny Doll's page. She should have gone there sooner, and isn't entirely surprised to see her own name. She is described as noted local detective Holly Gibney. She hates the word detective. She's an investigator. And she should have told Penny not to post her name, but didn't think of it. She wonders if Professor Harris knows she's also investigating Bonnie Doll's disappearance. If he has been, in other words, one step ahead of her. If he is, Holly says, I just caught up. And she goes back into Rolling Hills Elder Care to visit her uncle. Now for Section 7. A new millionaire walks into an old folks' home suite. Holly thinks after giving a token knock on the door, which is already ajar. Some of the rooms at Rolling Hills are singles. The majority are doubles. There are also 4 two-room suites, and Uncle Henry has one of those. If the thought of how a retired accountant could afford such pricey accommodations has ever crossed Holly's mind, she supposes she must have thought he had been a saver. Now she knows better. Henry is sitting in his living room, dressed in a checked shirt and baggy blue jeans. His hair is freshly clipped, and his face is smooth from a morning shave. His chin is wet with drool. There's a protein drink with a straw in it on the table beside him. An orderly had asked Holly if she would like to help him with it, and Holly had said she'd be happy to. An old game show is on the TV. Looking around at the sparse but very nice furnishings, Holly feels a dull and hopeless anger. Esau sold his future for a bowl of lentil stew, she thinks. I didn't sell mine for anything. They stole it, or tried. That's why I'm angry, and the 2 who did it are beyond my reach, although this one is still breathing. That's why I'm hopeless, I think. How are you today, Uncle Henry? She asks, pulling a chair up beside him. On the TV, contestants are trying to guess a word. Henry turns his head to look at her, the tendons in his neck creaking like rusty hinges. Janie, he says and turns back to the TV. No, I'm Holly. Will you bring in the dog? I hear her barking. Have some of this, Holly says, and lifts the protein shake. Without taking his eyes off the television, he closes his wrinkled lips around the straw and sucks. Holly has read up on Alzheimer's and knows that some things remain. Men and women who can't remember their own names can still ride a bike, or sing Broadway show tunes, or suck liquid from a straw. Certain facts stay as well. Who was the 5th president of the United States, Uncle Henry? Do you remember? James Monroe, Henry says without hesitation. And who is president now? Nixon, he says and chuckles. Protein shake runs down his chin. Holly wipes it away. Why did you do it, Uncle Henry? But that isn't the right question. Let me put it another way. Why did you let her do it? Won't that dog ever shut up? He asks. She can't shut up the dog, but she can shut off the TV. She uses the remote to do it. She didn't want me to succeed, did she? She didn't want me to have a life of my own. Uncle Henry turns toward her, his mouth agape. Janie? And you let her? Henry raises a hand to his face and wipes his mouth. Let who? Do what? Janie, why are you shouting? My mother! Holly shouts. Sometimes you can get through to him if you shout, and right now she wants to. She needs to. Fucking Charlotte Gibney! Charlie? What's the point? There is no point. A new millionaire walks into a bar and discovers there is no point. Holly wipes her eyes with her sleeve. The door opens, and the orderly looks in disapprovingly. Is everything all right in here? Yes, Holly says. I was raising my voice so he'd hear me. He's a little deaf, you know. The orderly closes the door. Uncle Henry is staring at Holly, his expression one of deep puzzlement. He is a brainless old man in a 2-room suite, and here he will stay, drinking protein shakes and watching old game shows until he dies. She will come because it's her duty to come, and he will call her Janie until he dies. She never even left a note, Holly says, but not to him. He is out of reach. Felt no need to explain herself, let alone apologize. That's how she was, how she always was. James Monroe, says Uncle Henry, served from 1817 to 1825, died in 1831, on the 4th of July. Where is that fucking drink? It tastes like shit, but I'm dry as an old cow chip. Holly raises the cup, and Uncle Henry latches onto the straw. He sucks until the cup is empty. When she puts it down, the straw stays in his mouth, making him look like a clown. She pulls it out and says she has to go. She's ashamed of her pointless outburst. She raises the remote to turn the TV back on, but he puts his gnarled hand over hers. Holly, he says. Yes, she says, surprised, and looks into his face. His eyes are clear as they ever get these days anyway. Nobody could stand against Charlie. She always got her way. Not with me, Holly thinks. I escaped, thanks to Bill, and only by the skin of my teeth, but I did. You came out of the fog just to tell me that? There's no reply. She gives him a kiss and tells him again that she has to go. Get the man, Janie, he says. The one who comes. Tell him I need him. I think I might have pissed myself. Now for Section 8. Barbara is in Olivia's living room, replying to Holly's text when Marie calls down from the head of the stairs. I think you should come up, honey. She wants us both. I think she might be going. Barbara sends the text off unfinished and runs upstairs. Olivia Kingsbury, a poet whose work spans almost 80 years, is indeed going. Marie stands on one side of her bed, Barbara on the other. They each hold one of the old poet's hands. There are no last words. Olivia looks at Marie. She looks at Barbara. She smiles. She dies. A world of words dies with her. Now for Section 9. On her way back to the city, Holly stops at a Wawa for gas. After she fills the tank, she drives to the far side of the parking lot and has a cigarette in her usual position. She checks her phone and sees she's got a text from Barbara. Which one? Holly has sent, "What do you mean?" followed by a more exact request. Is it Rodney Harris you recognized? Have you met him? I know you're busy, but let me know when you can. The reply, went to Emily Harris for an intro. Didn't dare cold call on Olivia. Professor Harris was washing his car. We just said hi. BW, I added Jorge Castro to Jay's MapQuest. Probably not in poor. That's where the text ends. Holly supposes Barbara sent it off unfinished by mistake. She remembers Jerome telling her he marked the various disappearances on a MapQuest printout. But who is Jorge Castro? She calls Barbara to find out. On the coffee table in Olivia Kingsbury's living room, Barbara's iPhone gives out a low buzz and then falls still. Holly starts to leave a message, then changes her mind. She locks her car and goes into the little Wawa restaurant where there's free Wi-Fi. She buys a hamburger and a Coke and sits down with her iPad. She searches for Jorge Castro's name and gets a lot of hits. She thinks the most likely Castro is the novelist, and yes, that one has a connection to the college. She taps on a link to an article from the Bell Ringer, the college newspaper. The headline reads, "Celebrated Novelist Leaves Suddenly." The article, written by Kirk Elway, says that Jorge Castro has unexpectedly left his position as writer-in-residence at the Bell College Fiction Workshop. He was a great favorite of his students. I just don't know what I'm going to do without him, said one student, Brittany Angleton. Another, Jeremy Brock, said, he was the best writing teacher I ever had. Fred Martin, who lived with Castro, said the two of them had had several discussions about their future. They weren't arguments, he said. I wanted to leave at the end of the fall semester. Jorge wanted to stay until the end of the year, perhaps even join the faculty. However, the discussions may have been closer to arguments than Martin is willing to admit. A source in the police department told the paper that Castro had left a note saying, "I've had all I can take." When asked about that, Martin said, "It's ridiculous. If he felt that way, why would he have wanted to stay? And where did he go? I've heard nothing." In the spring semester, Castro was part of a failed effort to save the poetry workshop. One English department faculty member who wished not to be named said, Jorge was very eloquent, but he accepted the final decision with good grace. He said noted poet Olivia Kingsbury was on his side and would be happy to speak to the faculty if the subject could be raised again. When asked exactly when Castro left, Martin admitted he didn't know because he had moved out. There's more, including a couple of photos of Jorge Castro. Holly thinks he's quite handsome. The article has a kind of undergraduate gossipy feel to it, but it's informative. That heat is going up her spine again. She thinks it's no wonder that Barbara added Castro to Jerome's map. Olivia Kingsbury must have told her about him. And it fits, doesn't it? Even the notes fit. I've had all I can take. I've had enough. If only the two disappearances weren't 9 years apart. Yes, and if the police weren't short-staffed because of COVID, if there had ever been a single body, something besides a moped and a bike and a skateboard. And if pigs could fly, poop would rain all around us, Holly mutters. Jorge Castro in 2012, Carrie Dressler in 2015, Ellen Kraslow and Peter Steinman in 2018, Bonnie Dahl in 2021. All 3 years apart, give or take, except for Ellen and Peter. Maybe one of those two had genuinely run away, but wasn't it also possible that something had gone wrong with one of them? Wasn't what the predator wanted? But what did he want? Serial killers who had a sexual motive usually stuck to either men or women. The Red Bank predator took both, including a male child. Why? Holly thinks there's someone who can give her the answer. Professor Rodney Harris, also known as Small Ball and Mr. Meat. That nickname makes her think of Jeffrey Dahmer again, but that's too ridiculous to believe. Holly tosses her half-eaten burger in the trash, takes her soda, and leaves. Now for section 10. It's Barbara's idea, and Marie agrees instantly. If they can get Rosalind Burkhart, the head of the English department, on board. The two women are out on Olivia's patio, drinking sodas and waiting for the funeral home to come and take away the old poet's body. Olivia had left complete instructions, right down to the music she wanted played. What she didn't specify was a memorial reading on the Bell College quad, and that's what Barbara suggested. When Rosalind hears that Olivia has passed, she bursts into tears. They have Marie's phone on speaker, and that makes them both cry. When the tears end, Barbara tells Professor Burkhart her idea, and the department head gets on board immediately. If it's outdoors, we can gather, she says. We can even make masks optional if people agree to stand 6 feet apart. We'll read her poems, is that the idea? Yes, Marie says. She has plenty of author copies. I'll bring them and we can hand them out. Sunset's around 9:15 this time of year, Rosalind says. We can gather on the quad at, say, 8. Barbara and Marie share a glance and say yes together. I'll start making calls, Rosalind says. Absolutely, Marie says. We may duplicate a few, but that's okay. I'm going to the funeral home when Olivia goes, Barbara says. I want to spend some time in their chapel just to think. A new idea strikes her. And maybe I can get candles? We could light them at the reading? Wonderful idea, Rosalind says. Are you the promising young poet Olivia talked about? You are, aren't you? I guess I am, Barbara says, but all I can think about now is her. I loved her so much. We all did, Rosalind says, then gives a teary laugh. With the possible exception of Emily Harris, that is. Join us when you can, Barbara. My office is in Terrell Hall. I assume we're all vaccinated? Barbara follows the hearse to the funeral home. She sits in the chapel thinking about Olivia. She asks the funeral director about candles, and he gives her 2 boxes of them. She says they'll take up a collection to pay for them, but he says that won't be necessary. She drives to the Bell campus and joins Rosalind and Marie. Others come. They go outside where there are tears and laughter and stories. Boxed wine makes an appearance. Toasts are given. Barbara feels the almost indescribable comfort of like minds. She thinks, I am one of these people who think stories and poems are as important as stocks and bonds. Thank God for you, Olivia. The afternoon passes. In Olivia Kingsbury's living room, Barbara's phone sits on the coffee table, forgotten. Now for section 11. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Holly sits in her office, looking at her framed photo of Bill Hodges. She wishes he were here now. With no backup she can count on, she is on her own. She goes to the window and looks out on the street. It always helps to speak her thoughts aloud. I'm not surprised that the police didn't realize what was happening, she says. This guy has been extremely smart. And why wouldn't he be, she thinks. And why wouldn't he be? If I'm right, an extremely smart professor of biology has been helping him, getting background information and planting false trails. His wife is probably also helping him, and she's smart too. There are no bodies, they've been disposed of somehow, and the victims have absolutely nothing in common. She stops, frowning, thinking how she wants to say this. The very fact that the victims are so different actually highlights the method, because in every case, except the Steinman boy, the Harrises are there in the background. Rodney bowled with Dressler. Kraslow worked in the building where I'm sure Rodney had an office. Bonnie was one of their Christmas elves, and now this Jorge Castro. Emily Harris was his colleague. I think the Harrises are in this up to their necks. Are they using a disability van? Is one of them faking an injury? There's nothing she can prove, but there may be one thing she can do. It would be the equivalent of giving a witness a stack of photographs to see if they can pick out the suspect. She searches her iPad, locates what she wants, then finds Imani McGuire's number and gives her a call. After reintroducing herself, Holly asks if she has internet on her phone. Of course I do, Imani says, sounding amused. Doesn't everybody? Okay, go to the Bell College site. Can you do that? Wait, gotta put you on speaker. Okay, got it. Select year, it's on the pull-down menu. Yup, which year? They go all the way back to 1965. Holly has already picked one out and is looking at it on her tablet. 2010. All right, Imani says, sounding interested. What next? Go to English department faculty. You should see pictures of the men and women. Yes, okay, I'm there. Holly is biting her lips. Here comes the big one. Do you see the woman who cleaned out Ellen's trailer? Imani doesn't keep her in suspense. God damn it, it's her. Younger, but I'm almost positive. A defense lawyer would tear a big hole in that almost in court, but they're not in court now. It says her name is Emily Harris. Yes, Holly says, and does a little dance in front of the window. Thank you. What was a college professor doing cleaning out Ellen's trailer? Imani asks. That's a good question, isn't it? Now for Section 12. Holly writes a preliminary report, setting out everything she's discovered. She likes to think there's a kind of providence at work in matters of right and wrong, a force standing on the side of the weak and unsuspecting and against evil. It may be too late for Bonnie and the others, but if there are no future victims, that's a win. The report is slow work, full of suppositions, and it's late afternoon by the time it's done. She considers who to send it to. Not Penny. That needs to be an in-person debriefing. Ordinarily, she would send a copy to Pete, but he's in the hospital. Except that's bullshit. She doesn't want to send it to him or anyone, at least not yet. Holly has come a long way from the shy introvert Bill Hodges met years ago, but that woman still lives inside her. That woman is terrified of being wrong and still believes she is wrong as often as she's right. She is still afraid of being laughed at. I need to see the van if it's there, she thinks. Then I can be sure. Yes, seeing the van plus Imani McGuire's identification of Emily Harris will be enough. Then she can tell Bonnie's mother everything tonight at 9. She can give Penny the choice of having her continue the investigation or going to the police. Holly will recommend the latter. She knows these two old people are protecting somebody. She doesn't fool herself into believing that the Harrises are harmless just because they're in their 80s. But Rodney Harris no longer bowls because of his bad hips, and his wife suffers from sciatica. Holly thinks she's a match for them, assuming she's careful. She realizes she's been sitting in front of her preliminary report for almost 45 minutes, going over her options like a hamster on a wheel. Bill would say it's time to either act or get off the pot. She saves her report and sends it to nobody. If something should happen to her, Pete will find it, or Jerome. She opens the wall safe and takes out a .38 Smith & Wesson. It was Bill's and his father's before him. Now it's Holly's. She loads the gun, leaving the chamber under the hammer empty, just as Bill taught her, and drops it into her shoulder bag. There's something else of Bill's in the safe. a flat alligator skin case containing lockpicks. She puts it in her bag as well. She asks Siri what time the sun sets, and Siri tells her it will be at 8:48 p.m. She can't wait that long if she wants to get a good picture of the van, but she thinks dusk is a good time for dirty work. The Harrises will probably be in their living room, watching a movie or the Olympics. Holly hates to wait, but since she has to, she decides to go home and kill time there. On the way out of the office, she thinks of a TV ad she's seen. Teenagers are running from a killer. One suggests hiding in the attic, another in the basement. The third says, "Why can't we just get in the running car?" The fourth says, "Are you crazy? Let's hide behind the chainsaws." The announcer says, "When you're in a horror movie, you make poor decisions." Holly isn't in a horror movie, though, and she tells herself she isn't making a poor decision. She has her pepper spray, and if she needs it, she has Bill's gun. In her deepest heart, she knows better, but she also knows she needs to see. Now for section 13. At home, Holly makes something to eat and can't eat it. She calls Jerome, and he picks up at once, sounding euphoric. "Guess where I am?" On top of the Empire State Building. No. Times Square. No. Staten Island Ferry. He makes a buzzer sound. I give up, Jerome. Central Park. It's beautiful. I could walk for miles in this place. It's even got an overgrown part like the thickets in Deerfield Park, only it's called the Ramble. "Well, don't get mugged," she says. "No, I can always do that when I come home," he laughs. "You sound happy." "I am. It's been a good day. What's going on in the case?" A thought crosses her mind. This is my chance to get in the running car instead of hiding behind the chainsaws. But the part of her that insists on checking the stove burners, the part that can never forget she left a library book on the bus, whispers, "Not now, not yet." "Well," she says, "Barbara may have run across another one." She tells him about Jorge Castro. After that, the conversation turns to his book. They talk a while longer, then Holly lets Jerome go to continue his magical mystery tour of Central Park. She realizes she hasn't told him about her own sudden wealth either. Not him or anyone else. In a way, it's like not talking about the van. In both cases, there's a little too much to unpack, at least for now. Now for section 14. Barbara and Marie brought copies of Olivia's books to the memorial reading, but it turns out to be unnecessary. Most of the people gathering on the quad already have their own, many of them dog-eared and battered. Some are also carrying pictures of Olivia at various stages of her life. Some bring flowers. One is wearing a t-shirt that reads simply, "OK Lives." A hot dog vendor shows up and does a brisk business. By 6:30, there are over 100 people on the quad, and more are coming. A young man with a mohawk haircut mounts a step stool and begins reading one of Olivia's poems through a bullhorn. People gather around to listen, eating hot dogs and drinking sodas, beer, and wine. Marie loops an arm around Barbara's shoulders. "Isn't this wonderful? Wouldn't she have loved it?" Barbara thinks back to her first meeting with the old poet. She starts crying and hugs Marie. She would have loved it so much. The young man with the mohawk gives way to a girl with a snake tattoo, who begins reading another of Olivia's poems. Barbara listens. She's had a little wine, but her head has never felt clearer. No more to drink, she thinks. You have to remember this. You have to remember it all your life. She remembers that she's left her cell phone at Olivia's house. Ordinarily, she goes nowhere without it, but tonight she doesn't want it. What she wants is a hot dog with lots of mustard. And poetry, she wants to fill herself up with it. Now for section 15. While Barbara and Marie are handing out copies of Olivia's books, Roddy Harris is walking in Deerfield Park. It helps his sore hips, but there's another reason as well. It's becoming harder and harder for him to hold on to things, to not lose the plot. Walking helps. It clears his brain. In the last weeks, Roddy has eaten half a dozen desserts containing a mixture of ice cream, blueberries, and the elf's brains, but it's still harder and harder to stay mentally sharp. This is both bewildering and infuriating. All his research insists that a diet rich in human brain tissue has positive and immediate benefits. He refuses to believe his years of research are incorrect, But what if he is excreting the beneficial fats faster than he can take them in? The idea is ludicrous, of course, and yet he can no longer remember his zip code. The other day, he had to struggle to remember his own middle name. Most of the time, he's been able to hide this decline. Emily sees it, of course, but not even Emily has realized the full extent of it. Sometimes he thinks of himself as a passenger in a plane flying over a clear landscape. Then the plane goes into a cloud and everything is gray. You wait out the bumps. Then the plane flies out of the cloud and the landscape is clear again. His walks in the park are soothing because he doesn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. He can stop trying so hard. He sometimes walks for miles, nibbling on the little balls of deep-fried human meat he keeps in his pocket. One path leads to another. Sometimes he sits on a bench and looks at birds he can no longer name, and when he's by himself, he no longer has to name them. There was one occasion when he couldn't remember how to get home, but when he asked a groundskeeper to point him in the direction of Ridge Road, the man did so as if it were a matter of course. Emily is suffering her own problems. Her sciatica is better, but it never leaves her entirely alone. There was a time when he watched her dance across the living room. They'd even had sex, but no more. Not in 3 or 4 years. It's wrong for her to feel that way. Human meat contains nutrients that are available in such abundance in no other flesh. Human muscle and bone marrow cure arthritis and sciatica, but Emily is fading. He knows her as well as she knows him, and he sees it. As if thinking about her has summoned her, his phone plays a bit of her ringtone. Gather yourself, he thinks. Be sharp. Be there. Hello, my love, what's up? He asks. There's good news and bad news, she says. Which do you want first? The good, of course. You know I like dessert before vegetables. The good news is that the old bitch who stole my protégé has finally kicked the bucket. It only takes him a second to respond. You're speaking of Olivia Kingsbury. None other, Emily says with a short, humorless laugh. Ding dong, the bitch is dead. Where are you, lovey? In the park? Yes, he says, and sits down on a bench. When will you be home? In a bit. Did you say there was bad news? Unfortunately. Do you remember the woman who came to see us about Dressler? He has only the vaguest recollection. I think she has suspicions that we've been involved in, you know. Absolutely. He has no idea what she's talking about. The plane is entering another cloud. We should talk, because this may be serious. Be back before dark, all right? I'm making elf sandwiches. Lots of mustard, the way you like it. Sounds good, he says. I'll just walk a little more, work up an appetite. 'Kay, honey, don't forget. Roddy puts his phone back in his pocket and looks around. Where exactly is he? Then he sees the statue of Thomas Edison and knows he's near the pond. The woman who came to see us about Dressler. Okay, now he remembers. A little mouse too frightened to take off her mask, one of the elbow tappers. What could they possibly have to fear from her? Thanks to earplugs coated with human fat, his ears are as good as his teeth, and he can hear the faint sound of someone at the college on a bullhorn. He has no idea what can be going on up there, but maybe it has to do with that black kid who was killed by the police. Whatever it is, has nothing to do with him. Roddy Harris, Ph.D. in biology, renowned nutritionist, also known as Mr. Meat, walks on. Now for section 16. Uncle Henry used to say Holly would be early for everything, and it's true. She makes it halfway through the evening news with its endless talk of COVID, and then she can wait no longer. She leaves her apartment and drives across town. She cuts through the campus and hears something happening on the quad, words she can't make out blaring through a bullhorn, and assumes it's a Black Lives Matter rally. She cruises down the long, curving street past the Victorian houses on one side and the park on the other, obeying the speed limit and being careful not to slow as she passes the Harris home. She gives it a good look, no sign of life. She can't see if the garage has 2 bays because of the sloping driveway, but it certainly looks big enough. She also checks out the house next door, the one with the for sale sign and a lawn that needs watering. It's the privacy hedge running the length of the vacant property that interests her, all the way past the Harris garage. Holly continues down the hill and pulls in at the curb a little way up from the playground. There's a parking lot there, with plenty of empty spaces, but she wants to smoke while she waits and doesn't want little kids watching her. She opens her door, swings her legs out, and lights up. It's 7:20. She takes her phone out of her pocket, thinks about calling Isabel Janes, and puts it away again. She needs to see if that van is in the Harris's garage. If it isn't, Holly will tell Penny she's against going to the police. But if there's even a faint chance that Bonnie is still alive, Penny will almost certainly choose the police. That will tip off the Harrises that they've been discovered, and they will pass that news on to whoever they're protecting. That person, that predator, will then likely disappear. If the van is there, everything will be fine. Most of the little kids have left the playground now. A trio of teenagers, 2 boys and a girl, are goofing off on the little roundabout. Holly supposes they will be joined by others. She checks her watch again, 7:30. She can't wait too long if she wants to get a good picture of the van, but there's still too much daylight. Holly decides to wait until 7:45. Let the shadows get a little longer. But it's hard. Waiting has never been her strong suit. The teenagers at the roundabout are joined by a few others, and they stroll off into the park. They might be heading for the thickets, or even for drive-in rock. Holly lights another cigarette and smokes with her door open and her feet on the pavement. It's only 7:40 by the time she finishes. She decides she can wait no longer. She puts the cigarette out in her portable ashtray and takes out a baseball cap, pulling it down on her forehead. She locks her car and starts up the sidewalk toward the empty house next to the Harrises. Now for section 17. A flicker of clarity returns and Roddy thinks, what if the woman who's got Emily worried knows about the black girl? He can't remember her name, but he knows she was a vegan and troublesome. Did Emily say something about Twitter? Leaving the pond behind, he walks slowly along a gravel path that comes out near the playground. He sits on a bench to rest his hips before climbing the hill to his house, and also to avoid any interaction with the teenagers who are playing on a merry-go-round. Across the street, about 40 yards up from the parking lot, a woman is sitting with her car door open, smoking a cigarette. Although she only looks vaguely familiar, there's nothing vague about the alarm bells that start going off in Roddy's head. Something's wrong about her. Very wrong. He can still clear his mind when he has to, and he makes that effort now. The woman is sitting with her elbows on her thighs, her head lowered. When she finishes her cigarette, she puts it out in a little tin and sits up straight. He thinks he knew even before that because she's wearing the same cargo pants she had on when she came to the house. But when he sees her face, he's sure. It's the elbow tapper who came asking about Carrie Dressler, the woman who is also investigating Bonnie Dahl, although she never said so. She has suspicions, Emily had said. This may be serious. Roddy thinks she's right. He takes his phone out of his pocket and calls home. Across the street, the woman puts on a hat, pulling it down low. She locks her car and walks away. His phone rings once, twice, 3 times. "Come on," Roddy whispers. "Come on, come on." Emily picks up. "If you're calling to say that now you're hungry..." "I'm not," he says. Across the street, the elbow tapper is heading up the hill. "That woman is coming, Molly Givens or whatever her name is, and I don't think she's coming to ask more questions. I think she's Snoop." But Emily has hung up. Roddy puts his phone back in his pocket and pats his other pocket, hoping he has what he wants. He usually carries it when he's walking by himself. There are sometimes dangerous people in the park. It's there. He gets up and crosses the street. The woman is walking fast, and his bad hips mean he can't keep up, but it may still be all right as long as she doesn't look back. How much does she know? He asks himself. Does she know about the vegan girl? If she knows about her, as well as Carrie and the doll girl, it could spoil everything. Now for section 18. Emily hurries into the downstairs office. It hurts to hurry, but she does it anyway, making little whimpering sounds and pressing her fingers into her lower back. The most excruciating pain of her sciatica has passed, but it hasn't gone away entirely. She dreads the future pain if it returns full force, but right now, there's this inquisitive woman to deal with, Holly Gibney. How much does she know? Emily wonders. She decides she doesn't care. With Ellen Kraslow added to the equation, she knows enough. Roddy may have gotten her name wrong, but he's right about one thing. You don't park your car a quarter of a mile down the street if you're just coming to ask questions. They have a state-of-the-art alarm system. Emily turns it on, sets it to house only, then turns on all 10 of their security cameras. Emily sits down to watch. She tells herself they've come too far to turn back now. Now for Section 19. Holly approaches the vacant house at 91 Ridge Road. She takes a quick glance up and down the street. She sees no one, and without hesitation, veers onto the dying lawn and walks up the left side of the house, putting the bulk of it between her and number 93 next door. Behind the house, she crosses a patio toward the hedge, dividing this yard from the Harrises. She's in it now, and a colder version of Holly takes over. It's the same one that threw all those figurines into the fireplace of her mother's house. She walks slowly down the hedge. Thanks to the hot, dry summer, she finds several thin places. The best is opposite what she guesses is the Harrises' kitchen, but she doesn't want that one. The worst is opposite the garage, which figures, but that's still the one she'll use. At least she's wearing long sleeves and long pants. She bends and peers through the hedge at the garage. It's a side view, and she still can't see if it's a 1- or 2-car garage, but she does see something interesting. There's only one window, and it's entirely black. It might be a shade, but Holly thinks it might have been painted over on the inside. "Who does that?" she murmurs, but the answer seems obvious. Someone with something to hide. Holly turns her back, hugs her shoulder bag against her chest, and pushes through the hedge. She emerges with only a few scratches on her neck. She walks to the one window, and yes, it's been painted with matte black paint. She goes around to the rear and finds what she was hoping to find, a back door. It's locked. She takes the alligator skin case out of her bag and opens it. Inside are Bill Hodges' lockpicks. She examines the lock. It's a Yale. She inserts the hook pick at the top of the keyway, gently so as not to disturb the locking pins. The second pick goes in beneath it. Holly twists the second pick to the right until it binds. Then she's able to trip the top pin with the hook pick. She hears it retract, and the second pin. Is there a third? If so, it hasn't engaged. It's an old lock, so it's possible there isn't. Slowly, she rotates the hook pick and pushes. There's an audible click, and the door comes ajar. Holly puts the picks back in the case and drops it into her bag, which is now slung around her neck. She takes her phone from her pocket. Be there, she thinks. Please be there. Now for Section 20. Emily can't wait for Roddy. For all she knows, his slippery mind has skated him off in some other direction entirely. 3 concrete steps lead down from the kitchen door to the patio. She sits on the lowest, then lies down. The concrete step biting into her back is painful, but she can't think about that now. She cocks one of her legs to the side and puts one arm behind her, at what she hopes will look like an awkward angle. Does she look like an old lady who's just taken a serious fall? She thinks. One who needs help badly? I better, she thinks. I just better. Now for Section 21. The van is there, and Holly doesn't even have to check if it's been customized for a wheelchair ramp. Above the rear bumper is a Wisconsin license plate with the wheelchair symbol. The light coming in the back door is fading, but more than adequate. She raises her iPhone and snaps 3 pictures. She thinks the plate alone will be enough to get a police investigation started. She knows it's time to go, past time, but she wants more. She shoots a quick glance over her shoulder, no one there, and approaches the back of the van. The windows are darkened, but when she puts her forehead against one and cups her hands to her face, she can see inside. She can see a wheelchair. This is how they do it, she thinks with a burst of triumph. This is how they get their targets to stop. Then whoever they're working with, the real bad guy, pops out of the van and does the rest. She really has to stop pressing her luck. She takes 3 more pictures of the wheelchair, backs out of the garage, and pulls the door shut. She turns toward the hedge, meaning to go back the way she came, and that's when a weak voice cries, Help! Will somebody help me? I've fallen, and it hurts terribly. Holly isn't convinced. Not even close. Partly because it's awfully convenient, but mostly because her own mother played the same "oh, the pain is so bad" card when she wanted Holly to stay around. Help, please, someone help me. Holly almost backs through the hedge anyway, but then changes her mind. She walks to the end of the garage and peers around it. The woman is sprawled on the steps, one leg cocked, one arm bent behind her. She's skinny and pale and frail, and certainly looks like she's in pain. Holly decides to put on a little performance of her own. We'll be like Bette Davis and Joan Crawford, she thinks, and if her husband comes out, so much the better. Oh my God, she says, approaching the downed woman. What happened? I slipped, the woman says. The tremble in her voice is good, but Holly thinks the sob of pain that follows is strictly amateur theater. Please help me. Can you straighten my leg? I don't think it's broken, but... Maybe you need a wheelchair, Holly says sympathetically. There's one in your van, isn't there? The woman's eyes flicker a little at that. Then she gives a groan. Holly thinks it's not entirely fake. This woman is in pain, all right, but she's also desperate. Holly bends down, one hand deep in her bag, touching the short barrel of Bill's .38. How many have you taken, Professor Harris? I know about 4 for sure, and I think there might be another one, a writer. And who have you taken them for? That's what I really want to. Emily brings her hand out from behind her back. In it is a ViperTech taser, known in the Harris household as Thing 1. It throws 300 volts, but Holly doesn't give her a chance to use it. From the moment she saw Emily Harris so artfully posed on the patio steps, she hasn't trusted the hand behind her back. She pulls Bill's revolver from her bag by the barrel and in one smooth motion slams the butt against Emily's wrist. Thing 1 goes clattering across the bricks. Fired. Ow, Emily shrieks. This shriek is entirely authentic. You broke my wrist, you bitch. Tasers are illegal in this state, Holly says, bending to pick it up. But I think that will be the least of your worries when... She sees the woman's eyes shift and starts to turn, but it's too late. The electrodes of another ViperTech, Thing 2, are sharp enough to penetrate 3 layers of clothes. The electrodes penetrate Holly's cotton shirt and her bra's backstrap with no problem. Holly goes up on her toes, throws her arms into the air, then collapses onto the bricks. Thank God the cavalry has arrived, Emily says. Help me up. That nosy cunt broke my wrist. He does so, and as she looks down at Holly, Emily actually laughs. It made me forget all about my back for a moment, she says. I'll want a poultice and perhaps one of your special teas. Is she dead? Please tell me she's not dead. We have to find out how much she knows and if she's told anyone yet. Roddy kneels and puts his fingers on Holly's neck. Her pulse is thready, but it's there. She'll be back with us in an hour or 2. No, she won't, Emily says, because you're going to give her an injection. Not Valium either. Ketamine. She puts her good hand to her lower back and stretches. I think my back is actually better. Maybe I should have tried cement step therapy before this. We'll find out what we need to know, then kill her. This may be the end, Roddy says, his lips trembling. Thank God we've got the pills. Yes, they do. Emily has brought them downstairs, just in case. Maybe, maybe not. Never say die, my love, she says. In any case, her days of snooping are done. She deals Holly a vicious kick in the ribs. This is what you get for sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong, bitch. And to Roddy, get a blanket. We'll have to drag her. If she breaks a leg when we slide her down the stairs to the basement, too bad. She won't suffer for long. Now for section 22. At 9 o'clock that night, Penny Doll is sitting on the front porch of her neat little house in the suburb of Upriver. It's been another hot day, but it's cooling off now. A few fireflies stitch random patterns above the lawn. Her phone is in her lap. She expects it to ring at any moment with the promised call from her investigator. By 9:15, when the call still hasn't come, Penny is irritated. When it hasn't come at 9:30, she's simmering. She's paying this woman, and more than she can afford. At 9:40, she calls Holly's number and gets voicemail. This is Penny, she says. You were supposed to update me at 9. Call me back immediately. She ends the call and watches the fireflies. She has always had a short fuse, and by 10 o'clock she's not just simmering, she's boiling. She calls Holly again and waits for the beep. "I'm going to wait until 10:30, she says. "Then I'm going to bed, and you can consider yourself fired." She pushes the end button extra hard. 10:30 arrives, then a quarter of 11. Penny calls one more time and gets voicemail again. "This is Penny, your former employer," she says. "You're fired." She starts to end the call, then thinks of something else. "And I want my money back, you're useless." She stalks into the house, flings her phone onto the sofa, and goes into the bathroom to brush her teeth. She sees herself in the mirror, too thin, too pale, looking 15 years older than her age. Her daughter is missing, maybe dead, and her crack investigator is probably out somewhere drinking in a bar. She's crying when she undresses and goes to bed. No, not drinking in a bar. That mousy little woman is probably home watching television with her phone off. "Forgot all about me," Penny says into the dark. She has never felt so alone in her life. Stupid bitch. Fuck her. She closes her eyes. We now move forward to July 29th, 2021. Chapter 1. That night, Holly has a strange dream. She's in a cage with crisscrossed bars. Sitting on a kitchen chair and looking in at her is an old man. She can't see him very well because her vision keeps doubling, but he appears to be covered in fire engines. "Did you know," he says, "that there are 2,600 calories in the human liver? Some are fat calories, but most are pure protein." The fire engine man continues his lecture, but she doesn't want to listen. It's a terrible dream, worse than the ones about her mother, and she has the worst headache of her life. Holly closes her eyes and drifts back into darkness. Now for section 2. Penny is so mad she can't sleep. But by 3 o'clock that morning, her rage at Holly has turned into a nagging unease. Her daughter is gone, as if she stepped on one of the world's many hidden trapdoors. What if the same thing has happened to Holly? While her anger was burning hot, she had called Holly useless, but she hadn't seemed useless. On the contrary, she'd seemed very competent. But even competent people can make mistakes. Penny gets up, retrieves her phone, and tries Holly again. Voicemail again. She's reminded of how her unease grew when she kept trying Bonnie and getting her voicemail. She wishes she had a personal number for Holly's partner, but she doesn't. She has an idea and goes to the Finders Keepers website. The partner's name and office phone number are there, along with a list of services and office hours. At the bottom of the page is an after-hours number. If you feel you are in immediate danger, it says in red, call 911 right now. Penny has no intention of calling 911. They'd laugh at her. But the after-hours number is almost certainly an answering service. She calls it. The woman who picks up sounds sleepy and has a cough. "This is Braden Answering Service," she says. "Which client do you wish to reach?" "Finders Keepers. My name is Penelope Dahl. I need to speak to one of the partners. His name is Peter Huntley. It could be urgent." "Ma'am, I'm not allowed to give out private num." "But you must have them, don't you? For emergencies?" The answering service woman coughs. There's a rustle of pages. Then the woman says, "Leave me your number and I'll give it to him. Or more likely, leave it on his voicemail. It's 3:30 in the morning, you know." "I do know. Tell him to call Penelope Dahl, Penny. My number is—" "I have that on my screen," the woman says, coughing again. "Thank you so much. And ma'am, take care of yourself." When 20 minutes pass with no call back from Huntley, Penny returns to bed with her phone beside her. She drifts off to sleep. She dreams her daughter comes home. Penny hugs her and says she will never interfere in her daughter's life again. The phone stays quiet. Now for section 3. Holly doesn't regain consciousness. She rises back to it and into a world of pain. She's only had one hangover in her life, but it was mild compared to this. Her brain feels like a blood-soaked sponge. Her rear end is throbbing. It's as if a swarm of wasps sank their poison-filled stingers into her back and neck. Her ribs on the right side hurt so badly that it's hard to draw each breath. She lifts her shirt and gets a good look at a huge bruise, mostly purple but black just below her bra. She kicked me, she thinks. After I was out, that bitch kicked me. On the heels of that, which bitch? Emily Harris, that bitch. She's in a cage. Beyond it is a cement-floored basement with a large steel box at the far end. Above the cage, a camera lens peers down. There's a kitchen chair in front of the cage, so the fire engine man wasn't a dream after all. She's lying on a futon. There's a blue plastic potty in one corner. She's able to get to her feet by grasping the bars and pulling herself up. She's fiercely thirsty. She feels like she could drink a gallon of water without stopping. She shuffles to the potty, lifts the lid, and sees nothing inside. It's as dry as her mouth and throat. Her memory of what happened is blurry, but she has to get it back. Holly has a good idea that she's going to die in this cage where others have died before her, but if she doesn't get her wits back, she'll die for sure. Her bag is gone. Her phone is gone. Bill's gun is gone. No one knows she's here. Her wits are all she has. Now for Section 4. Roddy Harris is sitting on the front porch, wearing slippers and a robe over blue pajamas covered with red fire trucks. He has been sitting on the porch since sunrise, drinking coffee and waiting for the police. Now it's 9:30, and there's been nothing but the usual traffic. This isn't a guarantee that no one knows where the woman has gone, but it's a step in the right direction. Roddy believes that if noon comes and goes with no police, they can begin to assume that Holly hasn't been missed, at least not yet. Her address was on her driver's license. Since Emily's back wasn't up to walking down the hill to where Holly's car was parked, Roddy did it. By then, it was dark. He drove it to their house where Emily took over. Roddy followed her in their Subaru to Holly's apartment building. A button on the visor lifted the gate to the underground parking garage. Emily parked in one of the many vacant spaces and limped back up the ramp to the Subaru. She insisted on driving home, although she could only use one hand effectively, probably because she was afraid Roddy wouldn't remember the way, which was ridiculous. He'd had a few snacks after they got Holly downstairs and into the cell, and he was clear, very clear. Not quite so clear this morning, but clear enough. Emily joins him. She's wearing a bandage wound tight around her wrist. It's swollen and throbs. The Gibney woman had tried her best to break it, but didn't quite succeed. She's awake, Emily says. We need to talk to her. Both of us? That would be best. All right, dear. They go into the house. On the kitchen counter in a white dish are 2 green cyanide pills. Roddy scoops them up and puts them in his pocket. He has no intention of leaving their final means of escape in the kitchen while they are in the basement. Emily takes a bottle of water from the refrigerator. There is no raw calf's liver in there. There is no need for any. They want nothing to do with Holly's smoke-polluted body. Emily gives Roddy her thin smile. Let's see what she has to say for herself, shall we? Be careful on the stairs, dear, Roddy says. Mind your back. Emily replies that she'll be fine, but she hands the bottle of water to Roddy so she can grip the railing with her good hand, and she goes down very slowly, a step at a time. Like an old woman, Roddy mourns. Now for Section 5. Holly watches them descend. They move with glassy care, and she's once again amazed that they have taken her prisoner. That old ad comes to mind. She should have gone to the running car after all, instead of hiding behind the chainsaws. I wouldn't believe you'd have much to smile about in your current situation, Ms. Gibney, but apparently you do, Emily says. Would you like to share? Never answer a suspect's questions, Bill used to say. They answer yours. Hello again, Professor Harris, she says, looking past Emily. You came up behind me, didn't you, with your own taser? I did, Roddy says, and rather proudly. Were you here last night? I seem to remember your pajamas. Emily's eyes widen. You didn't know that, did you? Holly thinks. Emily turns to her husband and takes the water. I think that's enough, dear. Let me ask the questions. Holly has an idea there will only be one question before they slam the door and turn out the lights, and she would like to postpone it. She has remembered something else from last night, and it fits with the nickname for this man, Mr. Meat. Is he eating them? She asks. Is that why you take them? They exchange a puzzled look that can be nothing but genuine. Then Emily bursts into surprisingly girlish laughter. After a moment, Roddy joins her. Roddy gives a slight nod. Tell her why not, and Emily turns to Holly. There is no he, dear, she says, only we eat them. Now for section 6. While Holly is discovering that she's been locked in a cage by a pair of elderly cannibals, Penny Doll is in the shower with her hair full of shampoo. Her phone rings. She steps out onto the bath mat and plucks it off the hamper while soapy water runs down her back. She checks the number. Holly? No. Hello? It isn't a man who replies, but a woman. Why did you call in the middle of the night? What's the big emergency? Who is this? I asked for a call back from Peter Hunn. It's his daughter. Dad's in the hospital. He has COVID. I'm on his phone. What do you want? I was in the shower. Can I rinse off and call you back? The woman gives a long-suffering sigh. Sure, fine. My screen says unknown number. Can you? The woman gives her the number, and Penny writes it in the steam on the bathroom mirror, repeating it to herself as she turns the shower back on. She wraps herself in a towel and calls back. This is Shauna, the woman says. What's your deal, Miss Doll? Penny tells her that Holly was investigating her daughter's disappearance and was supposed to call her last night. There was no call, and since then, Penny only gets voicemail. I don't know what I can do for you. A male voice interrupts her. Give it to me. Dad, no, the doctor said. Give me the damn phone. If you set back his recovery, Shauna's voice is gone. A man coughs into Penny's ear. This is Pete, he says. I apologize for my daughter. She's in full protect the old guy mode. Start over, please, he says. Penny goes through it again. Maybe it's nothing, she finishes, but since my daughter disappeared, anyone not showing up makes me crazy. Maybe nothing, maybe something, Pete says. Holly's always on time. It's a thing with her. I want to give you Jerome Robinson's number. He works with us sometimes. Shit. I forgot. Jerome is in New York. You can try him if you want, but his sister Barbara might be a better bet. I'm pretty sure they both have keys to Holly's apartment. I have one too, but I'm in the hospital. Another day, they tell me, then more quarantining at home. I hope it won't come to that, Penny says. Give me those numbers. He does, and Penny jots them down. Shauna gets back on the phone, says an unceremonious goodbye, and then Penny is on her own again. She tries both numbers. Barbara's first. She gets voicemail from both. She leaves messages, then goes back to finish her shower. It's the second time this month that she's had the feeling that something is wrong, and the first time she was right. Holly's always on time. It's a thing with her, Pete had said. Now for section 7. You eat them, Holly echoes. There is no Red Bank predator. It's just two old college professors living in a neat Victorian home. Roddy steps forward eagerly, almost within grabbing distance. Emily pulls him back. All mammals are cannibals, he says, but only humans have a silly taboo about it, one that flies in the face of all known medical facts. Roddy, he ignores her. He's dying to explain. That taboo is less than 300 years old, and even now, many long-lived tribes enjoy the benefits of human flesh. Roddy, this isn't the time. Do you know how many calories are in the body of an adult human? 126,000. His voice rises to the screamy pitch many of his former students would have recognized. Healthy human flesh and blood cures epilepsy. It cures sciatica. Healthy human fat cures deafness. Roddy, enough! He gives her a stubborn look. Human flesh ensures longevity. Look at us, late 80s, yet healthy. Holly wonders if he's having an Alzheimer's-induced dream or if he's just completely insane. Maybe both. She just saw the way they came downstairs, step by careful, hesitating step, like human Ming vases. Let's get to the point, Emily says. Who have you told? Who knows you're here? Holly doesn't reply. Emily gives her a sharp smile. Sorry, I misspoke. Nobody knows you're here, or they would have come looking for you. The police, Roddy clarifies. Excuse my husband, Emily says. He's upset. I'm also upset, but it makes me curious. Who will know you're here? Holly doesn't reply. Emily holds up the bottle of water. You must be thirsty. Holly doesn't reply. Tell me who you've told, Emily says. The fact that no one has come looking for you suggests you haven't told anyone. Holly doesn't reply. Let's go, Emily tells Roddy. What we have here is a stubborn bitch. You don't understand, Roddy says to Holly. No one would understand. Shall we give her a few hours to think it over, my love? Yes, Roddy says. Unless someone comes, then we won't need her to tell us, will we? No, Emily says. In that case, we would not. I'm going to die no matter what, Holly says. Aren't I? Not necessarily, Emily says. I think you have no proof. You took pictures of our van with your phone, but your phone is gone. Without proof, we could perhaps let you go. As if this cage doesn't exist, Holly thinks. On the other hand, Emily says, raising her arm and showing the bandage on her wrist, you hurt me. Holly thinks of lifting her shirt and showing her own bruise. She doesn't. Emily holds up the water. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll give this to you. Holly says nothing. All right, Emily says with unconvincing sadness. The truth is you're almost certainly going to die. But do you want to die thirsty? Holly makes no reply. Come on, Roddy, Emily says, leading him back toward the stairs. She needs some time to think about it. Yes, but not too much. No, not too much. She must be terribly thirsty. They go up the stairs as carefully as they came down them. Fall, Holly urges silently. Fall and break your fracking necks. But neither of them falls. The door closes. Holly is left alone with her throbbing head, her other aches, and her thirst. Now for Section 8. It's the 9 o'clock hour. Emily calls Roddy in from the porch to talk to Holly in the basement. Penny Dahl speaks to Shauna and Pete Huntley, then leaves voicemails on the phones of Jerome and Barbara Robinson. Barbara comes downstairs from the guest room in Olivia's house, where she's spent the night. She's wearing clothes loaned to her by Marie Duchamp. She can't remember the last time she slept so late. She's not hungover, probably because Marie told her to take 2 Tylenol before going to bed. The first thing Barbara does is check her phone. It's down to 26% power, and she left her charger at home. She has a missed call and a voicemail that must have come in just as she was dressing. It's from Penny Dahl. Barbara listens to it with growing concern. Her first thought is an accident. Her friend lives alone, and accidents can happen. Or she could have been assaulted in a parking garage. As Marie comes downstairs, Barbara calls Holly. She gets a recorded message telling her Holly's mailbox is full. Barbara doesn't like that. I have to go and check on someone, she tells Marie, a friend. Marie, still in last night's clothes, asks if she'd like a cup of coffee. Maybe later, Barbara says. This feels more and more wrong. It isn't just accidents she's thinking about now. It's Holly's current case. She grabs her bag, drops her phone into it, and leaves in her mother's car. Now for Section 9. Roddy is on the porch again. Emily joins him. He's staring vacantly into the street. He comes and goes, Emily thinks. One day he'll go and not come back. She has no doubt that Holly would eventually tell them what they want to know, but she doesn't think they can afford to wait. That means she has to think for both of them. She doesn't want to swallow cyanide, but she will if she has to. Better suicide than seeing their names splashed across every newspaper and cable news outlet in the world. Her reputation, built so carefully over the years, would be ruined. The college cannibals, she thinks. That's what they'll call us. Better cyanide than that. But if there's a chance, she wants to take it. And if they have to stop what they've been doing, would that really be so terrible? More and more, she wonders if they've just been fooling themselves all along. Meanwhile, time is ticking, and maybe they won't have to wait for Holly to talk. Roddy, he says, still looking at the street. Roddy, look at me. She snaps her fingers in front of his eyes. Pay attention. He turns to her. How is your back, dear one? Better. A little bit. It's true. I have to do something. You need to stay here, but don't go downstairs. If the police come and they don't have a search warrant, send them away and call me. Are you following this? Yes, he looks like he is, but she doesn't trust it. Repeat it back to me. He does, perfectly. If they do have a warrant, let them in. Then call me and take one of those pills. Do you remember where you put them? Of course, he says, with an impatient look. They are in my pocket. Good, give me one. And because he looks alarmed, just in case. He smiles at that. Where are you going, my little one, he sing-songs. It doesn't matter. Don't concern yourself. I'll be back by noon at the latest. All right, here is your pill. Be careful with it. She kisses the corner of his mouth, then gives him an impulsive hug. She loves him, and she realizes that this mess is really her mess. They'd call me modest proposal Harris, he had grumbled once, after she had urged him to read the Jonathan Swift essay. It was she who had moved them from the theoretical to the practical, and she had the perfect test case, the gay man who had dared to cross her about the poetry workshop. Eating his supposedly talented brains had been a pleasure. And it did help, she tells herself. It really did. It helped both of us. Holly's purse is on the living room coffee table, along with the hat she'd been wearing. Emily jams the hat on her own head and roots through the purse. She finds what looks like an entry card and pockets it. The woman's gun, the one she had hurt Emily's wrist with, is on the mantel. Holly's phone is long gone, but Emily had made sure to comb through it before removing the SIM card and putting it in the microwave. Access had been easy enough. All she had to do was use Holly's fingerprint. She saw the last two places Holly had visited before coming here were her office and her home. Emily doesn't dare go back to the apartment building in broad daylight, but she thinks the office is a better bet. Holly has a partner named Pete Huntley, but Emily has found on Facebook that he has COVID and is in the hospital. If Holly is working for the elf's mother, she may have written a report. If so, and if that's the only evidence, and if Emily can get it or delete it, it's a long shot, but one worth taking. Meanwhile, their prisoner will be getting thirstier and more willing to talk. This is a desperate situation, but Emily has never felt more alive. She takes a pre-made dessert from the refrigerator, full of brain matter and other tissues, and gobbles it. Tasty. Instead of going out the kitchen door, she takes the long way around so she can speak to Roddy again. "Repeat what I told you," she says. He does. Letter perfect. "Don't go down there, Roddy. That's the most important thing, not until I get back." "Buddy system," he says. "That's right, buddy system." And she walks down the driveway to get the Subaru. Now for section 10. Besides her thirst, her pounding headache, and more other pains than she can count, Holly is scared. She's been close to death on other occasions, but never any closer than this. She understands they're going to kill her no matter what. She knows too much. She's not entirely sure what the big metal box is on the far side of the basement, but she suspects it might be a wood chipper. That's how they get rid of them, she thinks. Whatever's left of them. She looks at the pegboard on the far wall and sees two items that aren't tools. One is a bike helmet. Next to it is a backpack. Holly's knees weaken at the sight of them, and she sits down on the futon, gasping a little at the pain in her ribs. The futon moves a little. She sees the edge of something beneath it. She lifts the futon to see what it is. Now for section 11. Barbara has a key to Holly's apartment, but no gate opener, so she parks on the street, goes down the ramp, and ducks under the bar. Right away, she sees something she doesn't like. Holly's car is there, but it's parked close to the ramp, and both of Holly's assigned spaces are much further in, and the left front tire is over the yellow line. Holly would never park that way. Maybe she was in a hurry. Maybe so, but her own spaces are closer to the elevator and the stairs. Barbara takes the stairs, more anxious than ever. On Holly's floor, she uses her key, opens the door, and pokes her head in. "Holly, are you here?" No answer. Barbara checks the place quickly. Everything is neat as a pin. The only thing she notices is the faint smell of cigarette smoke. It looks fine, but the car bothers her, in the wrong space and sloppily parked. Her phone rings. It's Jerome. "Did you track her down?" he asks. "No. I'm in her apartment now. I don't like it, Jay." She tells him about the car, thinking he'll dismiss it, but Jerome doesn't like it either. "Huh. Look in the little basket by the front door. She always drops her keys there." Barbara looks. Holly's spare key is there, but not her key ring or her elevator card. They're probably in that big shoulder bag of hers. Maybe, but why is her car there and she's not? "She took the bus?" Barbara says doubtfully. "They're not running a regular schedule because of COVID," Jerome says. "I had to take an Uber to the airport." "I have a bad feeling about this, Barb. I think I'm going to come home." Jerome, no. Jerome, yes, I'll see what I can get for a flight. If she turns up before I get on a plane, call me or text me. What about your glitzy weekend in Montauk? You might get a chance to meet Spielberg. I didn't like his last two movies anyway. She seemed fine when I talked to her yesterday, but he trails off. It might be the case. The doll woman left me a message too. She sounded really worried. Holly could have run across the wrong person investigating Bonnie's disappearance. And the others. Now there's this guy Castro from 9 or 10 years ago. Maybe, I don't know. All Barbara knows for sure is that Holly would never have parked that way. Have you tried calling the office? Yes, on the way over, voicemail. Maybe you should go there. Make sure she isn't, you know. But Barbara knows what he means. Make sure she isn't dead. We're probably jumping at shadows, Jay. There might be a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Check the office. If you find her before I get on a plane, let me know. She leaves and hurries back down the stairs. Now for section 12. As Barbara is talking to her brother in Holly's empty apartment, Rodney Harris is on his porch, planning the letter he will write to an important medical journal. In the latest issue, he has read a perfectly absurd paper by a man named George Hawkins about a relationship he claims to have discovered between a part of the stomach and Crohn's disease. Hawkins has totally misrepresented the work of other researchers, and his conclusions are completely wrong. Roddy munches from his supply of deep-fried elf balls, relishing the crunch. My response will destroy him, he thinks contentedly. He recalls that they have a prisoner in the basement. He can't remember her name, but he does remember the look of horror on her face when Emily told her how they had managed to keep old age at bay. The idea of explaining it all to her pleases him almost as much as writing the letter that will destroy Professor Hawkins's flimsy arguments. He has forgotten Emily's command to stay out of the basement. Even if he had remembered it, he would have dismissed it as foolish. The woman is in a cage, for God's sake. He gets up and goes into the house, tossing another elf ball into his mouth as he does. They have a wonderfully clarifying effect. Now for section 13. Holly creaks to her feet as Harris descends to the basement. She's wondering if this is it, how it all ends. He comes to the foot of the stairs and just stands there for a moment, off in his own universe. He's still wearing his robe and pajamas. He takes something brown and round from his pocket and tosses it into his mouth. Holly doesn't want to believe it's a piece of Bonnie doll, but she suspects it is. Her left hand is a fist, squeezing and releasing, her short nails digging into her palm. Is that what I think it is? She asks. He gives her a conspiratorial smile but says nothing. Are they good for pain? Because I hurt all over. Yes, they have a pain-relieving effect, he says, and pops another one in his mouth. Quite amazing. Several popes knew of the beneficial effects. The Vatican keeps it quiet, but there are records. Could you give me one? The idea of eating a piece of Bonnie doll makes her feel nauseated, but she tries to look both pleading and hopeful. He smiles, pulls one of the little brown balls from his pocket, and starts toward her. Then he stops and shakes a finger at her. Ah, he says. Perhaps not, miss. What was your name? Holly Gibney. Roddy glances at the broom they use to push food and water through the flap, then shakes his head. He starts to put the brown ball back in his pocket, then changes his mind and tosses it into his mouth. If you don't want to help me, what did you come down for, Mr. Harris? Professor Harris. I'm sorry, Professor. Did you want to talk? He just stands there, looking off into space. Holly would like to wring his scrawny neck, but he's still 20 or 25 feet away. He turns to go back up, then remembers why he came down and turns to her again. Let's talk liver, he says, the human liver that has been awakened. Shall we? All right. She doesn't know how she can get him to come closer, but as long as he doesn't go upstairs, something may occur to her. How do you wake up a liver, Professor? By eating another liver, of course, he says, with a look that asks how she can be so stupid. Calf's liver is best. We've never tried pig's liver because of the prions. Also, if it's not broke. Don't fix it, Holly finishes, Her head is pounding fiercely, but she gives him her best, I'm eager to learn smile. Correct. What's not broken need not be fixed. I suspect human liver would be best of all, but to feed a person fresh human liver from another person, the problem would be, obviously, would be. He frowns into space. That you'd need 2 prisoners, Holly says. Yes, obvious, but the liver, what was I saying? Awakened, Holly says, possibly made ready. Exactly. The liver is the grail, the true holy grail, a sacrament. Did you know the human liver contains all 9 essential amino acids? That it's especially high in lysine? Which prevents cold sores, says Holly, who is prone to them. That's the least of its attributes. Harris's voice is rising in pitch. Lysine cures anxiety. Lysine heals wounds. The liver is a lysine treasure chest. It also revitalizes the thymus gland, which creates T cells. And COVID? He laughs, a near scream. Those who are fortunate enough to eat the awakened human liver laugh at COVID, as I and my wife do. Oh, and iron. There is more iron in a human liver than in the liver of a blue whale, and a blue whale weighs 165 tons. Iron wards off fatigue and improves circulation, especially in the brain. Roddy taps his temple where a small cluster of veins is pulsing. Holly thinks, I am speaking to an authentic mad scientist. She's not speaking, she's listening. And Rodney Harris isn't lecturing, he's hollering at an invisible audience of unbelievers. Mere ounces of human liver contain 700% of every vitamin needed for red cell formation and cell metabolism. Look at my skin, just look at it. Roddy grasps one hollow, wrinkled cheek. Smooth as the fabled baby's bottom, and that's just the liver. He pauses to catch his breath. As for the consumption of brain tissue, all bullshit, Holly says. It just pops out. She has no plan. She's just had enough. He stares at her wide-eyed. What did you say? I call bullshit, Holly replies. She's holding the crossbars loosely in her right hand, her left fisted above her right breast, her face pressed into one of the squares, staring at him. This is medicine show crap, right up there with copper bracelets and magic crystals. Smooth skin? Have you looked in a mirror lately, Professor? You're as wrinkled as an unmade bed. Shut up! His cheeks are glowing dull red. The cluster of veins in his temple is pulsing faster. Shut up, you twerp! They're gonna kill me, she thinks, but I'm gonna tell this man a few basic truths before they do. As for improved brain function, you're suffering from Alzheimer's, Professor, and not just early onset. You can't remember my name, and in a few months, maybe only a few weeks, you won't be able to remember your own either. Shut up, you're an ignorant know-nothing. He takes a step toward her. This is exactly what Holly was hoping for, but now she barely notices. In her rage, she has even forgotten her thirst. You think you're better. Your wife thinks she's better. Maybe for a while you even were better. It happens. You're not the only one who reads the science magazines. It's called... Stop! It's a lie! It's a filthy fucking lie! He doesn't want her to say what he knows might be true, but she intends to. She'll have to be quiet when she's dead, but she's not dead yet. Now for section 14. As Holly is informing Rodney Harris that he's not the only one who reads science magazines, Emily is entering the Frederick building. She finds the idea of masks ridiculous, but she's happy to be wearing one now, and Holly's baseball cap is pulled down low. She finds the building directory and checks it. Finders Keepers is on the 5th floor. Emily steps into the elevator and pushes 5. When she gets out, she makes sure the hall is empty and limps down to the door with Finders Keepers Investigative Agency on it. Since she has Holly's keys, she's happy to find the door locked. It means no receptionist is on duty. The 3rd key fits. She lets herself into a waiting area. Air conditioning whooshes softly. She opens the door to the right and peeps into what must be the male partner's office. The other office is Holly's. She hurries to the computer and pushes a key, hoping to wake it up. This one is asleep, but it wants a password. She tries several, including Holly Gibney, Finders Keepers, and Lauren Bacall Fan. None of them work. She looks on the desk, which is neat and bare except for a notepad. On the top sheet are doodles of flowers and a few jotted notes. There is the name Imani, which means nothing to Emily, but Elm Grove Trailer Park does. Emily went there to clear out enough things from the Kraslow woman's trailer to make it look like she had left. Emily doesn't like that, but what's printed below it, she likes even less. Bell ringer, J. Castro, and 2012. How can the bitch have found out so much? Emily tears off this sheet and the one beneath it, balls them up, and puts them in her pocket. She checks the desk drawers, hoping for a written report. She doesn't find one, nor does she find a slip of paper with Holly's password on it. We should have had an exit plan beyond cyanide pills, she thinks. Why didn't we? The answer seems obvious, because they're old, and old people can't run very far or very fast. Maybe there's no report. Maybe the stupid woman was too unsure of her conclusions to write one or tell anyone. Emily decides it's the best she can hope for. She'll go home. Roddy will shoot Holly. They'll run her through the wood chipper. Then they'll drop her remains into the lake. After that, they will continue hoping for the best. What else is there? Suicide, of course, but Emily still hopes it won't come to that. She finds the wall safe, predictably hidden behind a picture. She tries the handle, expecting nothing, and nothing is what she gets. She gives the combo dial a disgusted spin, rehangs the picture, and turns off the computer. She squares up the notepad, then retreats the way she came, wiping everything she touched, starting with the computer keyboard. She finishes with the office doorknob after peering through the peephole to make sure the coast is clear. She is halfway down the hall before she remembers she forgot to relock the door. She goes back and does it, once more taking care to wipe away her fingerprints. In the elevator, she pulls the brim of the cap down. She encounters only one person in the lobby, Barbara Robinson, passing her on her way to the elevator. It's time to go home and tie up at least one troublesome loose end. As she pushes open the door to the street, a particularly vicious bolt of pain strikes her lower back. Emily stands on the sidewalk, grimacing, waiting for it to let up. The phrase that Holly is screaming at her husband at that very moment comes into her mind, and she rejects it. Now for section 15. It's called the placebo effect, you half brain-dead ID. He rushes at her, screaming at her to shut up, that the placebo effect doesn't exist. It's just a manipulation of statistics by lazy scientists. She grabs him the second he comes within reach. There's no thought, no planning. She simply shoots her right arm through the bars and curls it around his neck. It hurts her bruised ribs, but in her adrenaline-fired state, she barely notices. He tries to jerk free and almost makes it. Holly redoubles her grip and yanks him against the bars. His bathrobe is sliding off, revealing his ridiculous fire truck pajamas. "Let me go," he chokes out. "Let me go." Holly remembers what she has in her left hand, what she's been squeezing so tightly it's cut into her palm. It's a triangular earring, the mate of the one she found in the weeds next to the abandoned auto shop. She shoves that hand through the bars and, holding the earring tightly between her thumb and forefinger, runs one of its 3 golden points across Harris's scrawny throat. For most of the way, it barely cuts the skin. Then it catches on a bulging tendon and digs deeper. Roddy helps by jerking his head to the side, trying to get free. The earring slices through his jugular vein, and Holly gets a faceful of warm blood as his heart pumps it at her. It's in her eyes, and it burns. Roddy gives a convulsive jerk and breaks her grip. He staggers toward the stairs with his bathrobe hanging almost to his waist and dragging on the floor. He puts his hand to his neck. Blood jets through his fingers. He stumbles over the broom that's propped there, his head hitting the stair rail. He uses the rail to gain his feet and turns to her. His eyes are wide. He reaches out and makes a guttural sound that could be his wife's name. The bathrobe slips all the way off. He takes 2 steps toward her, then goes down on his face. His fingers twitch. He tries to raise his head and can't. Blood trickles across the concrete. Holly is frozen with shock. Her arms are still sticking out through the bars. The earring is still in her left hand, which is now covered in a wet red glove. At first, the only thought in her mind is from Macbeth. Who would have thought the old man had so much blood in him? Then another one surfaces. Where is his wife? She takes a step backward, then 2, then trips over her own foot and sits down hard on the futon. She cries out as the pain in her bruised ribs flares. The earring drops from her hand. She waits for Emily. Now for section 16. Barbara barely glances at the woman who passes her in the lobby of the Frederick building. She's thinking of a series of children's detective books that Jerome used to read. They featured a sleuth with the unlikely name of Dutch Spyglass. Dutch would come to the scene of the crime, observe, and solve the mystery. He always concluded the same way. All the clues are there. The solution is in your grasp. Deduction, please. Jerome was able to solve the cases some of the time. Barbara almost never. As she goes up in the elevator, she thinks the disappearances Holly has been investigating are like those mini-mysteries. Nastier, but essentially the same. All the clues are there, she thinks. The solution is in your grasp. She wishes she could turn to the back of the book and read the solution, but there is no book. Only her missing friend. She goes down the hall and opens the door to finders keepers with her key. "Holly?" she calls. No answer, but Barbara has the queerest sensation that either someone is here or has been here very recently. "Anyone?" she calls. Nothing. She takes a quick look into Pete's office and even checks the coat closet. Then she goes to the door of Holly's office. She pauses, her hand on the knob, afraid she's going to find Holly dead in her chair. She forces herself to open the door, telling herself she won't scream. Holly's not there, but Barbara's sense of a recent presence doesn't go away. She looks at Holly's desk and sees nothing but a blank notepad, the one she uses when she's doodling or taking notes. Barbara pushes a key on the computer's keypad and frowns when nothing happens. Holly almost never turns her computer off. She just lets it go to sleep. Barbara turns it on, and when the starter screen appears, she uses the notebook app on her phone to find the password that opens all the office computers. QXT4. She types it in. Nothing happens except for the quick, annoying shake that means the Mac has rejected the password. She tries again. Same result. She frowns, then barks a small, exasperated laugh as she gets it. The password changes automatically every 6 months, which means QXTT4 became obsolete on July 1st. Holly has neglected to give her the new one, and Barbara has forgotten to ask. Deduction, please, Barbara thinks. She has none. She gets up to leave, then, on a whim, takes down the landscape print on the wall. The company safe is behind it, and although it's shut and locked, Barbara sees something that adds to her unease. When Holly uses the safe, she always resets the combination dial to 0. It's one of her little compulsions. Pete wouldn't bother if he used the safe, but Pete's been out almost all month. She tries the handle. Locked. She doesn't know the combination, so she can't check to see if anything has been taken. What she can do is reset the dial to 0, put back the painting, and call her brother. Now for section 17. Emily parks in the driveway and gets out of the Subaru a little too fast. Another bolt of pain goes through her back. It's becoming harder and harder to believe they're holding back the tide of old age, a thing they've taken as an article of faith since their first meal. Not faith, she insists. Science. The science is there. These are just nerve spasms brought on by tension. They'll pass. She goes up the front steps, her palms pressed into her lower back. Roddy is no longer on the porch, nothing there but a half-empty coffee cup and his notebook. She looks down at it and is distressed to see his formerly neat handwriting has begun to sprawl and shake. She expects to find him in the living room or the downstairs office, but he's in neither. When she goes into the kitchen, she sees the basement door is standing open. A feeling of dread sinks in her stomach. She goes to the door. "Roddy," she calls. It's the woman who answers, the wretched, snooping woman. "He's down here, Professor," she says, and I think he's given his last lecture. Now for section 18. Jerome tells Barbara he won't be flying home after all. The flight he had planned to take was canceled because of COVID. "I'm going to try and rent a car," he says. "It's just shy of 500 miles. I can be home by midnight. Earlier if the traffic isn't too bad." "Are you sure you're old enough to rent one?" she asks. She wants him with her, wants him badly. "As of my birthday 2 months ago, I am," he says. "I can even get a discount with my Authors Guild card. Crazy, huh?" You want to know what's crazy? I think someone's been in the office. I'm here now. She tells him about how she had to turn the computer on instead of just waking it up, and how the combination dial was set in the 70s instead of at 0. Do you have her password? The one that kicked in at the start of the month? Gee, no, haven't been there at all. My book, you know. Barbara knows. She might have turned her computer off. I've told her they suck power even when they're asleep, but forgetting to set the combo dial to 0? You know, Holly. But why would anyone go there? Jerome asks, then answers his own question. Maybe someone's worried about what she's been finding out. Barb, you have to phone the doll woman. Tell her to be careful. I don't know her num. Barbara thinks of the message Penny Doll left. Her number will be in her contacts. Never mind. Yes, I do. I'm more worried about Holly than I am about Bonnie Doll's mother. Right there with you, sis. What about the police? Isabel Janes? What am I supposed to say? That she parked her car in the wrong space and forgot to turn the wall safe dial back to 0, so call out the National Guard? Yeah, I see your point. But Izzy's sort of a friend. Do you want me to call her? No, I'll do it. But before I do, tell me everything you know about the case. You did, but I was wrapped up in my own shit, so tell me again, because I feel like I almost know. I just can't. I'm so upset. Just go through it again, please. So he does. Now for section 19. Emily comes halfway down the stairs and stops when she sees her husband lying face down in a spreading pool of blood. What happened? She screams. What happened? I cut his throat, Holly says. She's standing against the cement wall at the far side of the cell. She feels remarkably calm. Would you like to hear a joke I made up? Emily bolts down the final 6 or 8 steps. A mistake. She trips on the last one and loses her balance. She puts out her hands to break her fall, and Holly hears a snap as a bone in her left arm fractures. This time it's a shriek of pain, not of horror. She crawls to Roddy and turns his head. The blood from his cut throat has begun to coagulate, and there's a sticky ripping sound as his cheek pulls free. A new millionaire walks into a bar and orders a Mai Tai. What did you do? What did you do to Roddy? Weren't you listening? I cut his fracking throat. Holly bends and picks up the golden earring. With this, it was Bonnie's. If there was ever a case of revenge from beyond the grave, I'd say this is it. Emily gets up, too fast. Not a scream or a shriek this time, but a howl of agony as her back goes into spasm, and her left arm is hanging at a crooked angle. Broke at the elbow, Holly thinks. Good. Oh my God, oh my dear God, how it hurts. I only wish you'd split your crazy evil skull, Holly tells her. She raises the earring. It glitters. Come over here, Professor. Let me put you out of your misery. Maybe it's not too late to catch up with your husband on his way to hell. Emily is bent over like a hag. Her hair is coming loose and hanging around her face. Holly thinks it adds to her overall witchy vibe. She wonders if the calm she feels means she's lost her mind. She thinks not, because she's perfectly clear on one thing. If Emily Harris can get back up to the first floor, Holly is going to die. At least I got one of them, she thinks. Emily takes shuffling baby steps to the stairs. She grasps the railing. She looks back once, not at Holly, but at her husband. Then, very slowly, pulling herself along, she begins to climb. She's breathing in harsh gasps. Holly calls after her. A new millionaire walks into a bar and orders a Mai Tai. Fall and break your neck, you bitch, fall. But Emily doesn't. Now for section 20. Barbara thinks there may be a solution to the mystery of Holly's disappearance in the back of the book after all. If you think of Penny Doll as the back of the book, there's a missing woman flyer on a streetlight pole next to the Frederick Building's parking lot. It's faded, but Barbara can still see the girl's smiling face. Dead, she thinks. That girl is dead. Please God, Holly's not dead, too. She calls Penny Doll's number. As the phone rings, she looks at the picture, a blonde, all-American cheerleader type. Be there, Mrs. Doll, she thinks. Answer your damn phone. Penny does, sounding breathless. Hello? This is Barbara Robinson, Mrs. Doll. Did you get my message? Have you found her? Is she all right? Barbara doesn't know if she's talking about Bonnie or Holly. In either case, the answer is the same. Still missing. I know you and Holly were supposed to talk last night. Did she send you a report instead? Have you checked your email? I did, and there was nothing. Would you check again? Penny tells her to hold on. Barbara stands looking at the picture of the missing girl as she waits. Penny comes back. No, nothing. So if there's a report, it's probably locked inside the Finders Keepers computer system. Barbara thanks Penny and calls Pete Huntley. He answers himself, having taken his phone back from his daughter. Pete, it's Barbara, and before you ask, she's still gone. She tells him about Holly's sloppy parking job and the oddity with the combination dial. Then she asks the big question, does he have the new password for the office computers? She has to wait through a coughing fit before he can answer. Hell no, Holly takes care of all that stuff. Are you sure she didn't give it to you? Yes, I would have written it down if she did. And before you ask, I don't have the combo to the safe either. She gave it to me a few months back, and that I did write down, but I lost the paper. Sorry, kiddo. Barbara is disappointed, but not surprised. She thanks him, ends the call, and stands staring at the smiling blonde on the poster. She doubts if there's a hard copy in the safe anyway. Holly is particular about keeping everything on her computer until a case is over. If she did write a report and filed it to the cloud, it's going to stay there until a high-powered IT guy can open the computers, and by then it may be too late. Jerome had said she should call Isabel Janes, but what is she supposed to say? That Holly parked her car sloppily and forgot to turn the wall safe dial back to 0? Barbara decides to go home. Her parents won't be there, and she doesn't want to upset them at work. What she wants is Jerome, and when she gets to the house, she calls him. The message she gets says he can't answer because he's driving. Barbara tells herself that's good, but it doesn't feel good. Nothing does. Now for section 21. Maybe she'll collapse upstairs, Holly thinks. Broken arm, bad back, it could happen. But she doesn't believe it will. She waits, and just as she's beginning to hope, a shoe appears. Then another. Then the hem of the crazy lady's skirt. She comes down slowly, one step at a time, panting and holding tightly to the stair rail with her right hand. Her left dangles. Her face is so pale it could be the face of a corpse. Tucked into the waistband of her skirt is a gun. Although Holly can only see the butt, she'd know that gun anywhere. Emily intends to kill her with Bill Hodges' .38. You bitch, Emily rasps. Your snooping has ruined everything. It was ruined long before I came on the scene, Holly says. She backs up slowly until she can back no more. She even raises her hands. It was the placebo effect all along, Emily. Expectation aids body chemistry. I'm a bit of a hypochondriac, so I know. And I've seen the numbers. Scientists have known about the placebo effect for years. I'm sure that in his heart, your husband did as well. If Holly hoped to provoke the sort of rage that caused her husband to act so rashly, she's disappointed. If she hoped Emily might shoot herself while taking the gun out of her waistband, she's similarly disappointed. In truth, Holly isn't aware of feeling anything at all, but her senses are almost supernaturally sharp. She sees everything, hears everything, right down to the slight rattle in Emily Harris's throat as she draws each quick breath. Emily is looking down at her husband. Alas, poor Roddy, she says. I knew him well. Listen to you, Holly says. A cannibal quoting Shakespeare. That deserves a place in the Guinness Book of... Shut up, shut up! Holly has no intention of shutting up. She has been a meek mouse for too much of her life. In a matter of seconds, this woman is going to shut her up forever, but she means to have her say first. I've been trying to tell you a joke I made up. A new millionaire walks into a bar and... Shut up! Emily raises the gun and fires. The report is deafening in the basement. A spark jumps from one of the bars. Holly sees a chip fly from the cement wall above the potty. I didn't even have time to duck, she thinks, and asks for a my. Shut up! Holly slides along the wall to the left just as Emily fires again. The slug goes through one of the squares and makes a penny-sized hole in the concrete where Holly was standing a second before. The gun wavers in Emily's hand. She's a lefty, Holly thinks, and that's the arm she broke. She's shooting with her offhand. And asks for a Mai Tai. Are you with me so far? This is pretty good. The bartender goes to make it, and the woman hears a voice say, "Congratulations, Holly, you deserve." Emily starts forward, wanting to get close, but catches a foot in Roddy's bathrobe and falls again. She cries out in pain, and the gun goes off. This bullet goes into the back of Roddy's head. Not that he feels it. "Stay down," Holly thinks. "Stay down, stay down." But Emily rises, though the pain makes her scream, and she can't get fully upright. She doesn't look like a witch anymore. Now she looks like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Her eyes are bulging. There are white curds at the corners of her mouth. She now raises the gun. "Come on," Holly says. "Show me what you can do." She slides to the left along the wall, ducking, feeling as fragile as one of her mother's china figurines. This time, she's a little late, and Emily is a little lucky. Holly feels a burning streak across her right arm above the elbow. A hit, she thinks, a very palpable hit, but only a graze. It doesn't hurt much, at least not yet. So this voice says, "Congratulations, Holly. You deserve every fracking cent of that money." But when she looks around, no one is there. Then she hears a voice on the other side say, "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Just before Emily fires again, Holly drops to her knees. She hears the buzz of the bullet passing just over her head. "Sorry, Professor," Holly says, getting up. "Pistols are only good at close range, and you're shooting with the wrong hand. Let's end this. I'll make it easy for you. Just let me finish my joke." She walks to the front of the cell and pushes her face into one of the squares. So this other voice says, "You're looking especially pretty tonight, Holly." But when she looks, still no one there. The bartender comes back with the drink, and Emily lurches forward. She presses the short barrel of Bill's pistol against Holly's forehead and pulls the trigger. There's a dry click as the hammer falls on the chamber Holly had left empty, as Bill had taught her. There is just long enough for Emily to register surprise before Holly shoots her hands through the bars, seizes Emily's head, and twists it to the left with all her strength. Holly heard a snap when the old woman's arm broke. What she hears this time is a muffled crack. Emily's knees buckle. Her head slides out of Holly's grip as she goes down, leaving Holly with nothing but a few gray hairs in her left hand. She hears herself breathing in great gasps, and the world tries to swim away from her. She can't let that happen, so she slaps herself across the face. Blood flies from her wounded arm. Emily has ended up in a squat, her face resting against the cage. One of the bars has pulled her nose up into a pig's snout. Her open eyes appear to be staring in different directions. Holly drops to her knees, raises the flap, and gets the gun. If Emily is still alive, if she moves at all, Holly intends to beat her head in. There is no movement. Holly counts to 60. Still on her knees, she reaches through a lower square and presses her fingers into the side of Emily's neck. The boneless way the woman's head rolls over tells Holly all she needs to know. She feels nothing. Not even a few final erratic beats of a dying heart. Holly gets up, but she can't keep her feet. She sits down heavily on the futon. She's alive. She can't believe it. But the pain in her ribs and arm convinces her. And her thirst convinces her. She feels she could drink all 5 of the Great Lakes dry. They are both dead, and here she sits in a cage no one knows about. Someone will come eventually, but how long before that happens? And how long can a person go without water? She doesn't know. She slides up the sleeve of her shirt, hissing with pain. The skin is split 2 inches above her right elbow, and she can see into the meat of her arm. The wound is bleeding freely. She knows blood loss will also contribute to her thirst, which is raging. "I killed them both from inside this cage," she thinks. That should go in the Guinness Book of World Records. Holly works her way out of her shirt. It's a slow, painful process, but she finally manages. She ties it around the gunshot wound and knots it with her teeth. Then she leans back against the concrete wall and begins to wait. A new millionaire walks into a bar, she croaks, and orders a Mai Tai. While the bartender is making it, she hears someone say, "You deserve that money, Holly. Every fracking cent." She looks, and there's nobody there. Then she hears a voice on her other side say, "You killed them both from inside the cage. You're in the Guinness Book of World Records. Way to go, you're a star." Holly knows she should shut up, that talking will only make her thirstier, but she needs to finish the joke. even if her only audience is a couple of dead old people. The bartender comes back and she says, "I keep hearing voices saying these nice things. What's up with that?" And the bartender says, "He says." She passes out. Now for section 22. While Holly is losing consciousness, Barbara is at home, in the office that's now Jerome's. She's looking at the MapQuest printout with the red dots on it marking the various disappearances. She put the dot for Jorge Castro on Ridge Road across from Olivia's house. "I saw him shortly before he disappeared," Olivia had said, "running, even in the rain, and it was raining that night. I certainly never saw him again." Barbara traces a route from the Bell campus down Ridge Road to the park. What if he was taken there? There's a parking lot, and if there was a van like the one in the security footage, something about the van, about Ridge Road, both, she doesn't know. Her phone rings. It's Jerome. He asks for an update. She tells him about the calls she made and the one she hasn't made, to Izzy Janes. He tells her she was probably right to skip that one. He says he's making good time already in New Jersey, but he doesn't want to speed. Barbara doesn't have to ask him why. He's driving while black. He pulled into a rest area to call her. Before he can end the call, Barbara blurts out her worst fear. "What if she's dead, Jay?" There's a pause. Then he says, "She's not. I'd feel it if she was. Gotta go, Barb. I'll be home by 11. "I'm going to lie down," Barbara says. "Maybe something will come to me. I feel like I know more than I think I know." "Quite often," he says. Barbara goes into her room and stretches out on her bed. She doesn't expect to sleep, but maybe she can clear her mind. She closes her eyes. She thinks about Olivia and her many stories. She remembers asking the old poet about the famous picture of her and Humphrey Bogart. Olivia had said, "If I looked startled, it's because he had his hand on my ass." Barbara falls asleep. Now for section 23. Holly is in the sunroom of Rolling Hills Elder Care. It's empty, except for her mother and her uncle. They are sitting at a table, watching a bowling match on TV and drinking tall glasses of iced tea. "Can I have some?" Holly croaks. "I'm thirsty." They look around and salute her with their glasses, then drink. The glasses are beaded with condensation. Holly thinks how much she would like to lick those little drops of water from the sides of their glasses. "You couldn't handle that much money," Uncle Henry says and sips. "We did it for your own good." "You're fragile," Charlotte says, and takes her own sip. Charlotte holds her glass out to Holly. "You can have it." Uncle Henry holds his out. "You can have this one too." And together they chant, "As soon as you agree to stop all this dangerous foolishness and come home." Holly claws her way out of this dream. Reality is the cage in the Harris basement. Her ribs still hurt, and the wound in her arm feels like it's on fire, but those pains are nothing compared to her thirst. At least the gash seems to have stopped bleeding. She gets to her feet and goes to the bars. The body of Rodney Harris lies near the stairs. Emily has fallen out of her final crouch and lies on her side. The door to the kitchen must be open, because flies have gathered, sampling Roddy's spilled blood. "I would sell my soul for a glass of beer," Holly thinks, "and I don't even like beer." She thinks of how her dream ended, that childlike chant. She assures herself that someone will come. Someone has to come. The question is what kind of shape she'll be in when that happens, or if she'll be alive at all. Yet even now, hurting all over, with 2 dead bodies outside the cage she's locked in, raging with thirst, "I regret nothing," she croaks. "Nothing." Well, one thing. Hiding behind the chainsaws was a big mistake. "I need to learn to trust myself more," she thinks. "I'll have to work on that." Now for section 24. Barbara is also dreaming. She bursts into Olivia Kingsbury's living room to find Olivia in her usual chair reading a book. "I thought you were dead," Barbara cries. "Nonsense," Olivia says. "I fully intend to celebrate my 100th. Did I tell you about the time Jorge Castro spoke up at the meeting to decide the fate of the poetry workshop?" Emily never lost that smile of hers, but her eyes. Barbara's cell phone trills, and the dream falls apart. She grabs her phone and sees her mother's picture on the screen. She also sees the time, 4:03 p.m. Jerome must be in Pennsylvania by now. "Hey, Mom," she says, clearing her throat. "Were you napping?" "I just meant to lie down," but I guess I fell asleep. I dreamed Olivia was still alive. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I had dreams like that after your grandmother died. Yeah, like that. Barbara runs a hand through her hair and thinks about what her dream Olivia was about to say. It seems like it might be important. Holly, her mother is saying. What? I asked if you've located Holly yet. No, not yet. She's probably upstate taking care of her mother's affairs. I'd never say it to Holly, but Charlotte Gibney didn't die of COVID. She died of stupidity. Barbara has to smile at that. I think Holly knows, Mom. I called to tell you I'm meeting your dad for dinner at a fancy restaurant. Nice, Barbara says. Which one? Tanya tells her, but Barbara hardly hears. She feels like a stroke of lightning has gone off in her head. Which one? The actual date, her mother is saying. Okay, right. Tanya laughs. Did you even hear me? I said it's an early anniversary dinner because he has to be away on the actual date. Have a good time, Mom. I have to go. Love you. Love you, but Barbara ends the call and scrolls back through her texts to and from Holly. Here it is. Which one? Barbara had asked that because she knew two of the men in the picture Holly had sent her. One was Carrie Dressler, the handsome young guy all the girls in her PE class had a crush on. The other was Professor Harris. She had seen him washing his car when she went to Emily Harris, hoping for an introduction to Olivia Kingsbury. On that warm winter day, both of the Harris garage bays were open, and in the other one, there had been a van. Had he seen her looking at it and quickly closed the garage door to hide it? Bullshit, she thinks. You're making that up. Maybe, but now she knows what Olivia was about to say when her mother's call woke her up. She knows because Olivia had actually said it. Emily never lost that smile of hers, but her eyes looked like she wanted to kill him. Jorge Castro, the first of the disappearances. You're crazy, Barbara whispers to herself. Just because he knew Carrie Dressler and she knew Castro and didn't like him. Did I tell you I saw him shortly before he disappeared? Olivia had said. You're crazy, Barbara repeats. They're old. But Bonnie Dahl, the last of the disappearances, could it be? She hurries into Jerome's office, powers up his computer, and Googles what she wants. Then she calls Marie Duchamp. Do you remember the time Olivia told us about the Harris's Christmas party? How they sent Santas around to hand out snacks and beer? Oh yes, Marie says, and laughs. Olivia thought it was a perfect example of Emily Harris. She meant to keep her Christmas party streak alive, come hell or high water. We ate the snacks, drank the beer, but skipped the Zoom call. She said a blonde girl delivered to your place, a pretty blonde Santa. Right, Marie sounds disappointingly vague. Would you recognize her if I sent you a picture? They were in Santa outfits, Barb, complete with snowy white fake beards. Oh, Barbara says, deflated. Fuck, well, thanks any. No, wait a second, Marie says. Our elf was cold from riding her bike, so Olivia gave her a little bit of whiskey. I remember because Olivia said, you can have the whiskey if you take off your whiskers. And she did. Pretty girl, looked like she was having fun. I guess I might recognize her at that. Let me send you the picture. Stay on the line. Bonnie's Facebook and Instagram pages are very much alive thanks to her mother, and Barbara sends Marie the picture of Bonnie on her bike. Did you get it? She asks. It can't be her. It just can't be. Yes, and that's her, Marie says. That was our Christmas elf. Why? Thanks, Marie. Barbara hangs up, feeling numb. Professor Harris knowing Carrie might mean nothing, and Emily Harris knowing and not liking Jorge Castro also might mean nothing. But Bonnie makes three, and if you add in the van, she almost calls Jerome, then stops. He'll want to speed up, and then he might get pulled over. Like every black person in the city, Barbara is very aware of what happened to Malik Dutton when he got pulled over. What to do? The answer seems obvious. Go to 93 Ridge Road and see if Holly's there. If not, find out if they know where she is. Barbara isn't afraid of the Harrises, but there may be someone else involved, which means taking precautions. She goes to her closet, stands on tiptoe, and moves aside a couple of old stuffed bears. Behind them is a shoebox. She takes it down and opens it. She couldn't ask Holly for a gun, so she had asked Pete instead after swearing him to secrecy. He gave her a purse-sized .22 automatic with no argument. "Just don't shoot yourself with it, Cookie," he had said, "and don't shoot anyone else, unless they deserve it." Barbara doesn't expect to shoot anyone this afternoon, but threatening isn't out of the question. She needs to know where Holly is. If the Harrises deny knowing and she thinks they're lying, yes, threatening might be in order, even if it means jail time. I wouldn't be the first poet to go to jail, Barbara thinks. On the way out, she grabs a baseball cap from a basket by the door, puts it on, and stops dead in her tracks. She thinks of Holly's computer being off instead of asleep. She thinks of the combination lock not set to 0. And then she remembers a woman she passed in the lobby of the Frederick building. The woman was limping, she remembers that, and wearing a billed cap similar to the one Barbara has just put on. The woman's head was lowered, allowing Barbara to read what was on the front of it: Columbus Clippers. She doesn't know if that woman was Emily Harris, but Barbara knows Holly also had a Clippers hat. Lots of people wear Indians or Cardinals hats, but Clippers hats? Not many. Was that woman on the 5th floor? Did she perhaps have Holly's keys as well as her hat? Did she turn off the computer, spin the safe's combination dial? Unlikely, but it gnaws at Barbara enough for her to decide she doesn't want the Harrises to see her coming until she's at their door and ready to hit them with her question. Where is she? Where's Holly? Now for section 25. She rides her 10-speed to Ridge Road and chains it to a bike rack in the parking lot next to the park playground. She checks her watch and sees it's 5:10. Barbara walks up the hill past Olivia's house. She's wearing a pair of cargo pants, like the ones Holly always wears. The .22 is in one of the pockets, her phone in the other. She decides a quick reconnaissance pass wouldn't be a bad idea. She pulls down the brim of her cap, lowers her head, and strolls slowly past number 93, as if on her way to the college at the top of the hill. She shoots a quick glance to her left and sees something odd. The Harrises' front door is ajar. No one is on the porch, but there's a table with a large travel mug on it. Even a quick glance is enough for Barbara to recognize the Starbucks logo. She goes as far as number 109, then turns and walks back. This time, when she lowers her head, she spots something in the gutter that she knows well. It's a nitrile glove covered with emojis. She should know it. She gave a box of those gloves to Holly herself as a joke present. Barbara calls Pete Huntley, praying that he will answer. He does. "Hey, Cookie, did you find her yet?" "Listen to me, Pete, okay? This is probably nothing, and I'm probably going to call you back in 5 minutes. But if I don't, call Isabel Janes and tell her to send police to 93 Ridge Road. Tell her to come too. Have you got that?" "Why? What happened? Is this about Holly?" "Tell me the address. Repeat it. 93 Ridge Road. But don't do anything, Stu. 5 minutes. If I don't call back, call Ms. Janes and send the police." She slips her phone back into her pocket and takes the gun out of her other pocket. Is it loaded? She never checked, but she remembers Pete telling her that an unloaded gun isn't very useful. It feels heavy enough to be loaded. She goes up the porch steps, puts the gun behind her back, and rings the bell. She hears its double tone clearly, but no one comes. She rings again. "Hello? Anyone home? Professor Harris? Emily?" She hears something, very faint. It could be a voice. Barbara knocks, and her fist pushes the door wider. She's looking down the wood-paneled front hall. Gloomy. She peeks behind the door, sees no one hiding there. Biting her lip, sweat trickling down her neck, the little automatic now held stiffly at her side, Barbara ventures down the hall to the living room. "Hello? Hello?" Now she hears the voice better. It's still muffled and hoarse, but she thinks it's Holly, and she's sure of what it's saying. "Help! Help me!" Barbara runs into the kitchen and sees a door on the far side of the refrigerator standing open. She sees steps leading down to a basement and something at the bottom. She tells herself it can't be what it looks like, already knowing it is. "Holly, Holly! Down here!" Her voice is a broken croak. "Down here!" Barbara goes halfway down the stairs and stops. It's a body, all right. The male Professor Harris is sprawled on the floor in a puddle of drying blood. His wife is slumped at the foot of some sort of cage. In it, standing at the crisscrossed bars with a bloody shirt wrapped around her arm, is Holly Gibney. Her hair is plastered to her cheeks. There are smears of blood on her face, and Barbara can see a grotesquely large bruise spreading up her side like ink. When Holly recognizes who it is, she begins to cry. "Barbara," she manages. "Barbara, oh thank God, I can't believe it's you." Barbara looks around. "Where is he, Holly? Where's the guy who killed them? Is he still in the house?" "There's no guy," Holly croaks. "No Red Bank predator. I killed them. Barbara, get me some water, please. She puts her hands to her throat and makes a horrible grating sound. "Please." "All right, yes." Her phone is trilling. That will be Pete, or maybe Isabel Jane's. "As long as you're sure no one is going to jump me." "No," Holly says, "it was all them," and she shocks Barbara by dry spitting on Emily Harris's slumped corpse. Barbara turns to go back upstairs and get water. "Barbara," Holly shrieks, "get it from the sink! Don't look in the refrigerator! Don't look in the refrigerator!" Barbara runs up the stairs and into the kitchen. She has no idea what's happened here. Her mind is frozen on just one thought: water. There are cabinets on either side of the sink. Barbara puts her gun on the counter and opens one. Plates. She opens another and sees glasses. She fills one, starts back to the basement door, then changes her mind and fills another. Carrying a glass in each hand, she goes back down the stairs, sidling past the blood around Professor Harris. She stops in front of Emily's body and stretches to pass one of the glasses through the bars. Holly seizes it, spilling some, and drinks the rest down in big gulps. She tosses the glass behind her onto the futon and holds out her hand. "More," she says, her voice clearer now. Barbara gives her the other glass. Holly drinks half of it. "Good," she says, "so fracking good." "I told Pete to send the police," Barbara says, "and the lady detective. How do I let you out, Holly?" Holly points to the keypad but shakes her head. "I don't know the numbers. Barbara, go upstairs, meet them." "All right, I'll call Pete again and tell him." "Did I see a gun? Do you have a gun?" Holly asks. "Yes. Don't have it when the police come. Remember the Dutton boy." "But what?" "Later, Barbara. And thank you so much." Barbara goes back to the stairs, again being careful to skirt the gore around Rodney Harris. She looks back once and sees Holly drinking the rest of the second glass. She's holding onto the bars with her other hand, as if to keep from collapsing. "What happened here?" she thinks. "What the fuck happened?" In the kitchen, she can hear faint sirens. She sees her .22 on the counter and thinks of what Holly said. She picks it up and puts it in the bread box, on top of a package of English muffins. Before leaving the kitchen, she can't resist opening the fridge and peeking inside. She sees skim milk, some eggs and butter, yogurt, vegetables, and a few packages of what looks like steak. Also 6 or 8 dessert glasses filled with what's probably vanilla pudding with swirls of strawberry. Looks tasty, she thinks. She closes the refrigerator and goes back outside. Now for section 26. A city police cruiser pulls up to the curb, its siren winding down. An unmarked sedan is right behind it. Mindful of what Holly said and her own black skin, Barbara stands on the top step of the porch with her hands held out from her sides, palms turned to show they're empty. 2 uniformed cops come up the walk. The one in the lead has his hand on his Glock. "What's going on here?" he asks. The other one, older, asks, "Are you high, sweetheart?" Before Barbara has to answer, the door of the unmarked car slams and Isabel Janes is hurrying across the lawn. She's wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Her police badge is slung around her neck and she's got her own Glock on one hip. "Stand back," she tells the cops. "I know this young lady. Barbara, right? Jerome's sister." "Yes," Barbara says. "Holly's in the basement, locked in a cage. The old professors who live here are dead and she begins to cry. "Take it easy." Izzy puts an arm around Barbara's shaking shoulders. "They're dead, I get that. And what?" And Holly says she killed them. Now for section 27. Holly hears footsteps and voices overhead, then sees feet. She remembers Emily descending those stairs, coming to kill her with Bill's gun, and shudders. But these are boots, not shoes, and they belong to a woman. They stop when the woman sees the bodies. Isabel Janes comes the rest of the way down the stairs slowly, her gun drawn. She sees Holly standing behind the bars, her face smeared with blood, and a bloody shirt tied around her arm. "What the fuck happened here, Holly? How badly are you hurt?" "Some of the blood is mine, but most of it's his," she says, and points a trembling finger at the dead man in the pajamas. "I can tell you everything once you get me out of here, but how am I going to tell her?" She puts her forehead against the bars. Izzy comes forward and takes one of Holly's hands. It's cold. The two cops are on the stairs now, gawking at the bodies. Barbara, standing above them in the doorway, can hear more sirens approaching. Izzy asks, "Tell who, Holly? Tell who what?" "Penny Doll," Holly says, crying harder than ever. "How am I ever going to tell her what happened to her daughter? How am I going to tell any of them?" Now for Section 28. By 6 o'clock, Ridge Road is lined with police cars, 2 crime scene vans, the county coroner's station wagon, and an ambulance. There's also a fire department truck. Most of the residents of the street have come out to watch. Barbara has been sent out of the house, but has been ordered to stay on the lawn. She has called Jerome and Pete, telling them both that Holly has been hurt, but she thinks not too badly. She doesn't tell them Holly is still locked in the basement. That would lead to questions she can't answer. There's a horrified murmur from the crowd across the street as 2 bodies bagged and on stretchers are carried out. Another county truck comes down the street to receive them. Barbara's phone rings. It's Jerome. She sits down on the grass to take the call. She can cry. With Jerome, that's okay. Now for Section 29. 20 minutes later, Holly is crouched in the far corner of the cell. A man in a welder's mask is cutting through the bars, and the long room is filled with flashing light. Izzy Janes is at the other end of the basement, where she first examines the wood chipper and then yells to a crime scene technician. She points to Bonnie's bike helmet and backpack and tells him to bag both. A steel bar clatters to the floor, then another. Izzy walks up to the man with the cutting torch. "How much longer?" she asks. "I think we can get her out in another 10 or 20 minutes, he says. "Someone did a hell of a good job putting this thing together." Izzy goes back to the workshop and tries the door there. It's locked. She motions to one of the bigger cops. "You better bust that," she says. "I'm pretty sure I heard someone inside." He grins. "You got it, boss." He hits the door with his shoulder, and it gives way immediately. He stumbles inside. Izzy follows and finds a light switch. Overhead fluorescent lights come on. They stand there, stunned. "What the fuck is that?" the big cop asks. Izzy knows, even if it's hard to believe. "I'd say it's an operating table." "And the bag?" he asks, pointing to the big green sack hanging down from the end of the wood chipper's hose. It's bulging with whatever is inside. "Leave it for the forensics guys," she says, and thinks of Holly saying, "How am I ever going to tell her what happened to her daughter?" Now for Section 30. 40 minutes later, Holly emerges onto the Harris's porch, supported by an EMT on one side and Izzy Janes on the other. Barbara gets up, runs to her, hugs her, and turns to Izzy. "I want to go with her to the hospital," she says. Instead of refusing, Izzy says they'll both go. Holly wants to walk to the waiting ambulance, but the EMTs insist on a stretcher. Now there are news vans as well as all the official vehicles, but they are being kept behind police tape. There's even a helicopter circling overhead. Holly is hoisted into the ambulance. One of the EMTs gives her a shot. She tries to protest, but he says it will help with the pain. Izzy sits on one side of the stretcher, Barbara on the other. "Wipe my face, please," Holly says. "The blood is drying." Izzy shakes her head. "No can do. Not until you've been photographed and we've got swabs." The ambulance pulls out, its siren wailing. "That's a wood chipper in the basement," Izzy says. "My father had one, but a lot smaller." "Yes, I saw it. Can I have a drink, please?" "There's a cooler with Gatorade in it," one of the EMTs calls back. "Oh God, please," Holly says. Barbara finds the cooler, opens a bottle of orange Gatorade, and puts it in Holly's outstretched hand. Holly's eyes look up at them from above her bloody cheeks as she drinks. She looks like she's wearing war paint, Barbara thinks. And I guess that's okay because she's been in a war. The chipper's outflow goes to a bag in that little torture chamber, Izzy says. Is the stuff inside what I think it is? Because it stinks. Holly nods. They must not have had a chance to get rid of the leftovers this time. I don't know how they did that with the others, but my guess is the lake. You'll figure it out. And the rest of her, Izzy asks. Check the refrigerator. Barbara thinks of the wrapped cuts of meat. She thinks of the dessert glasses, and she feels like screaming. I have to tell you something, Holly says to Izzy and Barbara. The shot is working. The pain in her arm and her ribs is receding. I need to share something. Izzy takes her hand. Save it. I'll need to hear everything, but right now you just need to take it easy. It's not about the case. I made up a joke, and I've never had a chance to tell anyone. I tried to tell Emily before she could shoot me, but then things got complicated. Go on, Barbara says and takes Holly's other hand. Tell it now. A new millionaire, me, actually, it's a long story, walks into a bar and orders a Mai Tai. When the bartender goes to make it, she hears a voice saying, "You deserve that money, Holly, every cent." She looks around and sees no one. Then she hears a voice on the other side. It says, "You look very pretty tonight, Holly." The bartender comes back and she says, "I keep hearing voices saying nice things about me, but when I look, no one's there." And the bartender says, the EMT who gave her the shot looks back at her, grinning. He says, "We charge for the drinks, but the nuts are complimentary." Holly's mouth drops open. "You know it?" "God, yes," the EMT says. "That's an old one. You must have heard it somewhere and just forgot." Holly begins to laugh. Now for section 31. In a treatment room at Kinner Memorial Hospital, Holly is swabbed for DNA and photographed. Barbara gently wipes her face clean afterward. The doctor on duty examines the bullet wound and pronounces it basically superficial. He says if it had gone deeper and shattered the bone, that would be a different story. Izzy gives her 2 thumbs up. The doctor pulls off the shirt she had used as a bandage, which starts the bleeding again. He cleans the wound, probes for shrapnel, then packs it. He says there's no need for stitches and wraps it tightly. He says she'll need a sling and a course of antibiotics. Meanwhile, he's got an ICU full of COVID patients to deal with, most of them unvaccinated. "I got you a room here," Izzy says, then smiles. "Actually, that's a lie. The chief of police got it." "Other people need it more," Holly says. The floaty feeling from the injection is gone. "You're staying," Izzy says flatly. "Gunshot wound observation is mandatory in this town. 24 hours. Be grateful they're not stashing you in a hallway. A nurse will give you some more pain medication." Holly turns to Barbara. "Give me your phone, Barb. I have to call Penny." Barbara starts to get it out of her pocket, but Izzy holds up a hand. "Absolutely not. You don't even know for sure that Bonnie Dahl is dead." "I know," Holly says. "You do too. You saw her bike helmet." "Yes, and her name is on the flap of the pack." "There was an earring too," Holly says. "It's in the cell where they locked me up." "We'll find it," Izzy says. "They may have found it already. A forensics crew is going over that basement as we speak, and a team from the FBI is on its way." "It's a gold triangle," Holly says. "Sharp points. I found the other one outside the abandoned shop where they kidnapped her. The one in the cell was under the futon. Bonnie must have left it there. I used it to cut Professor Harris's throat." And she closes her eyes. We now move forward to July 30th, 2021. Chapter 1. At 10 o'clock, Holly is rolled into Kinner Memorial's 9th floor conference room in a wheelchair. She doesn't need it, but it's hospital protocol. Waiting for her are Izzy, her partner, the district attorney, and an FBI agent named Herbert Beale. Barbara, Jerome, and Pete Huntley are also attending by Zoom. Holly insisted. "I believe we can dispense with the masks," the DA Albert Tantleff says, "since we've all been vaccinated." "I prefer to keep mine on," Holly says. "It's a hospital, after all." "As you like," he says, and returns to his seat. "Detective Janes, your show." Izzy powers up her iPad and shows Holly a photograph of a blood-stained earring in a plastic evidence bag. "Can you confirm that this is the earring you used to cut Rodney Harris's throat?" "Yes," Holly says. "I acted in self-defense, being in fear for my life." "So stipulated," the DA says. Do you have the other earring? Izzy asks. I do. In the top drawer of my desk at the office. Penny has a picture of it. I emailed it to her. Has anyone talked to her yet? I did, Barbara says. I called her. The DA whips around to look at her on the TV screen. You were not authorized to do that, Ms. Robinson. Probably not, but I did it anyway, Barbara says. She was so worried about Holly. I told her she was all right. I didn't tell her anything else. What about the refrigerator? Holly asks. We're there. She trails off. There were many cuts of meat, both in their fridge and in the freezer, Izzy says. There's no doubt they're human. There are still patches of skin on some of them. Oh my God, Jerome says from the TV screen. Really, Izzy says. They're being DNA tested as we speak. There were also 7 dessert glasses, which the coroner says probably contain human brain tissue, dura mater, and bits of tendon, plus what he believes to be whipped cream. Are you all right, Ms. Gibney? Izzy's partner asks. Fine. Izzy continues. We also found meat sticks and a large container of small meatballs. Any or all of these items may once have been a part of Bonnie Ray Dahl. The DNA will tell us. They also had another freezer in their pantry. Most of it looks like ordinary meat. At the very bottom, however, on her iPad she shows them a picture of a frozen roast. We don't know what this is for sure, but it's not a leg of lamb. Jesus Christ, the DA says, and I have no one to prosecute. He shoots an almost accusatory look at Holly. You killed them both. What's wrong with you, Tant? Pete Huntley says from the TV screen. They were cannibals. They would have killed her. Izzy's phone rings. I really have to take this, she says. It's Dana Aronson with the forensics team. She listens, looking vaguely sick. Izzy ends the call. Dana's team has found over a dozen unmarked jars in the Harris bathroom, she says. He thinks they may have been using human fat as a kind of lotion, perhaps to soothe their various aches and pains. They thought it worked, Holly says, and for all I know, maybe it did, at least for a while. Tell us everything, Holly, Izzy says, start to finish. Holly does. It takes over an hour. She only has one case of the shakes, when talking about how, as Emily was trying to shoot her, she felt like a china figurine. I knew the gun was empty after 5 shots, she says. Bill told me never to load the chamber under the hammer. She put the muzzle to my forehead. I let her because I wanted to see the expression on her face when she pulled the trigger and nothing happened. Her surprise was quite gratifying. Once I saw it, I reached through the bars, grabbed her head, and broke her fracking neck. It's Pete who breaks the silence with one word, good. According to you, there were at least 4 victims, the DA says. 5, if you count Ortega. Castro, Barbara says, sounding indignant. Jorge Castro. I found Freddie Martin's Facebook page. He was Castro's partner, and he was convinced. You have no standing in this case, the DA says, so I'm asking you to butt out. You butt out, Holly says. Let her talk. Barbara goes on. Mr. Martin has been convinced all along that Mr. Castro was murdered. He says Castro had relatives all over, and he's never gotten in touch with any of them. He was there first, Holly says. I'm sure of it, but speaking of relatives, what about the others? No one's been informed yet, one of the detectives says. The DA sighs. We'll give the investigation teams as much time as we can, but we can't keep this quiet for very long. Someone will talk. There's a press conference in my near future that I don't look forward to. But you'll tell the next of kin first, Holly says, almost insisting. Of course, Izzy says, starting with Penny Dahl. Can you at least keep the cannibalism part out of it? Jerome asks. No, Izzy says. There'll be a private grand jury, but this will come out anyway. It's too explosive to be kept secret. The relatives need to know before they see it on TV. The meeting ends shortly thereafter. Holly is exhausted. She goes back to her private room, closes the door, gets into bed, and cries herself to sleep. She dreams of Emily Harris putting the barrel of Bill's pistol to her forehead and saying, I loaded the last chamber, you nosy bitch. The joke's on you. Now for Section 2. A nurse wakes her at 2:15 that afternoon and says, Detective Jane's called. She needs you. She hands Holly a cell phone and a disinfecting wipe. I'm in the hospital chapel, Izzy says. Can you come down? Holly gets in a wheelchair and goes down to the second floor. She follows the signs to the chapel. It's empty except for Izzy, who is sitting in a front row pew holding a set of rosary beads. Holly stops next to her. You told Penny? Roger that. Izzy's eyes are red and puffy. I'm guessing it didn't go so well? Izzy turns and gives Holly a look of such unhappiness that Holly can barely look back. But she does. She has to because Izzy did the dirty job she should have done herself. How the fuck do you think it went? Holly says nothing. After a few seconds, Izzy takes her hand. This case has taught me a lesson, Gibney. Just when you think you've seen the worst human beings have to offer, you find out you're wrong. There's no end to evil. I took Stella Randolph with me. She's the department's mental health counselor. You told Penny that Bonnie was dead and then I told her why Bonnie was dead, what they did to her. I tried to be euphemistic, but she knew what I was talking about. She just sat there for a moment with her hands clasped in her lap, looking at me. Then she started screaming. Stella tried to hug her, and she pushed her away so hard that Stella fell. She started to claw at her face. I wrapped her up in a bear hug to stop her, but she went on screaming. At last, she calmed down, but I'll remember that screaming for the rest of my life. It's one thing to bring somebody news of a death, but the rest of it... Holly, do you think they were conscious when they were killed? I don't know, Holly says and doesn't want to. Did she say anything about me? Yes, that she never wants to see you again. Now for section 3. There's a double row of houses that look deserted in the blaring afternoon sun. No one is moving on the cracked sidewalks. Jerome thinks Sycamore Street, where there are no sycamore trees, looks like a movie set. Vera Steinman's old Chevy is in the same place as when he last visited, with its "What would Scooby do" bumper sticker. Jerome wishes he knew what to do or what to say. Maybe, he thinks, she won't be home. He knocks on the door instead. He's sure of one thing. He must look her straight in the face and tell the best, most sincere lie of his life. The door opens. Vera hasn't dressed up for him, but she looks perfectly okay in white pants and a shell top. She looks sober, too. Oh my, it's Jerome, right? Yes, Jerome Robinson. I don't remember much about the last time you were here, but I remember the doctor saying, "That kid saved your life." He doesn't offer his elbow, but puts out his hand. She shakes it firmly. I see by your face that you're not here with good news, Jerome. No, ma'am, I'm not. I came because I didn't want you to hear it from anyone else. Because we have a connection, don't we? She asks. Like it or not, we do. Yes, ma'am, I guess that's true. No bad news on the stoop. Come in and call me Vera, for God's sake. He comes in. The air conditioner is still laboring. The living room is still a bit shabby, but neat and clean. In case you're wondering, I'm sober, she says. I don't know how long that will last, but I have resumed going to meetings, 3 so far, and I went to my sponsor, prepared to grovel. I found it wasn't necessary. Is he dead? Is Peter dead? Yes, I'm very, very sorry, Vera. Was it about sex? Some twisted sex thing? No. Who killed him? An old couple, Rodney and Emily Harris. They killed 4 others that we know of. You'll be informed by the police. You can tell them I was here first. Say I wanted to be the one because... well, because you saved my life. Because we have that connection. She's still perfectly calm, but her eyes have filled with tears. Yes, yes, yes. She reaches behind herself, finds the arm of the chair and sits down, or rather, falls into it. Jerome kneels in front of her like a suitor. He takes her hands, which are dead cold. The Harrises were insane, he says. Stuff will come out about what they did, bad stuff, but you need to know one thing. It's time for the lie, and it might not even be a lie. He doesn't know. It was quick. Whatever happened to his body, whatever they did, happened afterward. He was gone by then. To wherever we go, she says. Yes, to wherever we go. He didn't suffer? No. Her hands tighten on his. Do you swear to that? Yes. May your mother die and go to hell if you're lying. Yes. How do you know? Pathologist report. Her hands loosen. I need a drink. I'm sure you do, but don't take one. Honor your son. Vera gives a shaky laugh. Honor, my son, do you hear yourself? Yes, I hear myself. I need to call my sponsor. Will you stay with me until she comes? Yes, Jerome says. Now we move forward to August 4th, 2021. Holly is at home watching a Netflix comedy without really seeing it, just waiting until she can take another pain pill when her buzzer goes. It's Isabel Janes, and she has company. Herbert Beale and another FBI agent named Curtis Rogan. Rogan, a profiler who specializes in serial killers, flew in with the FBI team. Izzy asks Holly if she's seen that day's paper. Holly read the headline on her iPad, "Were they cannibals?" and that was enough for her. I guess the DA will have to have that press conference now, she says. He and the chief of police are set for noon, Izzy says. The coverage won't just be local. The reason we're here is because of what our forensics guys and the FBI team found in the Harris bedroom closet. What, Holly asks. Diaries, Herbert Beale says. Hers. She started keeping them in October of 2012, shortly before the murder of Jorge Luis Castro. Agent Rogan here has been studying them. I've got a long way to go, Rogan says. There's over 1,000 pages. Fascinating stuff. Terrifying stuff, Izzy says. I've read enough to say that while they were both crazy, she was the crazier of the two, by far. I think further study will bear that out, Rogan says. I don't believe Rodney Harris would have done much more than fume at how irrational the taboo was against eating human flesh. She talked him into the first one, didn't she? Holly says. She pitched him on using Castro as a way for her husband to go from the theoretical to the practical, because she disliked Castro. Disliked? Izzy says and laughs. Oh, Holly, you have no idea. She hated him. And not just him. She had plenty of hate to go around. Beneath that well-groomed exterior, Emily Harris was a complete psychotic. Let me show you an example. She turns her iPad to Holly. On the screen is a photo of a diary page, written over and over again, like a bad child's punishment, is this. I hate that spick, I hate that fucking spick, I hate that faggot spick, I hate that butt-punching faggot spick, and so on. 4 more pages of just that, Izzy says. Rogan says, in these diaries is an Emily Harris who never attended the English department meetings, and I'm just getting started. Here's another one, Izzy says, and swipes to a new photo. On this page, Emily has written the N-word over and over in big screaming capitals. We're thinking she kept her hate diaries even from her husband, Herbert Beale says, but we'll never know for sure. This stuff is gold, Rogan says. I'd use another word for it, Holly says. I mean from a psychological standpoint, Rogan says. One thing seems clear. She participated in the ingestion of Mr. Castro to please her husband. He insisted on it. But she speaks of it as a miracle cure for her back and for her husband's arthritis. There were other imagined benefits as well, including increased brain power. Eventually, though, the effects began to wear off. So they did it again, Holly says flatly, and again. They should have been caught after Castro, Izzy says, and if not after him, after Dressler. The wheelchair ploy was clever enough, but their attempts to clean up afterward were strictly slipshod. They were old, Holly says quietly. No one expects old people to be serial killers, let alone cannibals. If not for you, Holly, Izzy says, they'd probably still be living in that house and eating their hellish meals. People would say, oh, he's a little dotty and she's a little crotchety, but they're basically all right. Barbara figured it out quicker than I did, Holly says. Some truth to that, but you did the grunt work. And her friend helped, Holly says. Olivia Kingsbury, the old poet. I think she was the one who tied it together for Barbara. Beale looks at Rogan and gives him a nod. They stand up. You're going to be besieged by the press, Miss Gibney. It won't be the first time. Then, with no idea she's going to say it, the words pop out of her mouth. The nuts are complimentary. Beale and Rogan look puzzled, but Izzy laughs and Holly joins her. It feels good to laugh. Damn good. We now move forward to August 18th, 2021. There's a balcony outside Holly's apartment, just big enough for 2 chairs and a small table. At 11 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, she's sitting out there, having a cup of coffee. She'd like to have a cigarette to go with it, but the urge is fading. It's been over 3 weeks since her last one, and with God's grace, there will never be another. It's a warm morning, but not oppressive. The heat wave that has blanketed the city for most of July and the first 2 weeks of August seems to have broken. Ordinarily, Holly would be in the office at this hour, dressed in a pantsuit and wearing light makeup, but this morning, and most other mornings since her hospital stay, she's in her pajamas and slippers. According to the answering machine and the website, the office is closed for staff vacations and will reopen on September 6th. In truth, Holly's not sure Finders Keepers will ever reopen. Pete, fully recovered, is visiting his son and daughter-in-law. He'll be back at the end of the month, but has started to talk about full retirement. If that's his decision, Holly will be happy to add a very decent severance package. If she decides to sell the business, which she could, it will be more than decent. As for herself, she is a new millionaire who can afford a Mai Tai in any of the city's priciest bars. In fact, she could buy a pricey bar if she wanted to. The thought of retiring and living on the money her mother and uncle hid from her has occurred to her frequently in the weeks since her time in the Harris's basement cage. She has told herself she's still too young to retire, and it's probably true. But she keeps thinking of what Izzy Janes said that day in the chapel. Just when you think you've seen the worst human beings have to offer, you find out you're wrong. There's no end to evil. Holly supposes she already knew that. The monster masquerading as Terry Maitland was evil. So was the one masquerading as Chet Ondowski. The same was true of Brady Hartsfield. But Roddy and Emily Harris were worse. Why? Because there was nothing supernatural about them. Because you couldn't say their evil came from outside, and comfort yourself with the idea that if there were evil outside forces, there were probably good ones as well. The Harrises' evil was both mundane and outlandish. Holly isn't sure she wants to revisit a world capable of holding people like them. Some things have come clear, partly from Emily's diaries. They now understand why the Steinman boy came so close on the heels of Ellen Kraslow. Ellen was a vegan and refused to eat the liver. She went on refusing even when she was dying of thirst. In the end, Rodney shot her. Following her death, Emily filled pages with rage. They even know the fake name Emily used at the trailer park, Dickinson, as in Emily. Holly had to keep reminding herself that the woman who wrote all those vile things had been a respected faculty member, a winner of awards, and a patron of the library. In 2004, she had been named the city's Woman of the Year. Izzy had told her something else. The gun Roddy used to shoot Ellen Kraslow was a Ruger with an extended 15-round clip. If Emily had gotten that one instead of Bill's revolver, she would have had 10 more chances to finish Holly. But it was upstairs, Izzy had said, and she had a broken arm as well as a bad back. Lucky for you. Yes, lucky for her. Lucky Holly Gibney, who had not only survived but was now a millionaire. She could close up shop and move on to another phase of her life. She hears her phone ring, her personal, not the office line. The office line had rung a lot in the wake of Holly's new celebrity, but now the calls have thankfully tapered off. She gets up and goes into her office. The photo on her phone's screen is Barbara Robinson. Hi Barbara, how's it going? There's a silence, but Holly can hear Barbara's breathing and feels a stab of alarm. Barb, are you okay? Yes, just stunned. Mom and Dad aren't here, and Jerome. In New York again, I know. So I called you. I had to call somebody. What happened? Won what? The Penley Prize. Random House is going to publish my book, Stitching the Sky Closed. Now that Barbara has passed on her news, she begins to cry. I'm going to dedicate it to Olivia. God, I wish she were alive to know. Barbara, that's so wonderful. There's a cash award too, right? $25,000. But it will be in advance against royalties, and poetry books never sell many copies. Don't tell that to Amanda Gorman, Holly says. Barbara laughs even though she's still crying. Not the same thing. Her poems are optimistic. Mine are, well, different, Holly says. Barbara has given her some of them to read, and Holly knows what they are. A kind of coping mechanism. An effort for Barbara to reconcile her good and generous heart with the horror she experienced in an elevator the previous year, the horror of Chet Ondowski, not to mention the horror of finding her friend in a cage with her face smeared in blood and two dead bodies nearby. Holly has seen and experienced more, and she has no poetry as a safety valve. The best she ever managed was pretty bad, but she has started enjoying horror movies again, and those harmless scares might be a start. You have to call Jerome, Holly says. First Jerome, then your folks. Yes, right away, but I'm glad I talked to you first. I'm pleased that you did, Holly says. Do you know anything more? About the business? That's what Barbara calls it these days. The business. No. If you're talking about their descent, we may never know it all. It's good we were able to stop them when we did. You, Barbara says, you stopped them. Holly knows there were a lot of people involved, but she doesn't say so. In the end, it's probably pretty mundane, she says. They stepped over a line, that's all, which made it easier the next time, and the placebo effect played a part. His mind was crumbling, and in a way, hers was too. They would have been caught eventually, but probably not before they did it again. Let's just say all's well that ends well as it could be, maybe. It would certainly be nice to think so. I'd rather talk about your big prize. Are you the youngest ever to win it? Yes, by 6 years. The letter said they found my essay refreshing. Can you believe that shit? Yes, Barb, I can believe it, and I'm so happy for you. Now go on and make the rest of your calls. I will. I love you, Holly. I love you too, Holly says. So much. She puts the phone back on its charger and heads to the kitchen to refresh her coffee. Before she can get there, the office line starts ringing. She hasn't answered that one since the end of July. Most of the calls have been requests for interviews, several from tabloids with big money attached. Now she stands by her desk, looking at the office phone. 5 rings and it will go to the answering machine. It's already on number 3. Just when you think you've seen the worst human beings have to offer, Holly thinks, and there's no end to evil. This is the call, she thinks. This is the one I've been waiting for. She can pick it up and go on with the business of investigating. That means touching evil, of which there is no end. Or she can let it go to voicemail, and if she does that, she's not just dreaming about retirement, she really means to do it and live on her riches. 4 rings. She asks herself what Bill Hodges would do, but there's a more important question. What would Bill want her to do? Halfway through the 5th ring, she picks up the phone. Hello, this is Holly Gibney. How can I help? We now come to the final part of our story, which takes place between August 14th, 2021 and June 2nd, 2022. First, let's catch up with Holly. She did not sell the business, which continues to be successful, but she now takes vacations. Not to fancy places, because she finds those boring. Instead, she goes to places like the Museum of International Cryptozoology in Portland, Maine, and the Edgar Allan Poe House and Museum in Baltimore. As for her mother's house in Meadowbrook Estates, she did not sell that either. After the city inspectors checked it out and found no major problems, Holly turned it into a residence for women who are getting out of jail and trying to get back on their feet. There are 4 women living there now, and they all have jobs. Holly has set up a trust fund to take care of the house's expenses. It will be managed by her lawyer, David Emerson, for as long as it's needed. Her Uncle Henry died peacefully in his sleep one night in early May of 2022. Holly's inheritance is now complete. It's an enormous amount of money, but Holly has discovered something that many wealthy people probably know. After a certain point, it's just numbers on a page. She has enough, and that's all that matters. She still lives in the same apartment. She still works out of the same office in the Frederick Building, with its sometimes faulty elevator. She has stopped smoking. She has stopped for good. Now let's talk about Jerome. His book, Dillinger's Ghost, became a surprise bestseller, spending 6 weeks on the New York Times list. He did a book tour, though a lot of it was on Zoom because of a new COVID variant that appeared in the fall of 2021. He moved to New York, where he is now living with a woman he met at a party in the Hamptons. They have an apartment in Greenwich Village, and he is working on a new book. And finally, Barbara. Her book of poems, Stitching the Sky Closed, did not make the bestseller list, but it sold well for a book of poetry. It received glowing reviews. One critic called it a dispatch from the dark side of the moon. She did not win the National Book Award, for which her collection was nominated, but as she told Holly and Jerome, she didn't expect to. She said, "It's a prize for old people, and I'm not old yet." She is attending Princeton, where she is thinking of majoring in either English or philosophy. She is still writing poems. Olivia Kingsbury would be proud. All three of them, Holly, Jerome, and Barbara, get together often, either in person or on Zoom. They are friends. They have been through a lot together, and they are still friends. And what is better than that? Really, is there anything better than that?